Eminence in Shadow, Volume 6. Envying the hidden ruler of the Prologue. Midgar Kingdom. It's over. It's over, isn't it? Hiro and Jaga slumped over their desks with a sigh. Just now, the final written exams at Midgar Academy had ended. Gonna grade yourself? I asked. Isaac's absence left a huge hole, but I managed to get by with Nina's cheat sheet. This time, I'm fairly confident. I think I barely scraped by with red marks in all subjects. As if I'd do that. Our scores won't change now anyway. The practical exams start next week. True. Of course I had no intention of grading myself. I'd be in trouble if they actually said they were going to do it. It's been about a month since the mysterious white fog terrorist incident ended. Now it's mid-February. The Night Order's investigation came and went, and the Academy finally settled down. But I love how frequent terrorist attacks are in this fantasy world. In my past life, the only incidents were busting street gangs. Oh, right, my sister fell unconscious. I'm enjoying my newfound freedom, unburdened by grief. Zeta said she'd wake up eventually, so I'm sure it's fine. I wonder what Sis plans to do about getting a job and all that. More pressingly, if she misses the exams, she might have to repeat the year. I hope she graduates quickly. What should we do after this? Training for the practical exams? As if I'd do that. Now that the written exams are over, we're free to play until the practicals. True. No sneaking off until I've taken all your money. I got fat stacks waitin'. With Mitsugoshi Rivo's divine blessing upon us, how could we possibly lose? Hiro flashed his vulgar grin along with a wad of cash, while Jaga arrogantly shuffled his cards. Let's go, to our battlefield. My room, you mean? We won't let you sleep tonight. Go take a shower first. I'm gonna sleep, like normal. They grabbed me by both arms. Just then, I heard Christina's voice. I'm sorry, Kanade. Because of my weakness. What should I do now to? Before Christina stood a girl who looked vaguely familiar. I can't believe. Lady Eliza was found innocent. The girl was crying. Now I remember. She's the girl I saved in the fog last time. Come on, let's go. It seems you've lost your nerve. Yeah, I'm going. A noble's power is impressive if she was found innocent of that. Thinking about such things, I left the classroom. I flopped down on a bed of cash and mutter. Overwhelming victory is always so hollow. Hiro and Jaga left before midnight. At some point, winning became routine work as I steadily raked in more cash. After the excitement faded, only endless emptiness remained. Hee. So cool. I get up from bed to gather the cash I scattered for dramatic effect. 2 million zennies total. Thank you, Hiro, Jaga, and Mitsugoshi Rivo. Mitsugoshi brand limited edition cards, huh? They supposedly fetch a good price. But they're in poor taste. The designs seem to be horror-themed. Maybe I should sell them. Anyway, it's too early to sleep, so I guess I'll train my magic. As I was about to start practicing, I noticed a glowing card had fallen beside my bed. What's this? A luxurious golden card. The front beautifully proclaims it a Royal Mitsugoshi Luxury Bar membership card. The back bears the member number, Sid Kajino. Oh, right. Gamma gave me a membership card when he said Mitsugoshi Company was opening an exclusive bar or something. Knowing her, she probably cribbed the idea from my own knowledge to impress me. I ignored it at the time. A luxury bar, huh? I glance at the pile of cash. I've always had a bit of longing for those quiet, sophisticated bars in spy movies with secretive conversations. Maybe they'll give me a friend discount. Worst case scenario, I could just run away. All right, let's go. And for the spy motif, a nice suit. I'll wear the one Alpha got me from Mitsugoshi instead of John Smith's tattered suit. Shined shoes, slightly parted hair down the middle. Looking sharp, I boldly headed for the capital's nightlife. Here it is. Surprisingly, the exclusive bar was in a basement down a narrow alley. The subdued door bore the Mitsugoshi logo along with delicate carvings. A hidden, speakeasy-style bar, I guess. Feeling a bit nervous, I opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was a relaxing, indirect-lit space. The bar counter shone with numerous pendant lights toned down as if they were stars in the night sky. The floor looked to be made of wolfstone and the tables from single slabs of sacred Yggdrasil wood. Just what I noticed at a glance totaled few hundred million zennies in value. My spine reflexively calculated risk versus reward if I were to steal it all. A customer. Oh, yes. My awkward reply came from feeling self-conscious about the larcenous thoughts I was just entertaining. Gotta play it cool. I have a membership card. As I reached for the gilded card in my pocket, the attendant, a woman, shook her head. Mr. Sitkajino has facial recognition, so no need. Welcome. Please come in. We do have VIP rooms in the back, but... She gestures with her lovely heterochromatic eyes towards the seats up front. The counter's fine. I hesitated a moment, but ultimately the counter feels more spy-like. Understood. This way, please. Sorry, have we met before? She looks back, surprised that I called out to her turned back. With silver and gold heterochromia and black hair, she's a half-elf. I served you previously at Mitsugoshi Company. Oh, right, you were next to Gamma. You remember me, I'm honored. My name is Omega. Omega leads me to a counter seat. The bartender also looks familiar. An elf woman with short blonde hair and men's clothes. I think we met at Mitsugoshi too? The honor is mine. I'm Kai. I'm Sitkajino. Of course I'm well aware, sir. Kai gives a composed bow, but for some reason her fingertips are trembling ever so slightly. Maybe she's inexperienced as a bartender. Don't fail me now, fancy bar. My order is... I know exactly what I want to order. In the mood to play secret agent. A vodka martini. I lower my voice. Shaken, not stirred. Got a project as seasoned veterans poise. Can't let on this is my first time at such an establishment. Instead, subtly test them with imposing silence. A vodka martini, shaken. Right away, sir. Kai's expression tightens. She takes a deep breath, her shaking hands clearly visible as she prepares the cocktail. I watch with great interest. Could it be that hand tremor is necessary for mixology? As I ponder, her trembling intensifies dramatically. I see. I know nothing about cocktails, so this is educational. A seasoned bartender needs precisely that finger quiver. And then it hits me. Does this world even have vodka? That's odd. Kai's shoulder quivers sharply. No, I didn't mean you. It's odd that vodka exists in this world at all. Why would? But I don't even need to ask. It's obvious who's responsible. Drinking vodka martinis? A voice calls out from behind. Like bells chiming, beautiful. I know without looking. Oh, Alpha. Long time no see. Yeah. Seeing her after so long, she looks a bit more mature. Golden hair, blue eyes. The simple dress suits the bar's mood. You weren't good with strong drinks. Did I say that? No. But I've never seen you enjoy a drink. Sharp. I don't really understand the taste of alcohol. I just drink it because it looks cool. I don't dislike it. Yes, you do. You don't like it. Alpha smiles wryly. What makes you say that? Just a feeling. Here's your vodka martini, sir. Kai places the cocktail before me, trembling even harder now. That's the mark of a consummate professional. I'll have a Manhattan. The Manhattan Alpha ordered has a whiskey base, if I remember right. But of course this world has no whiskey. So whiskey production is complete? I prod to pretend I know. Just barely. Not on sale yet, but it'll fetch a high price when it is. A noble from the Vigalta Empire tasted it and valued a bottle at 2 million zennies. I see. Yep, thought so. Shouldn't have tried to show off whiskey knowledge. Thanks to your expertise. Indeed, quite right. Somewhat irritated, I downed the vodka martini in one go. How's the taste? Not bad. All I tasted was alcohol. Hehe. Alpha smiles. Something wrong? No, just happy. About what? You finally wore that suit. Oh, right. I ordered it made. The material is black WIRM silk. Wow. Black WIRMs are far larger and more violent than earth silkworms and highly venomous to boot. Their silk is a supreme luxury material only master hunters can obtain. I'll excuse that promise you forgot too. She says this with a delighted expression while gazing at my suited form. I've no idea what promise she's talking about that I forgot. Here's your Manhattan. Thank you. Alpha seems in good spirits today. She sips the Manhattan and nods. It could use more aging, but not bad. Alpha sets down the glass and looks at me. You who dislike drinking, coming to a bar no less. Did something happen? HM? Nothing really. Just found the membership card in my room. Worried about wiretaps? You can speak freely here. Only cleared personnel are present now. Her demeanor grows serious. So she'll play along with my spy game. I see. How did that mission go? That mission. She says this with a serious face. The Oriana Kingdom debrief I sent covers everything. Oh, right. I read that in 3 seconds during the mission. I regularly get massive reports from Shadow Garden written in ancient code. I incinerate them immediately on arrival, but anyway. 3 seconds. Don't tell me you accelerated your brain? Humph. I put my lips to the glass without commenting. Classified tech still, I see. I understand it requires profound skill. The mental strain and risks if it fails. Yes, it's beyond our capabilities for now. But we will remain faithful students of your teachings and continue training. So when the day comes, please instruct us. I look forward to it. You look ahead so far we can only grasp the smallest fraction of your vision. But we won't betray your expectations. Never. As for that mission, it proceeds smoothly. Rose Oriana has resolved to rule as queen. Everything unfolds as originally planned. From the moment we first contacted her, you saw this outcome. You seemed quite concerned about the girl, so I was a bit jealous. Alpha says jokingly. She's a necessary piece for the plan. I know. To draw out those guys into the open. The open? What's wrong? Just re-examining everything from every angle and imagining the worst immediate possibilities. You really do see every possibility. But also try to see more of. No, never mind. Alpha starts to say something but stops herself. You're the same as ever. Always chasing that big dream. It's too vast for us to grasp more than a fraction, but now the preparations are finally coming together. Right. From the distant perspective, it's still but a single step. I know. Oriana is reforming with Shadow Garden's money and tech. Hello, listener. As we are limited on what we can upload on YouTube, you can always check our Patreon for a lot more books, or you can support this channel through PayPal or Ko-fi. Thank you for your support and for listening. Leave that to me. It's going well so far. Good. If it's going well, then that's fine. Oh, right. We changed the ancient code cipher. Alpha hands me some papers covered densely in incomprehensible code, and I can't help but frown. It was the decryption table before, but I guess it was too easy for you. I feel my eyes glazing over. I'll have apple juice, please. I pocket the papers and order. Huh? Oh, apple juice, yes. Kai looks surprised. About the Midgar Academy incident. I finally got Zeta's report. Alpha sighs as she says this. Always late with reports, that girl. Tell her yourself too. She has her ways. And you spoil her like that. But thanks to her, we destroyed the Fenrir faction. The Fenrir faction? Apparently, she scouted out everything beforehand. Hidden bases, escape routes, all of it. After you beat Fenrir, she annihilated them in less than half a day. Way too efficient. I see. The terrorists from before, I guess. We were short on manpower because of the Oriana incident too. Just Zeta, Victoria, and a few numbers. Unbelievable they could destroy the Fenrir faction in half a day with that. She may be omitting things from her report. Alpha heaves another deep sigh. Tell her yourself too. To report properly. And not overdo things. Promise, okay? Here's your apple juice, sir. Delicious. They're using nice apples. Zeta handled the post-battle cleanup too. She covered our tracks well. The Diabolos cult side thinks an internal knight leaked it, so officially it was just another terrorist attack. Standard cover story. About Claire Sand falling unconscious. Zeta's report was kind of vague. We should reinvestigate, but it's fine. Let her sleep a while longer. Since she's almost certainly repeating the year, the longer she sleeps the better. But leave my sister to me. Understood. You're worried too, after all. Alpha smiled faintly. That's right, it reminded me of the terrorist incident. I recalled what Christina had been talking about in class today. There's a student council vice president named Eliza at our school, but she had been assaulting students and doing various things amidst the chaos of the incident. Eliza. Oh, that nobleman's. Yeah. There's an investigation by the Knight Order regarding the incident Eliza, the vice president, caused, but it looks like she'll be found not guilty somehow. You want her found guilty? If you wish so. No, that's not what I meant. Whether she's found guilty or not guilty doesn't matter to me. But still, with all the testimonies and evidence gathered, for her to be found not guilty is just... I'm kind of jealous. I see. You're right, the corruption in the Midgar Kingdom runs deep too. Being a larger country than Oriana Kingdom, the roots may be even deeper. Eliza de Quaken's father, Blood de Quaken the Marquis, is the head of a faction that could be called the symbol of corruption. Oh! The faction's name is the 13 Nightblades. As the name suggests, it's a secret society made up of 13 powerful figures in the Midgar Kingdom. They're also called the kingdom's shadow rulers, having deep connections with the Diabolos cult and other criminal organizations. Shadow rulers. It was probably this man who was directly involved in handling Eliza's case. Count Gerda Mono. The lowest seat of the 13 Nightblades and Blood de Quaken's right-hand man. He handles the crimes of nobles. The case will likely be dismissed without concrete evidence this time too. Alpha showed me a picture with a portrait and profile of Gerda. So this is Gerda. He looks rather villainous. Show me the profiles of the other 12 members too while you're at it. Even with witnesses and testimonies gathered, it's how it always goes. Any case that falls into his hands gets covered up. I see. It's not just Gerda. The other 13 Nightblades members also privatize power and corrupt the Midgar Kingdom. Because of their connections with the cult, nobody can touch them and they continue to grow arrogant. The 13 Nightblades, how enviable, what nasty guys. I intend to deal with them eventually, but with reforms in the Oriana Kingdom taking all my attention now. I plan to let them swim for a while longer. I see. So these are the great nobles of the other world. The shadow rulers who get acquitted no matter how much evil they commit. I just had a good idea. Thank you, Alpha. I finished my apple juice and stood up from my seat. You look happy. What are you planning? You'll see in time. I see. Contact me again if anything comes up. Alpha's figure faded into mist and disappeared. Not bad. That was a rather cool exit. Wait for the consequences. Leaving those words behind, I erased my presence and vanished into the night's darkness. Count Gerda Mono suddenly looked up and gazed out the window. The nightscape of the Midgar kingdom floated into view, illuminated by the street lights. I felt as if someone was watching me, but just my imagination. Muttering so, he returned to his paperwork. The fire crackled in the hearth. His fountain pen moved across the documents. It was a quiet night. He placed down his pen and brought the cooled coffee to his lips. Grown cold, yet this aroma. As expected of the finest beans from Mitsugoshi. Nodding satisfiedly again and again, he then turned his eyes to the documents on his desk. They summarized the flow of events in Eliza Daquayakin's incident, the expenses for the cover-up operations, and the people who needed to be bribed or eliminated. It looked like he could get her acquitted this time too, but it hadn't been simple work. There were too many eyewitnesses. The testimonies of Princess Alexia Midgar and aristocrat Christina Hope in particular had been damaging. To overturn those two's testimonies, just how many debts had he called in? Gerda stood and faced the window. Reflected in the glass was a middle-aged man with a tired toad-like face. "I'll be collecting a suitable compensation, Lord Daquayakin." As expected, this had been grueling work. There were still people left to deal with. An eyewitness named Kanade, a lowly noble. Leaving her be would likely become a hindrance someday. But Gerda's specialty was paperwork and adjusting interests. It would go more smoothly leaving the dirty work to the other. 13 Nightblades members. Oh well. I'm about tired of being the lowest seat of the Nightblades. I should be prepared a suitable position. Despite his appearance, Gerda was still in his 30s. He had joined the 13 Nightblades, succeeding his late father's position, and had been assigned unworthy roles due to his youth. His father's death had also been suspicious. It was handled as an accident, but Gerda had not forgotten the stab wound in his back. Truth lies in darkness. Let it be so. Eliza's case, his father's case, the essence was the same. If you try to expose the darkness, you learn the hard way what happens. Gerda moved away from the window and rang the bell on his desk to call a servant. Once the documents were sealed and sent addressed to Marquis Daquayakin. H.M. Feeling a gaze, he suddenly looked up. It was his familiar work office. There should have been nobody else here. But there was a clown. Somehow it had sat itself on the sofa without him noticing. Lit by the fireplace, the blood-soaked clown silently watched. Gerda. Who the hell are you? When did you get in here? Gerda hastily rang the bell. Someone. Come throw this guy out quickly. The shrill bell echoed in the quiet night. Hey, is no one there? Only Gerda's shouts and the bell's rings reverberated futilely. The blood-soaked clown didn't even twitch, only staring intently at the flustered Gerda. Hey, is anyone there? Strange. Enough time had passed since he first rang the bell. The guards should have come by now. It was a quiet night. No, too quiet a night. Don't tell me. The bell slipped from Gerda's hand and fell to the floor. The clown slowly stood up. The blood dripping from its hands was still fresh. Pitcha, it made an odd squelching sound. Bloody footprints were left on the fine rug. Don't tell me, you killed the mansions. The blood-soaked clown did not reply. A crescent-shaped smile remained stretched across its masked face as it stared fixedly at Gerda. GH. Letting out a small scream, Gerda backed away. Pitcha, Pitcha, the clown closed the distance. Who are you? Why are you? Don't think you'll get away with laying hands on me. The clown did not answer. As if mocking Gerda's bluff, it slowly continued approaching step by step. Suddenly, the image of his father's dead face surfaced in Gerda's mind. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You intend to eliminate me. Does the organization plan to dispose of me, after all I've contributed to it? Pitcha. The footsteps stopped. The blood-soaked clown was smiling behind its mask. I see. So just like my father, you plan to. The footsteps resumed. They are clearly faster than before. swiftly, within reaching distance. Stay back. Don't come. Don't come any closer. Gerda threw his coffee cup. It struck the blood-soaked clown's mask, shattering and splattering black liquid. Gerda spun around and ran. Despite being out of shape and his body weakened, he had excelled at the Mage Knight Academy. He could move much faster than an ordinary person. In an instant, Gerda reached the room's door and forcefully threw it open. If he could just flee to the Knight's headquarters from here. Hope flickered that he could escape in that moment. However, Gerda was shoved down by the existence waiting on the other side of the door. What are you doing? Move. Desperately struggling, he crawled forward. And noticing the blood sticking thickly to his body, realized what had pushed him down. You guys are the security. They were the brutally slaughtered corpses of the security guards. He had hired them for a high price despite their bad characters, for they were extraordinarily skilled swordsmen. They had been killed in cold blood. Wow. Gerda kicked away the corpses and crawled out. Pitcha, the footsteps stopped right by his ear. Looking up, the clown's mask was peering down at Gerda. In its hand, it held a single playing card. Stop. With a flicking sound, the card embedded itself between Gerda's eyebrows. Gerda's eyes widened as if seeing something unbelievable, and he touched the card sticking from his brow. He fell slowly backward. Still looking at the spreading pool of blood, the clown muttered as Gerda slowly toppled backwards. One down. Its voice echoed in the quiet night. Jack the Ripper pays a visit. Christina woke up in the Hope family's mansion in the royal capital of Midgar. Whether she sleeps in the dormitory or the mansion depends on her mood that day. But recently, she has been sleeping at the mansion. It's not a matter of mood. It's for self-defense. Morning already. Christina looked up, noticing the morning sun leaking through the curtain gaps. There were slight dark circles under her eyes. She seemed to have been absorbed in compiling information on the case. Christina put down her pen on the desk and stretched big. Then she picked up the documents and sighed deeply. It will be difficult to prove guilty. The documents summarize the case overview and testimonies, but Eliza's crime is expected to be treated as an accident rather than a criminal case. In a situation where teenage students were caught up in a life-threatening terrorist attack and experienced great stress, they lost their calm and an unfortunate accident occurred as a result. That seems to be the story. The concealment and fabrication of evidence is the work of Count Gerdemano. I didn't know the 13 Night Blades had this much influence. Fabricating and concealing evidence is easy for them, and they would readily commit murder if necessary. In fact, Christina also feels an ominous presence around her. That's why she started sleeping at the mansion. Corruption is progressing. My power alone is not enough. Even if I use the Hope family's power. Father was not enthusiastic about getting involved in this case. He said, "What good will it do to help the daughter of a lowly noble family?" Everyone turns a blind eye to corruption. The rampancy of the 13 Night Blades is allowed precisely because they are powerful. My power is not enough. Authority, military might, financial resources, organizational power. As long as you have power, anything is permitted. That is the reality of this country. What good will it do to help the daughter of a lowly noble family? It will do no good. The world will not change. As a noble woman, I could understand that my father was right. But that doesn't make me feel convinced emotionally. The powerlessness of not being able to condemn those who are blatantly committing evil deeds. And the disappointment in myself for not even being able to lend a hand to the girl seeking help. Christina did not know how to deal with these feelings. If I had power, would I be able to cut off evil? For example. Yes, like Shadow. Christina imagined it. Him mowing down the 13 Night Blades with his overwhelming power. severing evil, saving the weak, and protecting the country. Christina then chided herself for thinking that far. I should stop. It just made her feel miserable. She breathed out largely and relaxed her tired eyes. To change her mood, Christina put away the documents related to Eliza and the Nightblades. Then she took out another set of documents. Shadow and Shadow Garden. The new documents Christina took out were the ones she investigated on Shadow Garden. Shadow Garden seems to have started activities over a year ago, but the details are unclear. It appears Shadow was the leader of the organization back then as well, but again, the details are unclear. There are just so many unclear parts. She flipped through the documents. There were numerous wanted posters and articles were pasted like scrapbook. There's not enough information from the northern part of the kingdom. Even though Shadow's exploits have been confirmed over there too. There are still few portraits of him, and the quality is bad. While grumbling complaints, Christina's complexion seemed to improve as she viewed the documents. He shoulders a great mission. To accomplish that, he walks the blood-soaked path and can no longer stay in the world touched by the sun, but unlike me, they severed evil. And she chided herself again. The room door was suddenly knocked. Enter. A middle-aged man entered the room. Christina maximized her swordsmanship skill and pushed the documents into the drawer at an overwhelming speed. Father, good morning. Are you short of sleep, Christina? No, just thinking about some things. Do you need something, Father? You should know already, but don't do anything to anger the 13 Nightblades. If you oppose them, troublesome things will happen. Yes. Christina nodded slightly without a word. That was the least resistance she could show. Things will get busy from now on. If you act rashly, who knows what will happen to the Hope family. Father, what do you mean it will get busy? Oh, I didn't mention it? Father sighed and said, Gerdemano is dead. What? All the nobles are in an uproar. The Nightblades are furious, I hear. The capital will be in turmoil. After seeing her father off, Christina hurriedly changed her clothes and headed to the crime scene. Alexia was walking down the hallway in the Mono mansion. Blood footsteps here as well. Dark reddish footsteps continued on the carpet. Princess Alexia, please don't touch it. It's still evidence. I know that much. Alexia glared at the supervising knight. Princess Alexia. Alexia turned around, hearing the voice calling her. Christina. It was Christina, whom she got to know from the incident. I heard Count Gerdemano is dead. What happened? She said, catching her breath. It seems he was killed by someone. The knights are examining the crime scene now. I see. I can't enter the crime scene yet, so I'm looking around the hallway. The hallway? Yes. Don't you find these footsteps strange? Alexia pointed at the bloody footsteps continuing down the hallway. They're very clear footprints. Not just that, even stranger is that the culprit is not in a hurry at all. Even after killing so many, he's just walking normally. Alexia started walking with the same stride as the bloody footprints. It even looks like he's walking slowly. That's odd, isn't it? Normally, you'd want to escape quickly. He can't be in his right mind. Maybe he was confident he wouldn't get caught? That's not a bad guess. What do you mean? Count Gerdemano was silenced by the 13 Nightblades. That's because he stood out too much in this case. It wouldn't be surprising for him to be disposed of. But why now of all times? That's what's puzzling. When our thoughts got stuck, the supervising knight stopped Alexia. Princess Alexia, you now have permission to enter the scene. Shall we go? Yes. Alexia and the others were guided by the person in charge of the knights. I'm the person in charge of the scene, Investigation Division Chief Gray of the Knights. Please be careful not to touch the bodies or move anything. I know already. I will get back to work. Let me know if you need anything. Yes. Upon entering the room, the first thing they felt was the strong smell of blood. That was only natural. Multiple bodies were left placed in front of the door, and further inside, Count Gerdemano was lying on his back with blood flowing from his head. The cause of death is a single blow between the eyebrows. But the murder weapon is unusual. Alexia squatted next to the body and said. The knights were still working busily around them. Christina was standing dumbfounded at the entrance of the room. Christina, what's wrong? You can come in. Huh? Oh, yes. Christina snapped out of it and hurried inside. If you're feeling sick, you should go home. No, I'm fine. What's stuck in the head of the body is a playing card, right? It has an unusual design. Christina tilted her head and said, a high-quality playing card made by Mitsugoshi Company. Probably a limited edition item. We might be able to identify the purchaser. I wonder about that. Even a company Mitsugoshi's size would sell thousands of limited edition items. It will take time to investigate. The Ace of Spades. Looking down at Count Gerda, Christina murmured. The Count had died with eyes wide open and a dumbfounded expression. Stuck between his eyebrows was the Ace of Spades playing card. The skeletal knight in the illustration seemed to foreshadow his death. Why go through the trouble of using a playing card? Count Gerda was an excellent student at the Magic Swordsman Academy. To split the eyebrows of an excellent magic swordsman with just a paper playing card requires considerable magical power. The magical conduction rate of ordinary paper is less than %. It's incomparable to mithril. To overcome the resistance, advanced magic power-controlled techniques would also be necessary. Why go through such a roundabout process? I don't know. But the image of the culprit can be narrowed down somewhat. Someone with a large amount of magical power who can perform advanced magic power control. In that case, it may not just be a simple murder. Normally, no one would go through the trouble of using playing cards. They'd use more efficient means. It seems there was some intention behind it. With the playing card and the footprints, there are many mysteries. Maybe it's some kind of code only the related people would understand. A warning, grudge, some kind of message, it's possible. The two pondered in front of the body for a while. The silence was broken by the knights' voices. There was an eyewitness. Is that true? The crime scene chief Gray said. Yes. It appears some of the servants had only fainted. A few who regained consciousness witnessed the culprit. So what did the culprit look like? Alexia and Christina also listened in on the conversation. Apparently it was a blood-soaked clown. What? A clown? A blood-soaked clown suddenly appeared before their eyes, and the next moment everything went pitch black. When they came to, it was morning. All the eyewitnesses are giving similar testimonies, so it seems certain. They don't know the face? Yes. He had a clown mask on. They said he looked tall, but that may have just been because of the costume. Any other information? No. We're still investigating around the area, but no other eyewitnesses have been found yet. Keep asking around. If he was in a clown costume, he should stand out. Honestly, what a crazy bastard. Chief Gray saw off his subordinate and sighed. A clown costume and playing cards as the murder weapon. It's a baffling case. Oh, if it isn't Princess Alexia. Eavesdropping is poor manners. Chief Gray frowned. Chief Gray, what do you make of this? The culprit seems to have left some kind of message intentionally. Princess Alexia, there's no need to overthink it so much. This is a simple case. Simple? The culprit is a rich person who held a grudge against Count Gerda. He hired a skilled assassin with a lot of money, but that guy was a deranged killer. That's all there is to it. Amateurs tend to overcomplicate cases, but human motives are always simple. Culprits who leave messages behind only exist in Natsume-sensei's novels. Don't tell me Princess Alexia is also a fan of Natsume-sensei's Sherlock Holmes series. No, I'm not. They are interesting works, aren't they? I have the complete collection myself. But that's fiction, so it's interesting, whereas reality is. That's not it at all. Why would I like that woman's? Oh my, don't tell me Princess Alexia is a Conan fan instead. The famous detective who turned into a kitten by drugs. No, you're wrong. I'm just worried there might be more to this case. I see. Then there's no need to worry. As I said earlier, the culprit's image has already solidified. A rich person who held a grudge against Count Gerda, for example, young lady Christina over there. Chief Gray said with a confident grin. But that's not true of me. You seem agitated. But I'm not the only one suspicious of you. What do you mean? Those people, as you can imagine. The Nightblades. Well, I should get back to work now. I need to gather evidence to catch the culprit after all. Turning his back, Chief Gray left his final line. There is always only one truth. Please read Natsume-sensei's works, they are quite interesting. Laughing loudly, Chief Gray disappeared from sight. It's an undeniable fact that Count Gerdemano's death benefits Christina. But that's not me. Of course I know that. But that's how it looks to the public. You need to be careful. The Nightblades will have their eyes on you. If only I could have helped a little more. Royals intervening in judicial matters is not looked upon favorably. No, I understand Princess Alexia's situation well. It's enough if you can provide favorable testimony. I'm sorry. It's true that the death of Count Gerda is undeniably advantageous for me. I intend to think carefully and strategize. It might even help your case. Christina nodded. Princess Alexia, there's something I'd like you to see. What is it? Led by Christina, Alexia moved to the desk of Count Gerda. There are traces of spilled coffee on the desk. Yes, the cup is broken and scattered. It's normal for the contents to spill onto the desk. The shape is the issue. It's in the form of a neat rectangle. I see. Something was placed here. Like documents. Coffee spilled on top of documents, which someone then took away. And the coffee left a rectangular trace, as if it had been cut out. It's only natural to think that way. No one should have moved anything at the crime scene. In that case, it could be the culprit or perhaps the night order. In a hushed voice, Christina said. Alexia's face grew stern. It might be dangerous to trust the night order. Let's both be cautious. Yes. Princess Alexia, too. The two of them continued to look at the scene for a while and then parted ways. That afternoon after school, Christina was waiting for Kanade in the Midgar Academy classroom to discuss the case. Kanade was the girl who exposed Eliza's misdeeds in the White Fog incident. Naturally, she had incurred hatred and was eyed with hostility by the Nightblades. Sorry to keep you waiting, Christina. Kanade seemed nervous and fearful. There were still a few students left in the classroom getting ready to leave, but the possibility of Ducratican faction taking extreme measures was considerable. Kanade, did you hear about this morning's incident? Yes, of course. I can't believe Count Gerdemano ended up like that. The situation has changed now. For better or worse? For worse. Yes. You'll definitely be targeted. Wah. Kanade's face turned pale. Until now, you have been unharmed because the Daquayan faction had room to spare. But with Count Gerda's death, the situation has changed. You mean, the situation has become disadvantageous for them? Yes. They can't just keep up appearances anymore. Of course, I might be targeted too. So Kanade, I have a proposal. Just as Christina was about to continue. Wadash. What is this? A pathetic male student's voice echoed through the classroom. What's wrong? Christina called out to the male student who had shouted. Only Christina, Kanade, and the pathetic boy who had let out the miserable scream remained in the classroom. Miss Christina. The black-haired boy turned around in a panic. He was holding some documents. You're Miss Claire's brother, Sid Kajanu, right? Christina squeezed her memory to recall his name. While ordinary, he was a figure who came up in various conversations, so she barely remembered him. Why yes. Look at this. It was dropped here. What is it? The documents were dirty and stained. There were two types of stains: black stains and dark reddish-black stains. A faint scent of coffee emanated from the black stains, and from the dark reddish-black stains, the smell of blood. The moment she took the documents in hand, Christina's expression tightened. Detailed there were the sequence of events surrounding Eliza Dequakin's incident, the expenses used to cover it up, and content that implied the interests and relations of the parties involved. Without a doubt, these were the documents that should have been lost at Count Gerda's murder scene. Christina hurriedly confirmed no one else was around. "Sid, where did you get these?" Speaking in a hushed voice, Christina talked. It was sticking out of that shelf over there. I thought someone might have forgotten it. It was a shelf provided in the classroom, partitioned for each student." Sid was pointing to Christina's shelf. "In my shelf." "Oh, so it was Miss Christina's shelf. Sorry for taking it without permission." "No, I'm glad you noticed." "You're right. Good thing I didn't forget it." "Sid, did you look at the contents?" "Huh? Oh, just a quick glance." "I see. So you saw it?" Christina's voice grew quieter. Was it something I shouldn't have seen?" "Yes, the contents were something you shouldn't have seen. Since I only glanced at it briefly, it's practically the same as not seeing it at all." "Well, I'll be going now." "Wait." With unexpectedly swift movement, Christina grabbed Sid by the scruff of his neck as he tried to leave. "Unfortunately, I can't let you leave." "Huh, how tyrannical." Sid spoke resentfully. "I'm saying this for your sake. I don't want you getting your head chopped off in your sleep." "You plan on chopping off my head?" "I won't chop it. But who knows who might be watching. If they find out you saw this, they will undoubtedly come to chop it without fail." "They? I don't really get it, but isn't it also bad to leave documents like this in a classroom shelf?" "I didn't put it there." "Huh. I don't recall putting a document like this in my shelf." "Then who?" "Someone who wanted me to see these documents." A quiet unease seeped into the air, inexpressible in words. Someone had taken important documents from the murder scene and specifically delivered them to Christina's shelf at the academy. Perhaps that person was still monitoring nearby even at this very moment. It was an ill omen, but with the motives and identity unknown, it was creepy. "Oh look, something seems to be written here." Sid suddenly said such a thing. "Written? What is?" From Sid's position, he should only be able to see the back of the documents. On the back in that dark reddish stain, doesn't it look like letters if you look closely? This is. Flipping the documents over, there were indeed letters written there in blood, as he said. The blood made it hard to read, but Jack the Ripper. A name, perhaps. Maybe the person who put the documents in Miss Christina's shelf? Just who are they? Why leave these documents for me? Christina swallowed her breath, lost in thought. "Well, I guess it's about time I head home." "Wait." Once again, as he tried to escape, Christina caught him. My sister is unconscious and I'm worried about her, so I want to keep watch over her as soon as possible." "I know about your sister. But for your safety, I can't let you go home." "I can protect myself so. With your grades, it would be faster to count from the bottom." "I'm saying this for your sake. Even if you say that." Christina turned away, ignoring Sid. "Conade can't go home starting today either." "Huh, me too." Conade raised her voice in surprise. "That's right. This is something I intended to propose from the start, but beginning today, I'd like you two to live at the Hope Estate Annex." Hooray! Now I can rest easy." Their reactions varied. "This is unavoidable for your safety. The Hope Estate Annex can provide security." Thank you very much, Miss Christina." "Well then, let's gather your belongings and head to the annex, shall we?" And so the three would begin living together. "I have some loose rules I follow when killing people. One is to avoid killing pitiful people as much as possible. And another rule is that it's generally okay to kill villains." "Yeah, no problem." That was me confirming I'm living according to my rules today. There were some unexpected things. As a result, I'm now in the parlor of Miss Christina's home. Would you like some, Sid? It's super premium coffee made by Mitsugoshi. You may not have the chance to drink it for the rest of your life, so you should drink a lifetime's worth. Gone was the fearful demeanor from the classroom as the impoverished aristocrat, Kanade, boldly sipped her coffee. She was a normally cute girl with black hair and eyes, and she had a short haircut. You can have my share too. Gamma had sent an amount that was beyond what I could consume. Really? You're the best, Sid. Receiving such a casual, the best, from her, I sighed deeply as I sank into the sofa. I never expected to stay at Christina's house. As a mob character, I pondered whether it was a good idea, but Kanade, who was on the verge of emptying a lifetime's worth of coffee, was the very essence of a mob character, so there was no problem. Yeah, it's not a problem. It seemed I was living a problem-free life today as well. Sid, can I have some chocolate too? Chocolate is a no-go. You're so stingy, Sid. I quickly rescued my portion of chocolate from Kanade's hand. These were the newly released premium matcha truffles. Gamma had sent me a prototype last month. I heard reservations were fully booked for a year in advance, so it was quite an accomplishment to acquire these. This was the power of a grand noble family. I couldn't help but envy it. The sofa is from Mitsugoshi's luxury furniture brand. The chandelier, the rug, the tableware, all part of Mitsugoshi's luxury line. How much of a Mitsugoshi maniac was she? Or rather, how extensively did the Mitsugoshi company operate? As I savored the matcha truffle, there was a knock on the door of the reception room. Come in. It was Christina. I appreciate your hospitality on this occasion. With an astonishingly swift change in demeanor, Kanade deeply bowed. Please, no need to be so formal. The room is ready, so I'll show you. Following Christina, I stepped out into the hallway. It was an opulent mansion that was beyond comparison to the impoverished Baron Kajino family, with beautiful carpets, wall and ceiling decorations, and numerous artworks displayed in the hallway. 17 million, 54 million, 90 million, 200 million. Kanade, who walked beside me, muttered in a hushed voice. What are you doing? Huh? You heard me? Yeah. I was trying to estimate how much the art pieces are worth. That vase Kanade said was worth million. I etched it firmly into my memory. This is the dining room. We'll be eating here tonight. Next to it is. Miss Christina showed us around the mansion in a familiar manner. Then going up the spiral staircase, she stopped in front of the double doors. 2 guards with swords were there by the doors. This room. Saying that, she opened the doors, revealing a spacious bedroom inside. Wow! It's like a princess's room. Kanade dashed excitedly towards the bed. Sid, your bed is the furthest left. Miss Christina specified. Your bed, Sid, is the far left one. Christina pointed it out. Hey, why are there 3 beds? I shot out the question that welled up the moment I entered the room. Because there are 3 of us. Christina counted me, her, and Kanade with her fingers. I see, there certainly are 3 of us. It's more efficient security-wise if the protection targets are grouped. A convincing reason. Even though we're in the same room, your bed is partitioned off with that bookshelf from mine. That should be plenty. Sid's grades are at the bottom in practical skills, and I'm 100 times stronger. If you try anything weird, I'll beat you black and blue. Swish swish. Kanade took on a cocky attitude, striking fighting poses while hopping on the bed. I know already. I raised my hands in surrender and sat on my bed. My luggage from the dorm was placed beside it. In order from the window, me, Miss Christina, Kanade. By the window furthest from the door, The first to die position if something happens suits the per noble house. I muttered softly. You're least likely to be targeted, Sid. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean any ill will. Rather, I was happy. There are 2 guards at the door and 3 under the window. All skilled veterans who've participated in the Bushin Festival tournaments. I see. You can rest easy. It's much safer than the dorms. If you say so. But can I ask, what happened this morning? You told me the general things on the way here, but... So I asked. I see. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom for a sec. Kanade said. No doubt because of drinking too much coffee. There's a bathroom and toilet in the room next door. Okay. Seeing Kanade rush out, Christina began talking. Count Gerda Mono was killed by someone. It'll probably be a topic at the academy tomorrow too. What? A murder? How dreadful. And come to think of it, there was a name written in blood on those documents. Most likely the documents lost from the crime scene. To think, how horrifying. Writing with blood, nothing more fiendish. Count Gerda was killed in an unusual way too. This isn't a simple murder. The criminal is moving with some kind of objective in mind. To think an ordinary student like me got caught up in such a heinous crime. I won't be able to sleep tonight from the fear of my life being targeted. Sorry you got dragged into this, but there's no helping it. You might be targeted too. Sid. Miss Christina stroked my shivering back. From the gap in the window, the cold night wind crept in. Kanade returned from the toilet and the 3 of us had a late dinner. It was a lavish meal with dishes based from a luxury recipe book published by the Mitsugoshi Company. I was surprised when sushi-like dishes that from a fish looked like salmon came out. It had been ages since I saw sushi. The dishes were so novel and delicious. Kanade seemed excited after returning to the room. You can't go wrong with the Mitsugoshi Company's recipe books. Try them at home too, Kanade. But I can't afford expensive ingredients and stuff. There are books using inexpensive ingredients too. I think there was one with tuna burgers and such, using fish that used to be thrown away. And so, the food culture of this world was corroded. We continued chatting in the room with the energy of kids on a school trip. After a while, as the fireplace crackled, Christina put out the lights in the room one by one. I guess we should sleep soon. I talked too much from enjoying it so much. No, I want to talk more dash. Despite her complaints, Kanade got into her futon. Good night. I followed Kanade into my futon. Good night you too. Just as Christina said that, there was a knock at the door and a maid entered. Miss Christina, the master is requesting you. You two go ahead and sleep. I'll talk with father and be back. Got it. ZZZ. Kanade was already asleep. Hey Sid. Christina looked back at me from the door with a piercing gaze. HM? What's up? Have we met somewhere before? The classroom. No, not that. I felt like we've talked somewhere before. Don't think so. The atmosphere. You remind me of someone. Sorry for suddenly asking something weird. Christina smiled as if to brush it off and left the bedroom. Late at night. Christina was in her father's study. This is bad. Her father's hands shook as he looked over the documents. With this evidence, we can push the trial in our favor. We can convict Eliza Daquakin. I know that. Her father slammed the desk and yelled loudly. We'll turn the night blades against us. This all happened because you took it upon yourself to protect lower nobles. Father, the Night Blades has already set its eyes on the Hope House. With Count Gerda's murder, our house benefits the most. And that's exactly why they watch us, because you keep sticking your nose into others' business. Don't tell me you were the one who, Count Gerda. Her father's gaze turned from anger to one mixed with fear towards Christina. No, I didn't lay a hand on him. Count Gerda was killed by Jack the Ripper. But still. Father, let's help Kanade. Use this evidence to convict Eliza Daquakin. That will weaken the Night Blades, and the nobles siding with us will increase. No, think of it the other way around. If we send the evidence to the Night Blades from here, they might target us. Even if someone who knows the secret is involved? Ugh. No, wait. I heard that you invited that lower noble. Yes, Kanade is staying with us. Great. If we hand that person over to the Night Blades, it should show our sincerity. I won't let you. If you do, even if it's your father, I won't forgive you. Are you defying me, Christina? I am the head of the Hope family. Christina glared at her father, who had raised his voice. And it was her father who averted his gaze first. I'll handle this matter for now. Since we don't know the true identity of Jack the Ripper, there is a possibility of a trap. We also need to verify the evidence. Father, if Count Gerdemano has been killed, the 13 Night Blades will undoubtedly act. Next, it will probably be Count Kazaya and Baron Graham. Both are strong fighters. They are two of the younger members of the 13 Night Blades. That's why we don't know what they might do. I'm sorry, but I still don't want to die. Saying that, her father left with some documents in hand. Christina gazed at the flickering fire in the fireplace and sighed. So, that's the grand nobles of this country. Everything is so corrupt. Christina laughed as if she had given up. Ridiculous. My father, who can only gauge the Night Blades. Mood and I, who have no power. Why did Jack the Ripper put evidence in my locker? I've arrived at one conjecture. Tell me to convict them. For that, I need evidence of the Night Blades' misdeeds. But Christina couldn't do anything. To make the evidence acknowledged, she needed power, and she had none. If someone without power brandished evidence, they would only be crushed. If only I had the power. It would be so satisfying to eradicate the parasites infesting this country. Suddenly, the face of Count Gerdemano came to mind. A playing card was stuck in his head, and his eyes were wide open in a foolish expression. Hee. Christina laughed. Until Alexia approached her, Christina had been lost in thought while staring his death face. A small laugh echoed in the late-night study. Count Kazaya and Baron Graham were discussing in a dimly lit secret room. I assume we still don't know the culprit in the Gerdemano case, Count Kazaya said while puffing on a cigar. All the eyewitness testimonies are about Clown. Damn jokers. Baron Graham spoke as if spitting it out. It's quite a well-prepared act. All the eyewitness information vanishes midway. Even with our skilled magic trace tracking team, we couldn't track their footsteps. It's a professional job. Yeah. Gerdemano had hired sufficient protection, but all of them were killed with a single strike. It's safe to assume the ability is at the level of a Night Order captain. It could be someone from the lawless city. There was that assassination organization, Zetsuru, Absolute Wolf, there, right? If it's Zetsuru, their abilities should be more than enough. But I've never heard of a clown assassin. Perhaps it's a newcomer? Who knows? But even if we don't know Clown's true identity, we can guess who hired them. Count Kazaya spread some documents on the table. There are several candidates, but the Hope family is especially suspicious. However, there's no evidence. That's a shame. Is there no evidence at all? Graham said with a wicked smile. Just kill them as usual. If you give them a little pain, they'll talk about anything. Don't rush. What if we're wrong? Just create the evidence. A dead man can't talk, right? The opponent is the Hope family. Cleaning up afterward is a hassle. Haven't we been killing big nobles until now? We haven't. You should know that the Fenrir faction has been destroyed. The Fenrir faction? Oh, right. They're the religious group that was supporting the 13 Night Blades, right? That's right. Because of the Shadow Garden's attack on them, it's become difficult for the cult to support us. Negotiations are currently underway with another faction. Until that's settled, we have to act carefully. Such a hassle. It's just a religious group that's been destroyed. You don't know anything. The power and terror of the cult. At Kazaya's earnest voice, Graham swallowed. As if to hide his agitation, he spat it out. TCH, Gerda's death has made things complicated. Don't get impatient. We'll continue monitoring the Hope family until we receive further instructions. Big brother, Christina is quite a beauty, isn't she? If we're going to kill the Hope family, let me have her. Do as you like. But make sure to clean up afterward. Big brother, you're the best. Baron Graham burst into vulgar laughter. Gay-ha-ha, gah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Hey, keep it down, Graham. Sorry, big brother. Gay-ha-ha, gah-ha-ha-ha-ha. In the dim underground room, eerie laughter echoed. Baron Graham had already lost his smile. Count Keziah set down his cigar with a stern expression. Hey, someone's here, Count Keziah said with a deep voice. In the dimly lit secret room, there were only the two of them, Count Keziah and Baron Graham. Only a limited number of people knew about this room. However, laughter could be heard coming from within this room. Both men drew their swords, alert. Don't underestimate us. Come out, you bastard, Keziah barked. The laughter continued to echo from within the room. They strained their ears to locate the source of the voice. It wasn't from the right, left, front, or back. Then, both of them looked up. At that moment, something pierced through the air. A dark red liquid fell, creating a stain on the table. The strong smell of blood pierced their noses. They looked up at the ceiling. There, a blood-soaked clown clung to it. The clown looked down on them and laughed. You, clown. Keziah and Graham quickly swung their swords above their heads. Known for their combat skills, their movements were polished. Their swords cut through the clown, splashing blood in the process. Splat. The blood-soaked clown fell onto the table. Kill it. Keziah and Graham swung their swords, laughing. With each swing of their swords, a large amount of blood flowed from the clown. Gradually, the spasmodic laughter of the clown faded away. Is it dead? Keziah asked, looking down at the gruesomely slain clown. Did this one kill Gerda? Just a lousy clown. Or maybe I've become too strong. Graham wiped the blood off his sword, looking pleased. Well, I used to be famous during the Bushin festival back then. We're different from Gerda's bodyguards. You made a big mistake. Keziah, too, had a smile on his face. He felt like he had regained his old edge. Now, Mr. Clown. What kind of face are you making? Graham tried to remove Clown's mask while laughing. Hey, Graham. What's up, big brother? He turned around with a bored expression. W8 on your head. What about my head? There's a playing card stuck in the back of your head. Huh? Graham hurriedly touched the back of his head. A playing card was deeply embedded in the back of his head, and he wiped the blood that was flowing down his neck in astonishment. Oh, big brother. What's the card doing on the back of your head? While saying that, he slowly collapsed forward. The playing card at the back of his head was the two of spades. Looking down at the convulsing Graham, a presence slowly rose. It was the blood-soaked clown. Why, are you still alive? Keziah was visibly trembling as he looked at the clown, who had survived despite the obvious fatal injuries. Keziah started to step back. Pitcha, the clown advanced. Wait, what's your aim? Pitcha, the clown continued its approach. Is it money? Who's your employer? How much did they pay you? Pitcha. Wait, I'll double it. Money, women, anything you want. Thud, there was a light impact on Keziah's back. He had backed up to a wall without realizing it, retreating to the edge of the room. Don't come any closer. I fighter with Bushin-style master's license. Pitcha. If you get in my range, you won't get away easily. With a sharp determination, Keziah swung his sword. This was the range he excelled in. In Keziah's mind, he saw the moment when the clown's head would fly. However, the sword cut through the air. You evaded at that distance. The clown had merely taken a half step back. But its movements defied the principles of the human body, exceeding the limits of reaction time. What on earth are you? A sharp sound. A playing card was thrust into Kazuya's throat. The card was the 3 of spades. He coughed up blood and swung his sword. The sword grazed the clown's nose and struck the floor. Monster. Kazuya fell forward, spitting blood, and eventually became motionless. Then the blood-soaked clown lifted the 2 lifeless bodies and vanished into the night's darkness. An assassin crashes the sleepover party. The main street of the capital was in an uproar. A corpse. What happened? 2 nobles were killed, I heard. Don't get close. It's under investigation. In the fountain in the middle of the street, 2 bodies were hung. The crowd gathered around the fountain, making a commotion. Are those playing cards stabbed into their throats? I heard rumors of nobles being killed one after another recently. I know about it. Count Gerdamano was killed. My friend Hirako works there as a maid. What, really? Really? Hirako even saw the culprit. He was dressed as a clown. That sounds kind of fishy. I told you not to get close. Move away. The knights pushed back the gathering crowd. A beautiful red-haired girl made her way through the unusual mourning crowd. It was Christina. Let me through. Move aside. You are Christina Hope of the Duke's family. I will take a look at the scene. Oh, from the Hope family. Please, this way. The knights who were holding back the crowd reluctantly let Christina into the scene. This is. Christina gasped when she saw the fountain. 2 men were hung from the pillars of the fountain. She recognized the lifeless faces. Count Kazuya and Baron Graham. Their faces were frozen in fear and shock. Christina's cheeks twisted into a distorted smile. 2 more parasites have been exterminated. With 3 members of the 13 Nightblades killed in quick succession, it's hard to believe this is a coincidence. She was addressed from behind. Christina hid her twisted smile with her hand and turned around. There stood Gray, chief of the Knights Investigation Division. Chief Gray, what do you mean? Just stating my honest thoughts, Miss Christina. Gray laughed lightly. But his eyes were fixed on observing Christina. 3 nobles killed in succession. And they all belong to the same organization. It's too unnatural to treat this as a coincidence. I suppose so. And I hear there's a noble family that's been clashing with that organization. You're very well informed. It's my job. You're such a diligent chief. The knights must envy you. I'm sure you'll catch the culprit soon. Of course, that's my intention. Well then, I must get back to work. Gray turned his back, but then stopped in his tracks. Was there something else? When she asked, Gray shot Christina a sharp look. Come to think of it, Miss Christina, did something amusing happen? I thought I saw you smiling earlier. You must be mistaken. Christina removed her hand from her mouth and spoke. I see, my mistake then. And with that, Gray left. Christina let out a sigh. Then she looked at the 2 corpses again. Christina. Princess Alexia. When she turned around at the call, Alexia was there. I went to Count Kazuya's mansion. Count Kazuya's? The scene of the crime wasn't here. Looks like the culprit killed them in a hidden room at Count Kazuya's estate, then deliberately brought them here. See, the knights are investigating the trail of footsteps. You're right. The knights were crawling along the trail of red footsteps leading from the fountain. The state of the mansion is the same as last time. All the guards were killed or incapacitated. The maids were only knocked unconscious and unharmed. Impressive work. Very skilled. To succeed in carrying out such difficult assassinations in quick succession. Count Kazuya and Baron Graham were no fools either. Even holed up in the hidden room on high alert. Christina looked up at the body hanging from the fountain again. Playing cards were stuck in the throat and the back of the head, and those were the only visible injuries. A single blow with playing cards, just like the last time. Count Kazuya's maid also witnessed the blood-soaked clown. It's safe to assume it's the same perpetrator. I wonder what their purpose is. The weapon, the clown, carrying the bodies to the fountain, everything seems unnatural. I don't know. Someone with this level of skill is limited. The authorities in the capital will have to investigate. It would be good if they find the culprit. We should probably leave now. It's not good for us to be seen at the crime scene. Yes, that's true. Princess Alexia, there's something I wanted to talk to you about later. Just as Christina was about to leave the scene. Huh, that's strange. A listless voice echoed at the crime scene. The one who spoke was a plain boy with black hair and black eyes, Sid Kajanu. Sid-kun, why are you here? I told you to wait at the mansion. To wait at the mansion? What does that mean? Alexia was the one who reacted at an astonishing speed to Christina's words. Well, that is, Christina hesitated, unsure of how to explain. She had planned to discuss the Jack the Ripper case and related matters with them later. For various reasons. Various reasons? Well, I was planning to talk about that later. Later? You mean right after this? With an odd tension in the air, Christina nodded. Huh, that's strange. Sid repeated the same words as if he were tired of waiting. Sid-kun, why are you here? I told you to wait because it's dangerous. Well, I was worried about Christina-san, so I just... Sid said in a monotone voice. You two seem to be getting along well. When did you become friends? Alexia had a bright smile. Sid-kun, what's wrong? It's the playing cards. Playing cards are indeed strange, but anyone can see that the playing cards are strange. Honestly, this is why Pochi. Alexia grumbled outside the circle. True, the first victim was the ace of spades. Yes, that's right. And this time, the victims are 2 of spades and 3 of spades. You mean to say that the numbers are consecutive? Anyone can see that. Alexia said with a sigh. It's not just numbers. It's all spades. The killer chose spades for a reason. Sure, they're all spades, but what's the point? The suits of playing cards each have their own meanings. For example, hearts represent love, diamonds represent merchants, and clubs represent knowledge. Never heard of that. So, what's the meaning of spades? One of the meanings is winter. I see. Spades were chosen because it's winter right now. Impressive deduction, Pochi. Alexia said with a mocking tone. But the meaning of spades isn't limited to just that. There are others, like knight, sword, and death. Knight and sword. And death, could it be? Christina and Alexia exchanged looks. There are a total of 13 spade cards. Exactly enough for 13 individuals. You don't mean to say they're planning to kill all 13 members of the Nightblades. Even if it's an exaggeration. This was clearly a provocation and a declaration of war against the Nightblades. What are they thinking? To deliberately announce it, it can only mean they're insane. Alexia remarked. However, the perpetrator did kill 3 targets as announced. Only a person with a deranged mind could accomplish that. Christina pondered the situation. I don't know what the culprit is thinking. But he left behind another major clue here. Sid said meaningfully with a faint smile. Another major clue? Where on earth is it? Alexia and Christina looked around. Over there. They looked in the direction Sid pointed. The onlookers were making a commotion there. Their gaze was fixed on the 2 corpses. The knights were in the process of lowering them from the fountain. The blood-stained pillars of the fountain remained. Don't the bloodstains on the pillars look like letters? What? That's... Alexia and Christina noticed at the same time. Hey, there's writing in blood. The onlookers also seemed to have noticed, albeit a little late. What's it say? Can't see clearly from here. It's Jack. What's written? Jack the Ripper. That's what's written. Sid's words echoed strangely and spread swiftly among the onlookers. I heard it says Jack the Ripper. Is that the culprit's name? That's right, the serial killer Jack the Ripper. A noble killer has appeared in the capital. This is a challenge to the nobles. Shouting that, the onlookers spread throughout the capital. By noon, everyone in the capital will know about the incident. Alexia said resentfully. Well, anyone would eventually realize it. Sid let out a sigh. Jack the Ripper. Christina muttered the name softly. What's wrong, Miss Christina? Do you have a hunch? No, there's something I want to discuss, she said with a difficult expression. Alexia read over the copies of the evidence with a serious look. So that's what happened. Jack the Ripper already made contact with you. This was an unused classroom at the academy. Inside were Alexia, Christina, and Sid, 3 people. With clever use of this evidence, we can corner the Daquayan faction. However, we can't make any rash moves until we understand Jack the Ripper's motives. Christina also had a serious look. We don't know if this person is enemy or ally. They want us to use the evidence, but what does Jack gain out of it? And these documents have no stated source. There are limits to where we can use them. I have an idea about that. Can I hold on to these documents for a while? Go ahead, but they're just copies. I'll consult with Father about it. That's reassuring. We'll see. Alexia smiled lonesomely as she put the blood-stained documents into her bag. Princess Alexia? It's nothing. More importantly, what's this about you live together with him? Alexia grabbed Sid by the scruff of his neck and thrust him forward in front of Christina. Well, it's for safety reasons. He's also seen part of the information, so if the Daquayan faction finds out, it could cause trouble. So, you're sleeping in the same room, right? Concentrating security in one location is more efficient. That may be so, but... Oh, right, I heard Princess Alexia pretended to be in a relationship with Sid before. What about it? I wonder, could you have actually been in a relationship? If so, I was insensitive. And no way, that's absolutely impossible. That's right. Dating Alexia? I'd rather die. Quiet, you. Alexia shook Sid violently by the scruff of his neck. So you actually weren't in a relationship? Of course not. Dating this guy would be a disgrace to the Midgar family. Then there's no problem, right? If you weren't in a relationship, then there's no issue with me sleeping in the same room, right? I'm worried for Christina. That this guy won't do anything weird to you. I won't. You're worried for my safety. But there's no need. My skills as a magic swordswoman far exceed Sid's. That may be true, but Pochi occasionally shows a terrifyingly sharp sword. Just in case. Princess Alexia is so kind. To be so concerned about me. Then how about if Princess Alexia joins us as well? Huh? Alexia's eyes widened. With Princess Alexia there, nothing untoward could happen. No. Just imagining sleeping in the same room as Alexia gives me chills. Be quiet. Alexia covered Sid's mouth. That does sound like a good idea. Yes, Father would be happy too. MMPH. Let me check my schedule. Yes, I'll make preparations on my end. MMGH. Well then, see you later. And with that, Alexia hurried off. I can't believe it, Alexia is coming for a sleepover, Sid said with a tragic face. Something to look forward to. I'll sleep in the dorms. No, you won't. Sorry, but I can't handle it. I have things I must. Just as Sid started to say, what on earth is this? A girl's voice echoed from the hallway. That voice. It's Eliza's voice. Something must have happened. Christina and Sid headed for the hallway. The hallway was noisy with Eliza and her entourage, doing this kind of nonsense to me. Are you making fun of me? As Eliza glared, the onlookers scattered like spiders. Then Eliza's gaze captured Christina. Oh my, Christina. For the culprit to be in a place like this, you sure are taking it easy. Culprit? What are you talking about, Eliza? No one but you would send me something like this. What Eliza showed was a letter written in blood. 13 bloated pigs. The first ran around in panic and died. The second died in foolish humiliation. The third died in arrogance and folly. How will the next pig die? Jack the Ripper. This is a crime notice? Where did you get this? It was in my bag. Don't play dumb with me. Eliza glared sharply. 13 bloated pigs refers to our families, right? I'm afraid that I don't know, but so brazen. Jack the Ripper. The assassin you hired, right? You're mistaken. Going so far just for this nonsense. You think you'll get away with it? I keep telling you you're mistaken. A dry slap echoed down the hallway. Eliza had slapped Christina's cheek. Enjoy your carefreeness while you still can. Father is also angry, so from now on who knows what will happen. Christina returned a cold gaze. Suddenly, Sid, who was behind her, was blown away. Jaya. He went flying while spewing impressive amounts of nasal and oral blood. Sid. Oh my, how unsightly. Eliza's entourage beat Sid up, sending him flying. What's going on? He has nothing to do with this. I don't know. This is what happens when someone defies me. Well done, Dakunobu. The entourage member called Dakunobu wiped his bloodied fist with a smug expression. He, I just punched him lightly. Amazing, Dakunobu. You sent him flying to the end of the hallway with just a light punch. Dakunobu's blow had indeed sent Sid flying to the end of the hallway, over 50 meters away. Well, I've gotten stronger too. You're reliable. I like men like you. Eliza intertwined her arm with Dakunobu and pressed her chest against him. Leave it to me. But be careful. You might be the next target. If it comes to that, I'll take down Jack the Ripper. If that happens, I'll give you a reward. Eliza smiled sensually and left with her entourage. I was being treated by a sexy female doctor in the school's infirmary. All right, we're done. Don't get into fights, okay? The doctor said this and went back to her other tasks. Sidkuin, are you okay? Christina-san peered at me with a worried expression. It was quite a punch, but I managed to slip away, so I only suffered % damage. I barely survived. I grinned with a swollen cheek. You should rest in the infirmary today. I'll come to pick you up after class. Christina-san said and left the infirmary. I lay on the bed and stretched lightly. Hello. Suddenly, a petite girl appeared from under the bed. It was Nina-senpai. Hi. I greeted her. I knew from the beginning that she had been eavesdropping. What's wrong? Just a progress report about Claire. Oh, my sister, right? Yeah. For now, shall we go to Claire's room? As usual, I was led by the petite Nina-senpai, and we moved to my sister's room. My sister's room had changed a bit since the last time I was here. Medical equipment and various unknown magical tools were placed around, and my sister lay still on the bed. Sister. Beep, beep, beep. A magical device rang. I had seen this in a hospital in my previous life. Her pulse has stopped. It might be her final moments. I folded my hands and closed my eyes. I didn't believe in an afterlife or anything like that, but since I had been reincarnated in this world, maybe my sister would be lucky enough to be reincarnated somewhere. I prayed for my sister to at least be reborn as something better than a cockroach or a mite. At least let her be reborn as a mouse. She's not dead, Nina-senpai said with a deadpan expression. But the magical device has stopped. This is the sound of the magic measurement finishing. The one who said this was not Nina-senpai, but the sexy female doctor who had entered the room almost unnoticed. She had a barely noticeable presence and introduced herself. You were also in the infirmary earlier, right? Yes. I handle Claire-san's treatment and also serve as the school doctor, recommended by Nina-san. My name is Mu. I apologize deeply, she said, bowing deeply. her slightly tanned skin and full, colorful lips. And between strands of silver hair, pointy ears peeked out. A dark elf. Nice to meet you, I'm Sid Kajanu. I'm the brother of the person sleeping over there, just so you know. Of course, I'm well aware. Please continue to take good care of her. No, the pleasure is mine. No, the pleasure is really mine. A courtesy deserves a courtesy. We bowed our heads repeatedly to each other. Though, Musan, why is a doctor bowing so deeply? It's quite a rare type, but are dark elf doctors themselves rare? Once she finished bowing, she briskly operated the devices and began examining my sister's magical power. I was impressed with Musan's smooth magical power operation. With her skill level, she's working as a school doctor. This person is very capable. Her way of erasing her presence earlier was so natural too. Doctors these days are amazing. I should probably leave it to her rather than get involved myself with practically no medical knowledge. I didn't know Nina-senpai was acquainted with such a skilled doctor. Friends are something you should hold on to, after all. Naya-haha. Nina-senpai laughed somewhat embarrassedly. So how is my sister's condition? There is no threat to her life. She will wake up eventually. To explain her condition, the fluctuations in her magical power reacted with the new insignia on her right hand, and I stopped Musan's serious explanation with my hand. Yes, I understand. As long as there's no threat to her life, that's good enough. Please excuse my presumptuousness. It's fine. The issue is when my sister will wake up. I want her to sleep peacefully if possible. If we wait for her to wake up naturally, it will take anywhere from a few weeks to a few months, depending on Claire Sand's magical aptitude. I see. Of course, we could forcibly wake her up, but in that case there would be after effects on her magical circuits. Wait, that's not good. That would be very bad. You're right, we shouldn't take the after effects on the magical circuits lightly. If we prioritize Claire Sand's well-being. I let Musan's explanation go in one ear and out the other as I looked down at my sister sleeping peacefully. You should just let my sister sleep forever, I murmured. She's nothing but a noisy pest anyway. The moment I said that, the air froze. Nina-senpai's eyes shot open, and Musan stiffened and gasped. Is that your wish? Nina-senpai said in such a grave voice it was as if she was declaring the end of the world. The great will look far into the future. We shall follow it no matter what awaits us in the end, until this life is spent. Musan knelt down with a look of resolve. What's with this atmosphere? I was overwhelmed by the bizarre tension and took a step back. Look, I was joking. Don't get so serious. Oh, so it was a joke. My mistake. You gave me quite a fright there. The two of them smiled comfortably, the atmosphere completely reversed. But why was Nina-senpai using honorific language? So, I'll leave my sister to you. I hurriedly left the room. Just what was that atmosphere? I reflected a little, thinking it was perhaps an insensitive joke. But to justify myself, my sister has been freakishly stubborn since we were kids. She has an abnormally high regenerative ability from birth. She can laugh off a loss of consciousness. That's how abnormal my sister is. After dinner, Kanade, Christina, and I were playing Old Maid in the bedroom. No, Eliza-sama is so angry. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. Kanade whined as she drew a card from me. She got the Old Maid. It'll be okay. The security here is solid, and I'm here too. But, Eliza-sama had that big male student with her. Oh, right, there was one. The student pretending to be Eliza's bodyguard in the white fog, and who punched me flying earlier. Dakunabu. Yes. Rumor has it Dakunabu's father has ties to criminal organizations and has buried countless people using illegal security forces. If I'm killed, my organs will be sold, my meat will be ground up, my bones dissolved in slime, and every last bit of me will be disposed of without a trace. You mean Count Oyanabu? I've heard a lot of bad things about him, but would he really dare to breach this mansion? I pass. With the card Christina drew, I was out. Sikuin, you traitor. If we're attacked, I'll use you as a shield. Yes, yes. I pass too. No, why? I'm not winning at all. That's because everything you're thinking shows % on your face. I thought, but didn't say it, of course. Is Old Maid fun with just 3 people? It's super fun. Kanade answered instantly, eyes shining. Oh, I see. To each their own tastes. Well then, I'm going to take a bath first. No. We promised the winner goes first, right? But I was going to make a comeback. Ignoring the dissatisfied Kanade, I headed for the bathroom. Kanade, wanna play 2-person Old Maid with me? Let's do it. I heard ominous voices behind me. Next time Christina takes a bath, it'll just be Kanade and me left alone. No, surely she'll realize 2-person Old Maid is pointless. Yet I ended up playing 2-person Old Maid with Kanade. Late at night. Several moving figures stirred within the Hope family annex after all have gone to bed. They wore masks, drew their weapons, and waited for the time to attack. Father, isn't it about time? Don't rush, Dakinabu. Dakinabu and Oyanabu spoke in hushed voices. But Pops, the lights are out already. Leave the scouting to Viscount Shinobi. We'll wait for the Viscount's signal. Got it, Pops. Dakinabu dissatisfiedly replied. It'll be fine, Dakinabu. I'll let you take credit for this raid. Really? I'm getting old. Once you graduate the academy and some time passes, I'll cede leadership of the Nightblades to you. Hehe, I'll rip that Christina chick to shreds. How dare she mock me? There's 2 targets. Christina and Kanade. For Duke Hope, the evidence is prepared and waiting. Betrayed by her own family, pitiful girl. Dakuna laughed derisively. A wise choice. It would be foolish to let the family continue falling due to some stupid daughter. In exchange for the evidence, we promise to spare Duke Hope alone. Don't make a mistake and kill him. Hehe, I know. Be careful. Oh, right. Apparently there's one male student rooming with the targets. I think his name was Sid Kajanu? Oh, that random guy who was with Christina. What are we going to do about him? I don't care, but it would be troublesome if he becomes a witness. Erase him while you're at it. Understood. That's good. Don't mess it up. Reconnaissance is handled by Viscount Shinobi, the assault is our Bois Earl family's responsibility, and the mansion's encirclement is entrusted to that Marquis jet. There's nowhere to run then. Right. If anything happens, the reconnaissance and encirclement units will move in as backup. The assault team includes assassins from the lawless city. In the encirclement team, we have a master of the Byako style who was too vicious and got expelled after participating in the Bushin festival. There can't be any room for failure. Hehe, that's just like my father. The outcome is determined before the fight begins. The most enjoyable battles are the ones you can't lose. That was our old man's catchphrase, right? Kukuku, that's right. Oyanabu grinned crookedly. Dad, it's the signal from the scouting unit. Here we go. And several figures infiltrated the mansion. Christina lied on the bed staring at the ceiling. She could hear Kanade snoring and Sid breathing in his sleep in the room. I can't sleep. The cause wasn't Kanade's snoring, but this morning's incident. Recalling the blood-soaked bodies hanging in the fountain, her heart ached unbearably. The 2 who had violence inflicted on them to the limit were mercilessly killed by a power exceeding that. Power. Pure power transcends everything. Law, ethics, authority are powerless before pure power. Humph. She reached her hand to the ceiling and chuckled. Then she heard the soft sound of clothes rustling. Is someone awake? No response. Kanade? Sid? Kanade's snoring and Sid's breathing continued unchanged. Just my imagination. Then, click. She heard the sound of the door opening. Who is it? Calling out, the door that had started to open paused. Faint breathing could be heard from the other side of the half-open door. Do you need something? As she said that, Christina took a sword from beside the bed. If it was someone from the mansion, they would have replied immediately. And it was also strange she didn't hear any reaction from the guard posted at the door. For a while, only Kanade's snoring echoed in the room. And then, kill them. At the signal, a group dressed in black poured into the room like an avalanche. Everyone, wake up! Christina shouted and threw Kanade's futon at the intruders. Guga. Huh. What? Kanade panicked as she flailed awake. Christina threw her a sword. We're under attack. Replying at the same time, Christina blocked the sword of a large attacker. She lightly applied strength to test their ability. Strong. A decent swordsman. She changed the angle of her sword and smoothly deflected his. But he was not an impossible opponent to beat. And Christina's sword pierced the attacker's shoulder as he lost his stance. Why, you little? A coarse, familiar voice. 5 attackers got in Christina's way as she tried to follow up. Don't let your guard down, I told you. Get back. Be but father. Not another word. The man called father shoved aside the large man and stood before Christina. This man was likely the group's leader. You are. What? Am I going to die? I'm going to die here. Kanade shrieked while barely fending off 2 attackers herself. And Sid Kajanu was trying to sneak out the window. He awkwardly smiled when he met Christina's eyes and, well, so long, swiftly disappeared out the window. Traitor, I'll curse you. I'll become a vengeful spirit and curse you. Kanade's angry yell. Can't let him get away. After him, the leader instructed, and 3 men chased after Sid. Thank goodness. Christina murmured softly. Sid had drawn away 3 attackers. 6 remained. 1 was badly wounded in the shoulder. The situation was still disadvantageous, but not hopeless. If she held out a little longer, the guards would also come running when they noticed the commotion. You're thinking the guards will come help, aren't you? The leader said. Oh, am I now? Don't play dumb. I know you increased security at great expense. Unfortunately, help won't come. The other unit has probably already taken care of them by now. Thank you very much. You must be very desperate, Nightblades. It was likely not a bluff. With this, the chances of survival dropped significantly. She didn't expect the Nightblades to be this serious. Don't underestimate us. The Nightblade still stands firm. This is a parent's love for their child, you could say. So you're Marquis Oyanabu. I recognized your son's voice. Now who could that be? Oyanabu feigned ignorance and ordered, kill them. The men in black leapt at her simultaneously. The one at the lead swung his sword at Christina. TCH. But Christina hadn't given up yet. She deflected the man's sword and tried to regroup with Kanade before they surrounded her. However, that plan fell apart in an instant. Slash, a sound rang out as the man in black's body shifted. Huh? Why'd you, Gaia? Screaming, the man's body was bisected into upper and lower halves. Ugh, help. The man reached out with a faint voice. But it was surely already too late to save him. What did you do? This man was one of the top magical swordsmen in the city-states. Oyanabu glared at Christina. The men in black also took their distance warily. You're wrong, it wasn't me. In fact, Christina hadn't done anything. All she did was try to deflect the man's sword. However, in that instant he had already been cut down. Whoever cleanly bisected a first-class magical swordsman without anyone noticing was surely beyond Christina's capabilities to replicate. What do you mean someone else is there? Or are you hiding something? Oyanabu cut himself off mid-sentence and opened his eyes wide. The two magical swordsmen who had been facing Kanade were likewise bisected. Huh? Did I awaken? Has my hidden true power finally blossomed? Kanade spoke slightly excitedly. Don't be stupid, just what is. No, wait. That sword. Oyanabu seemed to have realized something. His gaze was on Kanade's sword. Why doesn't the sword have any blood on it? Oh, you're right. Not a single drop of blood was on Kanade's sword. It was obvious to anyone she hadn't done it. Then, footsteps shuffled. Everyone turned as if blown back toward the sound. There laid Sid Kajanu's bed. But he had already fled. Someone unfamiliar was on that bed. Bathed in moonlight, lying face down asleep. The blood-soaked clown. Someone murmured. Thud, the clown rolled over to face them. The clown with the stained red mask grinned. Hi. Dakunaba backed away. So you're Jack the Ripper? In contrast, Oyanabu remained composed. He instructed his men and turned to the blood-soaked clown. You appeared precisely, as if lying in wait. So you were the assassin they hired after all. And no, the Hope family would never hire assassins. Christina denied Oyanabu's words. But he was no longer listening to Christina's words. How much were you paid? You've got quite the skill. Thanks to you, we've suffered heavy losses. Oyanabu looked to the corpses of the gruesomely killed magical swordsmen. They were all well known in the underworld. Hard to believe, but this is reality. Oyanabu heaved a tired sigh. The blood-stained clown had been lying in bed for a long time, a smile plastered on his mask. Reality must be accepted. We don't think it wise to oppose you. Even if we were to win after continued fighting, we would suffer great losses. The same would be true for you. I doubt you could get away unscathed in a battle with Yorikin. The blood-stained clown shook his shoulders slightly and laughed. It would be more sensible for both of us to call it quits here. I'll pay you triple. I won't ask you to join me, just walk away. I'll make sure your reputation remains untarnished. What do you say? The blood-stained clown's shoulders shook violently. He was laughing silently. What's so funny? The shaking stopped abruptly. Slowly, the clown sat up and pointed a finger. Slowly, the clown's finger pointed at each of the attackers in turn. As if selecting something. The finger stopped, pointing at one attacker. What are you? The attacker tilted his head in puzzlement. At the same time, the clown flicked his finger. In the next moment, the attacker's head flew off. You fool. Spurting blood like a fountain, the headless attacker fell. Eek. Dad, I can't take this anymore. Dakunabu crawled away, his legs giving out. But the blood-stained clown's finger was already searching for the next target. It passed over Dakunabu and stopped, pointing at the attacker beside him. Why, wait. Despite his panic, the seasoned swordsman quickly moved to evade. But as the clown's finger flicked, the upper half of his face was blown off. The mouth left on his torso opened and closed as if trying to say something, but only bubbles of blood came out. Next, the blood-stained clown's finger pointed at Kanade. Eek. Me. Why? Eek. The finger paused there for a moment, then passed her by and flicked at the attacker further back. Bewildered, his head was severed. Now only Oyanabu and his son Dakunabu remained. Eek. Dad, let's run. Clinging to his father's leg, Dakunabu. Oyanabu also couldn't hide his shock at seeing the 4 swordsmen instantaneously killed. Negotiations have broken down, I see. Or rather, the fact that you deliberately spared me means you want to gain advantage in negotiations by demonstrating your power. It seems there is still room to talk. The blood-stained clown did not react to Oyanabu's words. First, let me apologize. I admit I underestimated your abilities. I don't know how you attained such skill, but I never imagined. Cold sweat streamed down Dakunabu's face. However, this mansion has already been surrounded. I had my subordinates send the signal earlier. The troops who had this place surrounded will be here soon for backup. Among them are the elite forces of Viscount Shinobi and Marquis Jet, as well as the White Tiger-style Master Swordsman Sword Demon. No matter how talented you are under these circumstances, as if to cut off Oyanabu's words, the blood-stained clown moved. He rummaged roughly beneath the futon. Looking closely, the futon was unnaturally lumpy and stained dark red. What the clown pulled out were two severed heads. Wah! Two faces that were familiar to the clown. Viscount Shinobi, and even Marquis Jet. Stabbed into the two heads were the 4 of spades and 5 of spades. The surrounding troops have been annihilated by just one man. Oyanabu finally lost his composure. What the hell are you? What do you want? What are your demands? Foaming at the mouth as he shouted. Slowly, deliberately, the blood-stained clown drew a card from his breast pocket. It was the 6 of spades. Eek! No! Oyanabu immediately realized who that card was meant for. He hid behind his paralyzed son as a shield. You gotta be joking, Dad. Let me go. Let go of me. Aho. The clown swung his arm to cut 6 of spades through, trying to shake off Dekunobu father. Just then, the sound of shattering glass filled the air as a tall swordsman appeared through the window. He. There you are, Jack the Ripper. With a calm voice and an eerie atmosphere, he unsheathed his katana, which gleamed in the moonlight. You, aren't you? Sword Demon. You're alive. Oyanobu's voice regained its vigor. He revealed only his face from behind Dekunobu and smiled. It's been a while since I thought I could have an exhilarating fight, but killing this small fry around and running away? I'm disappointed, the swordsman said, not taking his gaze away from the bloodied clown. He understood. This clown, he was an adversary equal to himself. Sword Demon, who exactly are you? Even Christina trembled at his undisturbed magic power. Undoubtedly, he was one of the world's top swordsmen. I understand if you don't know. This man is a martial artist from Wakoku, a country far away. Martial artist. Christina had heard of it. Across the sea, there was a country called Wakoku, the land of those who mastered martial arts. There, martial artists were known as symbols of power rather than swordsmen. Wakoku was a secluded country, and very little information came from there. But occasionally, martial artists came from there to train. All of them were top-notch. Furthermore, this man was expected to become the youngest successor to the 4 major schools of Wakoku, the Byakuryu. However, in his pursuit of power, he killed his 9 disciples and was exiled. That's old news. I was getting bored in this country, but I never thought I'd meet such a peculiar martial artist like you, the swordsman said and readied his katana. He, Jack the Ripper. Are you so scared of Sword Demon that you want to run away now? What happened to your bravado from earlier? Oyanobu's loud laughter echoed. Let's go, duh. The swordsman crouched low. Gokuri. A sound came from Kanade. And then, the clown's finger was flicked. At the same moment, the swordsman's body blurred as he avoided something. Right afterward, a hole appeared in the wall behind him. Finger flick. No preparatory movement, yet this power. If it weren't for me, that single strike would have finished you. The swordsman muttered with amusement. Even Jack the Ripper seemed a bit surprised, as if gauging the swordsman's power. However, it won't work on me. I can sense your presence even without seeing you. Saying that, the swordsman closed his eyes and prepared himself. Come, Jack the Ripper. Your attacks will never hit. At that moment, a small, anticlimactic sound was heard. The swordsman's head flew off. The headless body of the swordsman slowly fell, and blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. The severed head, lying on the ground, blinked in astonishment as it looked at Jack the Ripper. Huh. With a small sigh, the clown readied 6 of spade. Bah, bacana. The old man backs away. And no. Wait. Wait. We still have a mighty force behind us. That diab. Before Oyanobu could finish his sentence, 6 of spades was thrust into his head. Why? Dikunabu was finished off as well. Having confirmed this, the blood-stained clown turned his gaze on Christina and Kanade. An eerie tension lingered in the silence. We're gonna get killed. Witnesses always get finished off. Kanade was trembling like a newborn fawn. But contrary to Kanade's expectation, the blood-stained clown made squishy footsteps as he walked away. Wait! Christina called out to stop him. She was enthralled by the godlike power that transcended everything. What is your objective? It must have been you who delivered Gertamano's documents to me. At those words, the blood-stained clown stopped in his tracks. Why me? What are you telling me to do? The blood-stained clown did not answer. Behind the mask with its plastered smile, he stared fixedly at Christina. Kukukuka. The clown let out a small laugh. Then he flung a card at her. Christina reflexively moved to block it with her sword. But the card just grazed Christina's cheek and embedded itself in Kanade's temple behind her. Eek! Kanade. Blood flowing from her head, Kanade collapsed. Heh! The clown leapt out the window. But Christina could not pursue him. Are you okay? Kanade, answer me. Because Kanade's life was in critical danger. A friend who she could speak her mind freely with, not worried about family matters. For her, this was the first such relationship. Kanade. She has a pulse, she's breathing, if I can just stop the bleeding. Christina. Kanade, hang in there. Kanade laid her shaking hand over Christina's. It's okay, I can't be saved anyway. That's not true. I know my own body best, so I know. No, you don't understand anything, Kanade. You'll definitely make it. So, please just listen to my dying wish. That's not necessary. Please, Christina. Kanade looked intently into Christina's eyes. All right. You don't need to say any dying wishes, but if it will set your mind at ease, I will listen. If anything happens, I swear I'll tell your family back home. Thank you, Christina. But I don't have any dying wishes for my family. Huh. My dying wish is... Kanade opened her eyes wide and said, Traitor Sid Kajanu. I'll never forgive you. Prepare to be cursed to death. And with that, Kanade peacefully closed her eyes. Kanade, please open your eyes. Kanade did not so much as twitch. Hey, I need to clean up this crime scene, so don't sleep here. Christina angrily peeled off the card stuck to Kanade's head by dried blood. Ow! It's just dried blood. Huh. I'm alive. Kanade touched her head in confusion. Don't worry. You don't have a single injury, Kanade. But the card stabbed into my head. It was just stuck there by dried blood. Oh! Damn you, Jack the Ripper. Kanade jumped up, her face bright red. Wait. There's something written on the card. Huh. What? Scribbled on the card Christina held were words in blood. Look here, brave swordsman. I slay all villains without exception. I just count them most times. But occasionally I like to play this way. I wonder what it means. He left it deliberately. There must be some meaning. Just then, the door to the room slowly opened. Yo, everyone! You made it through safely. It was the plain-looking boy Sid Kajanu, smiling somewhat stiffly as he rushed over. I'm glad you're okay. Christina breathed a sigh of relief. Yo, Sid. How's it feel showing your traitor's face here after running away? Kanade was back to normal, glaring at Sid like a delinquent. No, I nearly died, you know. Nearly died. We actually did almost kick the bucket thanks to you abandoning us. If Jack the Ripper hadn't shown up, we'd definitely be dead. Oh, Jack the Ripper appeared, huh? Yeah. He dashed in so cool and was like swish swish swish. It was seriously dangerous. Kanade seemed to have already forgotten her trauma. I see, good thing. Yeah. And then, he took out that Wakoku martial artist in an instant. Oh wait, no. We're talking about you here, Sid Kajanu. Yes. I ain't forgiving no traitor. How dare you abandon me and run? I'm very sorry. Sorry ain't gonna cut it. Starting now, you're getting a beat down. Yay. Kanade tackled Sid with a double-leg takedown, took mount, and began raining down punches. How'd you like that? Ow, stop it. And so the beatdown continued for some time. Deciphering the threatening message. In the bedroom of Hope Manor, as the morning sun began to shine in, an investigation by the Knights was being conducted. I see. So Count Oyanobu, Viscount Shinobi, and Marquis Jet conspired to attack the Hope family. Christina and the others were being questioned by Gray, the department head of the Knights Investigation Division. And then the blood-soaked clown, Jack the Ripper, appeared. He massacred all the attackers, but didn't lay a hand on you and left. How very convenient. Gray cast a suspicious gaze at Christina. But that's the truth. Then the natural conclusion would be that Jack the Ripper is an assassin and bodyguard hired by the Hope family, no? That's wrong. I would not do such an obvious thing. It could also be seen as an attempt to escape suspicion by intentionally making it too obvious. That's nonsense. Rather than that, the fact that Count Oyanobu, Viscount Shinobi, and Marquis Jet attacked us is the real issue. First of all, investigating their connections should be the Knights' job. About that. That's just the Hope family's perspective that they were attacked. Gray narrowed his eyes and gave a wry smile. What do you mean? It could also be seen that Counts Oyanobu and the others were lured out and framed by the Hope family. That can't be true. They were wearing masks and armed. As cautious and intelligent men, they likely anticipated an attack and had guards wearing masks waiting nearby. An excellent judgment, though. Unfortunately, it ended poorly. Count Oyanobu himself was wearing a mask too. And where's your evidence that the Hope family lured them out in the first place? We're still investigating that. I'm just saying, it could be viewed that way too. Right now, the capital is obsessed with Jack the Ripper. His identity, his motives. At present, your Hope family is under the most suspicion. Just from baseless rumors, you'd treat us as criminals. No, I'm just saying there are such rumors. However, public sentiment like that can't be ignored. They fear Jack the Ripper's blade could turn towards them at any moment. Tonight, the capital streets are quiet. The lights in the shops go out early, and there are no people on the roads. Everyone is afraid of Jack the Ripper and doesn't dare go out. If this situation continues, citizen discontent will swell and a witch hunt could begin. We fear that. Even so, I'm not asking you to understand, but our position is difficult too. Just last night I was scolded, asking why we don't hurry up and investigate the Hope family. Why don't we just hurry up and arrest them? Saying that, Gray gave a troubled laugh. Well, I should get back to work. I may need to talk to you too, Kanade and Sid, individually later, so cooperate when the time comes. The truth is always one. With a pose like the famous detective Kanen, he smiled at Kanade and Sid before leaving. Lady Christina. With shoulders slumped, Christina was comforted by Kanade. At this rate, the Hope family will be treated as criminals. That would be bad, Sid Kajana said, steadily munching on high-class tea cakes. Nightblades will definitely pin the blame on the Hope family. If only we could prove the Hope family's innocence. But, oh yeah, Jack the Ripper left a message behind, right? Yes, this. Christina took a note out of her pocket. The card had been seized by the knights as evidence. Look here, knights. I kill all bad guys. I always just count. But sometimes I play like this. She recited the message she had written down. I feel like it must have some meaning. He went out of his way to leave it behind. Yeah. It says, look here, knights, so his target is definitely Night Blades. And, I kill all bad guys means Jack intends to kill all of Night Blades. Kanade chimed in proudly. But I don't really get the meaning of the last two lines. I don't get, I always just count either. Count what? I guess, like corpses? That's it. Christina seemed to realize something when Sid said that. Jack the Ripper was counting Nightblades' corpses with the numbers on playing cards. So if that's true, I always just count, but sometimes I play like this, means he leaves messages like this for fun? That must be it. Huh, I thought it had some more serious meaning. Kanade sighed disappointedly. There's no such thing. It's become clear Jack the Ripper's goal is to kill all of Nightblades. Boring. Ignoring the two of them, Sid seemed to notice something. Huh? You can also read this message horizontally. He pointed to the note and said, read it horizontally. Let's see. The two of them peered at the message, and they both noticed it simultaneously. Wait. I wonder if it's about Ashika Whitecount. Who's that? An upper-level member of Nightblades. He's also the owner of a large mansion on the outskirts of the royal capital, the White Mansion. Ah, that luxurious mansion. Basically, it means that Jack the Ripper's next target is Ashika Whitecount, a warning of his crime. You noticed it well, Sid. Well, it's just a coincidence. Well, I also noticed it halfway. Kanade countered mysteriously. That's good. But the meaning that Jack the Ripper left in the message is not just this. Huh. Is that so? Jack put a different meaning into the cards. I remember, the card was the 10 of spades. Spades represent winter, and the numbers represent weeks. So, this card means the 10th week of winter. By the way, today is the 9th day of the 10th week of winter. Tomorrow is the 10th day of the 10th week of winter. Tens. Lined up. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. So, does this mean that Jack will act tomorrow? On the 10th day of the 10th week of winter, Jack the Ripper will target Ashika Whitecount's White Mansion. With this much information, we can also be prepared. But why would Jack leave a message like this? Kanade's innocent question. That is strange. I know, right? Doing this would just make him fail. Just as the two were about to further analyze it, Sid's cough interrupted them. Ahem, Jack the Ripper has a genius intellect beyond our imagination, and after considering every possibility, he comes to optimal solutions from his lofty vantage point. We common folk could never hope to grasp his motives no matter how hard we think. He spoke quickly. Maybe Jack the Ripper is trying to tell me something. Christina murmured seriously. Something? Like what? I don't know. I just had that feeling somehow. Rather than that, we should let the Knights and Nightblades know the meaning of this message. If the Knights pass it to Nightblades, they'll prepare countermeasures too. Like gathering forces and having everyone meet Jack's attack together. If Jack the Ripper boldly shows up in a place like that, suspicions about the Hope family should vanish completely. Sid said. But then Jack the Ripper would be killed, I suppose. Is Jack the Ripper really an enemy? Maybe he's actually a victim of Nightblades too. But no matter his reasons, what Jack the Ripper is doing is murder. It can never be justified. Sid spoke with a strong light of justice in his eyes. But I'll go let them know. With a gloomy expression, Christina went to inform Gray, the department head of the Knights Investigation Division. Alexia sipped high-quality coffee in the Hope Manor parlor. So the Knights were in an uproar. She said, returning Jack the Ripper's message note to Christina. As expected, the Knights will also participate in the operation to capture Jack the Ripper. Christina asked, and Alexia shook her head. The Knights will tighten security around White Manor. Eh? They won't go inside. Nightblades has pride too. They definitely want to capture or rather, kill Jack the Ripper themselves. They're desperately gathering forces. Tomorrow both the surface members and underground will assemble at White Manor. This has become a major incident. Will Jack the Ripper really come? Only a fool would boldly come when so much force has been gathered against him. The message was likely a bluff, and his real target is somewhere else. That would be normal thinking. The Knights are moving based on that premise too. But Jack the Ripper's skill is beyond normal, Christina said. According to Christina, Jack the Ripper overwhelmed that Wakoku martial artist. Wakoku martial artists out training are exceptionally strong without exception. To be able to overwhelm someone like that means he has considerable confidence in his skill, thinking that he may come after all. I see. Christina breathed a small sigh. You look worried, Christina. Jack the Ripper is a vicious killer. But is this really all right? He may have a sorrowful past that made him into a vicious killer. I can't help but think that. Maybe he's trying to tell me something. All right, Christina. Shall we go to White Manor tomorrow? We can't go inside, but we'll be able to watch over things from outside with the Knights. Really? Nightblades will dislike it, but with my royal authority, I can make it happen. Let's see this case through to the end. Thank you very much. Christina smiled. Alexia took a sip of coffee and sighed softly. Princess Alexia also looks worried. Yes. I have a lot on my mind. And Claire still hasn't woken up either. A mess. Claire. Will she be all right? The doctor says there's nothing wrong with her life force. She should wake up eventually, but that Dr. Moo is rather suspicious. Sid said he trusts the doctor, though. He's got no eye for people. But Sid must be having a hard time too. She's his only sister. And he refused to stay here because he was worried about Eminence. Claire. That guy cares about Claire that much? Yes. They're an enviable brother and sister. I thought he was more cold-hearted. Let's buy some delicious sweets in Mitsugoshi to give him next time. I'm sure he'd be happy. You're right. There's no way he wouldn't be happy with a present for me. Alexia's expression softened, and she abruptly changed the subject. Yesterday, I talked with my father, King Midar, about the recent incident and various things from the past. There are things I can't deal with alone, so I wanted to talk to him a bit. Saying that, Alexia began recounting yesterday's events. Why, father? Alexia confronted King Midgar in her private room. What is it, Alexia? King Midgar spoke in a calm voice. Why does father tolerate Nightblades' arrogance? That again. King Midgar sighed. I won't give up until you answer me. And this isn't only about Nightblades. It's about the existence lurking behind Nightblades too. Oh! What is this about? Enough playing dumb, father. I already know everything. About the Diabolos cult's existence and everything else. I see. King Midgar sighed deeply once more. Then he closed his eyes for a while, pondering something. Father, it seems the time has come, he said, opening his eyes again. What do you mean, time for what? I intended to speak of this eventually. About the Diabolos cult. So you did know. The Diabolos cult is an existence that rules the darkness of the world. To oppose them would mean great sacrifice for this country. So you side with those bastards. Alexia's tone grew sharp. We had to deal with them cleverly, that's all. It's the same thing, isn't it? That is politics. To protect the country, there are priorities beyond good and evil. It makes me want to vomit. One cannot rule through punishing evil alone. If we had done that, this country would have perished long ago. Even so, joining hands with the Diabolos cult is. We did not join hands with them. King Midgar spoke strongly. We did not join hands with them. The Midgar Kingdom has simply dealt cleverly with the Diabolos cult, that's all. Isn't that the same thing? The Midgar Kingdom has never approved of nor cooperated with the Diabolos cult's actions. Of course not. But the Diabolos cult commits evil in the Midgar Kingdom. There were even moles among the knights. That was each person acting on their own. It's the same thing. You turn a blind eye to it, don't you? The Midgar Kingdom provides no assistance whatsoever to the Diabolos cult. However, we also do not condemn the cult's actions. By doing so, we have survived as a nation. So the cult is allowed to do as it pleases. The Diabolos cult has never sought the spotlight. They needed our facade of ignorance. They also knew the limits. You forgot what happened at Midgar Academy. And when they kidnapped me too. Do you call that knowing the limits? Until a few years ago, they did know the limits. A few years ago? Before Shadow Garden appeared. Shadow Garden. King Midgar stood and walked to the window. Placing his hand on the glass, he gazed steadily into the night's darkness. In just a few years, the world had changed drastically. On the surface, the Mitsugoshi Company, and in the shadows, the Shadow Garden, were trying to transform society itself. Those who couldn't keep up with the flow were screaming, thrashing, and resisting. This was that kind of era. The Diabolos cult is in a hurry. In the past, even they wouldn't have done something this reckless. The organization itself is being driven into a corner by the Shadow Garden. The backlash is starting to emerge. So my kidnapping was also a backlash? Alexia glared at her father, putting anger into her voice. Yes, the King of Midgar stated bluntly. So I'm supposed to accept that? As a father, I should apologize to Alexia. This is how it is. With that, he deeply bowed his head. Father. But as king, I will not apologize at all. Before I am a father, I am the king of the Midgar Kingdom. Father, our country does not have the power to fight the Diabolos cult. The cult has the Knights of the Round Table, immortal swordsmen who have lived for over a millennium, and the Children, a battle group enhanced by ancient knowledge. As you know, the outcome of war is determined by the quality and quantity of swordsmen. The mere normal troops are no match for them. They couldn't even serve as shields. I understand that, but war was a clash between magic swordsmen and magic swordsmen. However, that didn't mean regular soldiers were useless. If there were 10 soldiers equipped with anti-magic gear, they could restrain a single magic swordsman. If the soldiers were highly skilled, there was a chance they could target running out of magic power. That was common sense in warfare. However, that was when facing average magic swordsmen. A regular magic swordsman could kill 10 soldiers with a single strike. Years of training and expensive anti-magic gear would evaporate in an instant. That's what the cult swordsmen could easily accomplish. With their overwhelming magic swordsman quality, no one could defy the cult. Until now. Things changed when the Shadow Garden appeared. There have been groups that opposed the cult in the past, and of course some among this country's knights as well. But they were all crushed quickly. Among this country's knights, a man rose in Alexia's mind. The former head librarian knight, wielding a large axe in both hands, with eyes that seemed to have given up on everything. People thought the Shadow Garden would be crushed quickly too. Everyone thought that. Of course, the cult as well, but that didn't happen. They were never crushed. On the contrary, they whittled away at the cult's forces. Things were completely different than before. The name Shadow Garden quickly spread through the underworld. Everyone took notice and gained hope. Hope that they might end this world ruled by the cult. The leader of the Shadow Garden had overwhelming power that made people think that. Shadow. Alexia still remembered that beautiful purple light Shadow had released in the royal capital. It wasn't admiration. It was a light she had sworn in her heart that one day she would also reach. Not just Shadow, but those moving under him were also strong. As an organization, they had the definite strength to oppose the cult. The idea that they could defeat the cult was no longer a dream. As people gained hope, we also became wary. Wary. After the Diaboros cult, the Shadow Garden might end up ruling this world. With the Diaboros cult defeated, there would be no one left in this world who could oppose the Shadow Garden. The head librarian had said the same thing on the brink of death. That would change nothing. Which is why we observed the existence known as the Shadow Garden. That's why we wavered about which side we should take. What do you intend to do? Well, it might be ideal for us if the Diaboros cult and Shadow Garden kept fighting indefinitely. Father, I'm joking. To be honest, I don't want to have to choose. But in pivotal battles that divide eras, forces that equivocate have always been destroyed throughout history. Regardless of my feelings, a choice will eventually be forced upon us. Even if futures of ruin await whichever one we choose, we can only choose one. Such is the flow of great eras. The flow of eras. The cult is in a hurry. Their recklessness lately is a sign of their impatience and also pressure on us. They're demanding that we side with the cult. I thought the Shadow Garden would contact us sooner or later, but there's been no contact? No. Even when we try to contact them, we can't find where they are. The Midgar Kingdom may not be a necessity for the Shadow Garden. It could be something like that. If so, there is only one path left for us. The king smiled wearily. What about the Oriana Kingdom? They oppose the cult, but they'll probably be crushed quickly. Rose Oriana killed her father and was declared a heretic by the Holy Church. Trade will be severely restricted. That small country with nothing but art will dry up in no time. I see, so there's no way for them to survive. When Alexia heard Rose had become queen, she congratulated her in her heart. They had once sworn to fight together. Their paths diverged, but she was still glad Rose hadn't lost the will to oppose the cult. But a thorny path lay ahead. It depends on the Shadow Garden. So they are intervening after all. The king nodded. I wonder where Rose Oriana was hiding after killing her father. The Oriana Kingdom, the Midgar Kingdom, and the Diaboros cult. We're all desperately searching, but never found her. You mean the Shadow Garden was sheltering her? It's natural to think that. If you consider the Shadow Garden was smuggling in food, it makes sense that the Oriana Kingdom still has abundant food reserves. It was all arranged by Shadow, I'd guess. Rose Oriana moves, and Shadow is always behind her. Come to think of it, at the Bushin Festival too. It was Shadow who had helped Rose escape. There are also unconfirmed reports that Shadow appeared alongside the Black Rose. Rose Senpai. No, Rose Oriana has joined forces with the Shadow Garden. Yes! Despite trade restrictions, the Oriana Kingdom still has plenty of food. We can reconcile that if we think the Shadow Garden is bringing it in. Then the Oriana Kingdom will survive? We don't know yet. The cult is making moves. They plan to rouse the Holy Church and launch a heretic suppression. Behind the scenes, they're pressuring the Midgar Kingdom to send troops too. No way. The Vigalta Empire will likely move. That country has repeatedly invaded the Oriana Kingdom in the past. Yet they always withdrew for unnatural reasons. Unnatural reasons? It seems the cult was intervening. The Oriana Kingdom and the Vigalta Empire were kept in balance by the cult. But this time, the cult has taken the Vigalta Empire side. With the Holy Church's grand pretext, this is the best opportunity the Vigalta Empire could ask for. Father, what does the Midgar Kingdom plan to do? That was a question from her as princess. Well, the king heaved a deep sigh and fell silent. Outside the window, snow was falling. You won't side with the cult, will you? When the snow melts, the war will probably begin. Invading the Oriana Kingdom? Alexia, the cult is testing us. Which side we will take, the cult or the Shadow Garden? Our choice here will determine the Midgar Kingdom's future. If Father decides to invade the Oriana Kingdom, I will. I will give my answer before the snow melts. I will only make the choice for the Midgar kingdom to survive. Alexia, do as you like. Is that all right? Iris has gotten close to the cult. My sister really is with the cult. It's what she desired. No, she's just being led on. The king shook his head. Alexia, if you can get close to the Shadow Garden, the Midgar kingdom's bloodline will remain whichever way we fall. So that's what it is. I won't necessarily get close to the Shadow Garden, you know. Alexia tightly clenched her fist. Do as you like, the king said with his back turned. Remembering last night's conversation, Alexia spoke. I see, so that's what happened. After hearing the story, Christina took a sip of coffee and breathed out. That's right. So father won't stop me from getting involved in this incident, but of course he won't support me either, it seems. So you're free to do as you like. Yes, no matter what father thinks, I'll stick to my own will. Admirable. Keep today's talk confidential, please. Of course. Anyway, changing the subject, I just remembered. Alexia suddenly became fidgety. Is something the matter? We're not going to the White Estate tomorrow, right? That's right. So, we should have strategy meetings and plan and talk about stuff we need to, right? Huh? Oh, yes, I suppose we should. Right, so I'll stay over tonight. Alexia stated boldly, as if to drive her point home. Pardon? So, we have stuff we should talk about, so I'll stay over. But there's still time, no? Christina glanced at the Mitsubishi-made wall clock. Who knows, it might be dark before we realize it. It would be bad if something happened on the way back. I'll prepare an escorted carriage. Or we could contact the castle. That might be fine in peaceful times. But right now, with the Jack the Ripper incident and all, it's dangerous to go out at night. That's true. Then I'll prepare a room for Princess Alexia. No need for that. I'm the one imposing out of the blue. But still. Oh, now that I think about it, Sid Kajanu and Kanade are staying over too, right? Yes, but it's fine if we share a room. I'm the one imposing out of the blue. Alexia vigorously emphasized her words. Sharing a room with them? That would be terribly rude. It's fine, it's fine. I'm the one imposing out of the blue. But it's fine. I have permission from father. The permission was probably for a different matter, Christina briefly thought, but she was pulled up out of her chair by Alexia. Now, show me to your bedroom. Why are you here? Were the first words Sid Kajana said when he saw Alexia in the bedroom. That's a very difficult question. Why am I here? It's philosophical. I think, therefore I am. Words of Natsim Kafka. An annoying woman, but the truth remains the truth. I think, therefore I am. Sid muttered the words said to be from novelist Natsim and scowled deeply. Oh my, did it resonate with you too? It was from Natsim Kafka's lecture at that summit in Ravaga's Peak. It's all the scholars can talk about. I hear it's the most used essay topic this year at the philosophy department of the academic institute. I see. Sid seemed to give up as he rubbed between his brows. What I was asking wasn't some philosophical thing. I just can't understand why the noble, celestial existence known as Princess Alexia would go out of her way to come to a place like this. A place like this. Behind Alexia, Christina's face twisted. Oh my, you're finally learning your place, huh? It's only natural that I'm a celestial existence to you, but I just felt like coming down to see what's below the clouds for once. That's what I thought. That's not an answer. You don't need to know the scenery above the clouds. Now shoo. I'm using your bed tonight. Huh? You're staying over. And where am I supposed to sleep? Can't you just sleep on the floor? Alexia haughtily said and dumped Sid's belongings from the bed onto the floor. I'm sorry, Sid. Please bear with this blanket. Christina quietly held out a blanket. Sid wordlessly stared at the blanket then. Can I go home? You'll be attacked by the Nightblades. I feel like I'd miraculously and luckily survive even if I was attacked. Stop it. Really? Alexia spoke seriously. Got it. Sid sighed and took the blanket. Sitting on the bed, Alexia looked around the room. It must have been hard for you all. You were attacked in this room last night, right? Is this stained blood? Alexia's gaze seemed sharp, as if searching for traces of the attack. No, the attack was in the next room. That stain's from Kanade spilling his coffee when she got carried away earlier. Ugh. Kanade, who had been erasing his presence in the corner of the room since Alexia arrived, reacted. Oh, that's right, with last night's incident, Kanade must have been uneasy. Alexia's cheeks flushed as she said that. Yes, I couldn't sleep last night. Kanade was snoring loudly and dead asleep. She's surprisingly tough, so don't worry about her. Why do you have to nitpick everything when I'm kindly worrying about her? I'm just correcting your misunderstanding. Alexia and Sid's gazes collided. Now, both of you. Christina stepped in. Anyway, we should review last night's incident and Jack the Ripper's movements. There might be something we overlooked. Alexia insisted and looked over Sid's group. You're right. No objections there, but in that case, have you noticed anything? Whether it's from last night's incident or anything before. Anything will do. I still don't believe that Jack the Ripper is our enemy. If he were our enemy, he could have just abandoned us last night. Indeed, the timing is too convenient. Yes, perhaps Jack the Ripper has been following Nightblade's movements for a long time. And when he saw that we were under attack, he intervened to help. I'm not so sure about that. Sid disagreed with Christina's words. I think it might just be a matter of efficiency. Jack the Ripper probably found it easier to fight alongside Christina-san and the others rather than facing Nightblades alone. I don't think so. Christina immediately denied it. Sekun didn't see it, so he wouldn't know, but Jack the Ripper's abilities were far beyond those of ordinary people. He single-handedly annihilated the enemy. We were no match for him. I see. It's understandable that Sid Kajina ran away in the middle of it. Alexia slyly threw in a dig. Yeah, it's natural that a traitor who ran away in the middle wouldn't understand. Kanade wholeheartedly agreed. Well, thanks to Sidkun drawing the enemy's attention, we were able to hold on, so I guess it's not impossible to think that way. Christina then provided support. He's not the type to think about such things. He fled for the sake of his own life. I'll never forget that moment. He had the eyes of a traitor. You talk a lot, don't you, guys? Sid said with a tired expression. By the way, there was a strange report earlier. Christina recalled it as if she had just remembered. Something wrong. It seems that a valuable vase from the mansion was stolen. It was still there yesterday afternoon, so it was probably stolen during the incident. Wow, that's interesting. What kind of vase is it? Do you know if I say it's a work by the ceramic artist, Da Vinci? From years ago. Huh, you mean that 200 million zenny vase in the hallway? Was it stolen? Unfortunately. Wait, isn't that a National Treasure class vase? It shouldn't be displayed in the hallway like that. Alexia said in astonishment. Oh, that vase was a replica. Huh? It was a replica. Sid spoke. Yes, I wouldn't display the real one in such a place. That's why it was puzzling. Why did the thief bother to steal a replica? That's certainly puzzling. There's no point in stealing a replica if it's for money. Still, it was a good quality replica, so it could fetch tens of thousands of zenny if sold. If it's for money, it would be better to steal something else. Yes, there are other valuable artworks worth millions of zenny displayed in the hallway. Why did the thief specifically steal the lowest value replica? Given the circumstances, it's highly likely that the thief is connected to Jack the Ripper or someone from Nightblades. You mean they couldn't tell that it was a replica? I don't think that's likely. No matter how well made it is, you can tell it's a replica. Not being able to tell would be the sign of someone with no knowledge or a born pauper. Right. While Christina and Alexia discussed it, Conade and Sid exchanged glances. No knowledge. A born pauper. The two of them looked dejected. This is puzzling. Maybe there's a hidden message left by Jack the Ripper. That possibility can't be denied. It's worth investigating. I don't think there's anything. Pochi, be quiet. Christina, lead the way to the scene. Let's decipher the mystery from the few clues we have. It's a waste of time. We're going, Pochi. That day, Alexia and the others investigated the theft scene late into the night, but they ultimately found nothing. White Mansion is just up ahead. Wow! Christina led me through the upscale residential area of the royal capital. The surroundings were filled with ultra-luxurious residences that would easily exceed $1 billion zeni each. In terms of the size of the house, Christina's might have been larger, but Conade and I were dumbfounded by the overwhelming sense of celebrity emanating from the entire town. It's strange. Jack the Ripper must have left a message for sure. Maybe he reflected the sunlight on a mirror in the hallway to reveal a code. In the background, Alexia, with dark circles under her eyes, muttered pointless speculations. Did I, come to the wrong place or something? Conade, who was acting suspicious, looked at me. Maybe you should have stayed home. It's safer to be with everyone. Is that so? If you use Alexia as a shield, you'll definitely survive. Conade mumbled a disrespectful remark under his breath, but I heard it clearly. Considering that I've led a rather disrespectful life myself, I silently cheered for her. Perhaps Conade will go down in history. Most likely in a negative sense. Huh? Is that so? It's kind of embarrassing. Conade made an unsettling smirk. At that moment, as a habit, I instinctively sensed a tremendously fast approaching magical power. Whoa, this guy seems dangerous. And it turned out to be Delta. This might be bad. Huh. What's wrong? Well, at this point, it feels like I've come at an inconvenient time, and I'm just drawing unnecessary attention as a background character. I just need to go to the bathroom. As I was about to come up with a natural excuse to step away, a beastkin girl rushed towards us with incredible speed. Boss! Delta, who had momentarily slowed down, was back at full speed. Wait, Delta. Huh? Delta is bad at waiting. She briefly slowed down, but that was only for an instant. However, that instant was enough for me. I quickly backstepped at the maximum speed a background character can manage and cast a spell on the accelerating Delta. Wait. Huh. Delta reacted with a twitch, slowing down briefly. But she soon accelerated again. Wait. Wait. Huh. Huh. Wait. 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 With a series of waits, her speed gradually decreased, and she arrived in front of me. Ugh. Delta, looking dissatisfied after so many waits, and Alexia and the others, who were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the mysterious beastkin, were left dumbfounded. Now, how should I explain this? I scratched my head. Pochi, do you happen to know this beastkin? Her magical power is incredible. While slightly distancing herself due to Delta's overwhelming magical power, Alexia said. Her own magical power was on the verge of bursting due to Delta's presence. Well, she's like my pet. More like whoa there. I stroked Delta's head vigorously to prevent her magical power from going haywire. It would be a disaster if she exploded here. You have quite a dangerous pet. By the way, isn't it forbidden to have beastkin slaves? Saying that, Alexia directed a sharp look at me. Oh, this is bad. I realized too late. Hey, don't talk to the boss, you mook. Delta interpreted Alexia's look as hostility. All right, Delta, all right. I continued to pat Delta's head. Delta's face was melting as she was being petted. Did you call me a mook? I won't let that slide. Alexia provoked. Hey, you idiot, cut it out. Even though Alexia would disappear from Delta's forehead flick, why did she keep getting worked up? Ugh. Ruh. As Delta's face melted while being petted, she growled softly to Alexia. I restrained Delta in a headlock and dragged her away. Sorry, my pet caused a ruckus. Hey, we're not done here yet. Okay, we can talk later. I seriously restrained Delta, and I moved away from Alexia and the others. I'm suffocating. Oh, sorry. I released Delta in the shade of the upscale residential wall. The boss is powerful. You're incredible without using magic. Well, I've been training, you know. But more importantly, isn't it against the rules to make contact when I'm with the people from the surface? Huh. Yeah, that's it. It's against the rules to make contact with the people from the surface when I'm with them. Seeing Delta's puzzled expression, I gave up. Never mind, it's nothing. I don't do unnecessary things. Delta doesn't do unnecessary things either. That's right. So, Delta, what did you come here for? I wanted to see the boss. You came because you wanted to see me? No. Boss, can I beat up that girl from earlier? I'll teach her a lesson. Beating her up is a no-go. She's the princess of this country, and it'll cause trouble. So, Delta, what did you come here for? It's fine. I'm here to beat her up in front of the boss and make her shake her butt. No, Delta, why did you come here? And it's forbidden to beat up Alexia, prohibited. Is it forbidden? Yes, but she acts all high and mighty even though she's weak. She may act that way, but it's still not allowed. Ugh. Okay, so, why did you come, Delta? Delta. Delta tilted her head and blinked as if remembering something. Delta came. Delta came to find a female cat. A female cat? Something wrong with Zeta? Alpha told Delta to find one. Report? Many blanks? Well, I don't really get it, but Delta is going to beat up a female cat and bring her back. Oh, I see. Well, if it's about finding someone, Delta's nose is the best bet. But even if she finds the person, I doubt Zeta will obediently follow Delta's orders. Sniff, sniff, I can smell just a bit of the female cat's scent from the boss. But it's just a little bit. Delta, her nose twitching, sniffed all over my body. I haven't seen her in a while. The last time I saw Zeta was during that incident. This country has the scent of a female cat. But it's all faint. She must have moved somewhere else. Delta's face became more serious as she searched for the scent. It was the face she wore when hunting. At that moment, I felt a slight change in the atmosphere and turned around. Delta-sama, please wait. An out-of-breath beastkin girl appeared. With her blue eyes and ears and tail in black and white, she resembled a Siberian husky. Oh, Delta-sama? Could it be? The boss is Delta's boss. Delta introduced herself proudly. I'm Sid Kajanu. Are you an acquaintance of Delta's? Huh, really? The Siberian husky-like girl widened her eyes. So, Delta, who is she? She's Delta's subordinate. Delta nodded, satisfied. Delta has a subordinate. It's the end of the world. A subordinate, huh? What's her name? I'm Phi. Phi, huh? Given that it's a Greek letter, she must be associated with the Mitsugoshi Corporation. I'm Phi, nice to meet you. Phi said and suddenly flopped onto her back. It's the pose of submission. Delta nodded in satisfaction. Oh, I see. I just nodded, not bothering to comment. I'm being looked down on, I'm being seen with eyes like I'm a cockroach. It's not like that. Come to think of it, there were many beastkin like her, I thought. Yukimer and Zeta were exceptions. Why is Phi being treated like that? Did Phi do something bad? If Phi is disliked by the master, Phi can't survive in this group. Boss, is Phi not suitable for the group? Even though she's silly, she's a good girl. Is she suitable? I have no idea. Yay! The boss recognized Phi. Hooray, Phi will do her best for the master. Phi jumped up and wagged her tail. Sniff, sniff. Then she approached me, sniffing and began smelling. Phi remembers the master's scent. Boss, Phi is amazing. She may be silly, but her nose might be better than Delta's. Wow, really? Seems like being sillier is more amazing to Delta. By the way, Phi is quite strong. I know that. The way she disappeared when she appeared wasn't normal. He. She laughed with a foolish expression, but it seems everything but her head isn't bad. When is the master going to conquer the world? No, I won't. Is it still not ready? Phi and Delta are brainstorming the ultimate world domination plan with Delta-sama every day. What an unsettling plan. Phi, not yet. The plan is only thought up to the point of having 10,000 children with the boss. Delta, unusual for her, hurriedly stopped Phi's statement. The two of them whispered in hushed voices, keeping an eye on me. 10,000 people won't be enough to conquer the world, right? Alpha said it's not enough. So, we need more, like 1 million people, and then Alpha will recognize us. 1 million. When Delta explained while flapping her hands, Phi was amazed, flapping her hands in surprise. So, telling the boss about Delta and Phi's ultimate world domination plan, we'll have to wait. It's an extremely unsettling plan. I can only hope it's never put into action. Well, we better revise the plan sooner. No, not allowed. Right now, I'm on a mission to capture a female cat. Oh, right, but Phi has a cat allergy. At that moment, Alexia's presence approached us. Hey, how long are you going to make me wait? Oh, sorry. I'm going now. I gave them a signal and Delta and Phi disappeared in an instant, moving away. It's a shame about their heads, but this kind of quick and spontaneous communication works well. Maybe it's because they're dogs. After that, I rejoined Alexia and the others and made up some excuses. Count White, Princess Alexia is at the front entrance. The butler of the White Mansion called out to Count White, who looked up. Princess Alexia? Why? She wants to be present at the time of Jack the Ripper's attack. Troublesome. Count White sighed. She's not allowed to enter the premises. If she stays outside the gate with the knights, it's permitted. Is that acceptable? She's Princess Alexia. She's not that powerful of a princess. After defeating Jack the Ripper, we can invite her to a dinner and make amends. Then, as you wish. The butler bowed and left. Really, at a busy time like this? Count White muttered in annoyance and took his seat at the round table. Already seated at the round table were 6 Nightblades, including Count White. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm grateful for your assistance this time. Count White nodded slightly. No need to worry. This is a matter that concerns the entire 13 Nightblades. The Count Oyanobu, Viscount Shinobi, and Marquis Jet have all been killed by him. The remaining Nightblades are the 6 of us here and Marquis Daquayakan. The weakening of the Nightblades is unavoidable. It will take 5 years, no, 10 years to raise a successor. That's a matter for later. For now, our top priority is to deal with this Jack the Ripper. That should be no problem. Here we have the top fighting forces of the Nightblades, summoned without restraint. That foolish clown is nothing. The Nightblades leaders all echoed similar sentiments. And where is Lord Daquayakan? Count White inquired about the last of the invisible Nightblades. It seems he's in negotiations with that organization. We can no longer rely on the Fenrir faction. He's close to reaching an agreement with a leader of the Loki faction, explained one leader. If the negotiations go well, they'll send powerful reinforcements for us, said another. But our opponent is just 1 man. Isn't this a bit excessive? Questioned the Count White. This is the greatest crisis the Nightblades have faced since our founding. Excessive is just right. Besides, we still don't know the true identity of Jack the Ripper. A mere clown assassin. Do we have no clues at all? The topic shifted to discussing Jack the Ripper. We thought he was an assassin hired by the Hope family, but that seems unlikely now. The Hopes don't have the connections to hire someone that skilled. Count White crossed his arms with a hard look on his face. Then perhaps another organization. What about that Shadow Garden? If it were the Shadow Garden, they wouldn't use such roundabout methods. Dressing as a clown, leaving playing cards and messages, that's not their style. Jack the Ripper is relishing the killings. This could be the work of an individual rather than an organization. A thrill killer or someone with a grudge. An individual, how humiliating for the 13 Nightblades, gee. We'll make him pay, show him what happens when he looks down on us. The Nightblades then stood up from their seats. The magic swordsmen are ready. Let's go. Tonight this underground arena shall be Jack the Ripper's graveyard. At his signal, the butler lit a fire in the hearth. The blue flames traced arcane symbols, and the fireplace transformed into a staircase leading underground. Magnificent as always. This was an artifact used in the ancient Elven kingdom, correct? Indeed. Elven artifacts, Elven books, Elven weapons, Elven slaves. Everything Elven turns to gold. Count White led the way down the staircase. The staircase is wide and flanked on both sides by a collection of ghastly exhibits. Oh, that sword belonged to the Beastman swordsman, the rabbit who lost recently. A spectacular match that was. The desperation of a Beastman whose family is held hostage is terrifying. Among Beastmen, rabbits are said to have especially deep love for family. The sight of him fighting to save his family brought tears to my eyes. They walked past the staircase display of blood-stained weapons and taxidermied beasts, conversing all the while. We're having his body preserved as a specimen. Once finished, we'll display it with the sword. Please call me when it's ready. By the way, what became of his family? Why, we're going to preserve them as specimens too, of course. I'm sure it'll please this Beastman to be displayed together with his family. Passing by this each time will bring back memories of that intense, moving battle, simply wonderful. And so the Nightblades descended the staircase lined with bloody weapons and taxidermied trophies. Finally, they opened the doors to the underground arena. Beyond lay a dimly lit dome space. Flickering torchlight circled a circular pit, its walls scarred by dark stains and marks of violence. None of the colorful excitement of the Bushin festival was present here, only a dank, blood-scented aura of death. This way, please, said the butler with a bow, guiding the Nightblades to special spectator seats. This place is protected by powerful artifact barriers. No matter if Jack the Ripper shows up, he won't be able to lay a finger on you, honorable lords. The Nightblades took their seats overlooking the arena. And in the depths of the arena await master magic swordsmen gathered from all over. Here is the list. The butler, handing the Nightblades a list of the fighters. Profiles. Excellent work. To think you gathered this many skilled swordsmen, breathed the Count White as he eagerly unrolled the list. When we Nightblades spare no expense, this is the expected result. The greatest swordsman of Vigalta, the Oni from the city-states, legends of the lawless cities, calling this excessive is an understatement. Jack the Ripper is just one man. If we send them all at once, we'll turn him to cinders instantly. It will be a test of the Count White's skill to make this entertaining. You can manage that, yes? The Nightblades members' faces were relaxed as they looked at the list of top-notch magic swordsmen. Of course. I've prepared mechanisms for that purpose, said the Count White, pointing to the arena entrance. The only way into the underground arena is through there. Everywhere else is sealed off, so if Jack the Ripper wants to come for us, he has to enter there. The moment he does, we activate the barrier. With a wave of his hand, The Count White activated the barrier, and the entire arena glowed as a domed force field surrounded it. Like so. For Jack the Ripper to get out of the barrier, he'll have to defeat all the swordsmen we provided, said the Count White smugly. As if he could possibly accomplish that. Exactly. That's why as he tires, we'll carefully select his opponents to match his stamina. Starting with one, then gradually increasing the forces as we observe his condition. It will make for the greatest show. Count White says proudly. We get to pick his opponents? How fun. Oh, a spectator participation show. I hear the Mitsugoshi Company started doing those lately. Cursed Mitsugoshi Company. Stealing our business interests. There is much to learn from their business practices rather than pure antagonism. For now, cooperation over conflict is best. Now, who should be the vanguard? How about the lawless city legend? Suggested the Count White. Too strong. If he finishes it too quickly, it'll be boring. Dismissed another. And so the Nightblades gleefully debated who to pit against Jack the Ripper first. When they finished selecting the initial opponent, the Count White muttered softly. Night has already fallen above ground. Will Jack the Ripper really come? If he shows up to face this many magic swordsmen waiting for him, he's a fool. But if he doesn't come, how dull for us. If he doesn't come, we can spread rumors that he fled in fear of us. That preserves our prestige. Rather, it would ruin his reputation completely. To issue a warning then run away would make him the laughingstock of the capital. Either way, we have nothing to lose. Except for the gold spent hiring these swordsmen, grumbled one. Raunchy laughter echoed through the underground arena. Princess Alexia, are you sure this is all right? Christina, Alexia, and Kanade walked through the dim underground passage. It's fine, I know these underground tunnels of the capital well. Alexia confidently, leading the way. But isn't the rumor of a secret underground area in the White Estate just hearsay? It's more than just a rumor. Do you have proof? Bad guys' homes always have secret underground rooms. I see, said Christina uncertainly, glancing back worriedly at Kanade bringing up the rear. If you're near Alexia-sama, it should be okay. I can use her as a shield if needed. She muttered something while trembling. I wonder if Sid is okay. Leaving him with the knights and all. Geez, that scaredy cat is useless at crucial moments. Well, his swordsmanship is average, so can't be helped. At least he doesn't seem to be a target for the Nightblades. And the surveillance on Kanade stopped too, it seems, said Christina. Yay, really? Exclaimed Kanade excitedly. Yes! The Nightblades see Jack the Ripper as such a threat, they're concentrating all their forces on him. This will continue until the issue is resolved. Hope this issue is never resolved then. Kanade had an evil grin. Don't worry. My plan, the plan I came up with. If the plan to infiltrate the White Mansion from underground during the commotion caused by Jack the Ripper's attack and collect evidence of their wrongdoings is successful, everything will be resolved. Alexia said confidently. That was a plan Sidkun thought up on the spot, right? Flexibility is always necessary in a plan. By the way, who is Sidkun? Christina asked after a short pause. Who is he? Pochi is Pochi. Sidkun discovered the entrance to the underground tunnel, and he's also the one who deciphered most of the messages left by Jack the Ripper. Normally, he should be too scared to do anything like this. Well, now that you mention it. It's true. Even though Pochi is ordinary, he's quite sharp. A hint of the truth from a few clues, Sidkun's insight is remarkable. Alexia has same idea too. Sid's insight in deducing the truth from the sparsest clues is quite remarkable. Hey, I figured most of it out to you now, muttered Kanade. And he seems vaguely familiar somehow. That air of mystery. Could Sid be? Continued Christina. Who do you think Pochi is anyway? Asked Alexia nervously. A master detective, perhaps. Huh? Detective? Yes! His true identity is a veteran detective. Like the protagonist Con N from the novelist Natsim Kafka's novels, he was forced to take a drug by a shady organization to become young again and has infiltrated the Magic Swordsman Academy disguised as a student to investigate. Now, there's no way Pochi is a detective. He's just an ordinary guy. See, the emblem of the White Count White family. Just like I planned. The wall of the passage Alexia pointed to had the White family crest on it. But maybe Sid figured it out already and… There. It's just as I said, see? Alexia then examining the wall eagerly. So what's your plan now? Places like this usually have hidden doors. I doubt we'll find one that easily. There, exclaimed Alexia. Huh. Alexia fiddled with part of the crest and with a clunk, part of the wall slid open. Same trick as the hidden passages in the castle. The thinking of the powerful is so similar. Alexia smugly, heading into the narrow dark corridor beyond. Ew, so dusty and cobwebby. Looks like it hasn't been used in ages. Princess Alexia, this is dangerous. We should proceed more cautiously. I'm the cautious type, compared to Claire at least. I'm not sure that comparison helps. Alexia led the way, followed by Christina and Conade. After continuing along the passage for some time, Alexia stopped. Dead end it seems. Alexia said, touching the wall. The wall seems thick, but there are faint sounds beyond. Hey, light's coming through under the wall here. Conade was right, there was a small amount of light coming through a crack in the wall. The material here feels different too, if I do this. A section of it lifted slightly, creating a gap just big enough to crawl through. All right, let's go. Alexia crawls forward. Please be careful, Princess Alexia. In this situation, the safest position is second. Third risks getting crushed by the falling wall or legs bitten off by monsters. It's too dangerous, so Conade, follow after me. Conade stared in astonishment at Christina, who was crawling forward, and then hurriedly looked behind. Well, no signs of monsters, no pursuers. After checking the safety of the wall, she crawled after Christina. Kaya. Wait, don't push, Conade. My skirt. Can't help it. Hey, Christina. Don't touch my butt just because it's attractive. No, it's different. Conade is pushing. Faster. Pushed by Conade, the three of them crawled into the wall. Ugh, what is this place? It was a dimly lit, dome-shaped space. Alexia-sama, over there. Christina pointed, and the Nightblade nobles were gathered there. It seemed that they hadn't noticed from their side due to the dim light and distance. Nightblades, all 6 of them. What's going on? Gulp. The 3 of them concealed their presence and hid in the shadows. When they looked around again, it seemed that they were in what appeared to be the spectators' seats. Is this an arena? It seems to be the underground of Count White's mansion. There are rumors about the Count. That he forces slaves to fight and bets on them. Could it be true? Gulp. As they cautiously watched, the arena began to faintly shine. Something is about to begin. Saying that, the 3 of them focused their gaze on the center of the light. And the monster becomes a legend. Jack the Ripper isn't coming, is he? One of the Nightblades said in a tired voice as he started on his late dinner. It was close to midnight and the date was about to change. Looks like he got scared and ran away after all. I heard he had defeated the martial artists of Wakoku. Disappointing. Isn't it good? If we Nightblades join forces, no one can stand against us. It seems we gathered too much force. It was too much for Jack the Ripper. The Nightblades laughed mockingly. Let's spread the rumor after the sun comes up. Jack the Ripper fled in fear, while the Nightblades are still stand strong. So no one would dare underestimate us again. Just as Count White started to say that, the Colosseum softly lit up. The light gradually grew stronger, as if reacting to something. What's this? Looks like he came after all. The artifacts are reacting to the intruder's magic power. The entire Colosseum shone brightly and the magic barrier formed a dome. At the center, the blood-soaked clown had appeared so suddenly. Is that Jack the Ripper? The blood-soaked clown. Just like the reports said. Doesn't look very strong. You can't judge just by appearance. But he's at least foolish enough to walk right into our trap. No doubt about it. Well, he'll make for an amusing distraction. The Nightblades leaned forward to observe Jack the Ripper in the Colosseum. Jack the Ripper. Good of you to come without running away. But you kept us waiting. Took a while to work up your courage. Count White spoke in an exaggerated manner. But Jack the Ripper didn't move an inch. Say something. You must have business with us Nightblades to come here. If you have any grudges, we'll hear them out. Did we kill your parents? Or sell off your children? Robbed you of your fortune? Sorry, there's too many for me to remember. Only the Nightblades' laughter echoed in the Colosseum. Shaking in fear and can't speak? Well, I've prepared a special game just for you. The rules are simple. Defeat all the assassins we've prepared. Then the barrier surrounding the Colosseum will be lifted. Maybe then you can try killing us as you threatened. Count White looked down at Jack the Ripper arrogantly. Just to be clear, this barrier is made with a powerful artifact. It cost more than you could earn in 100 lifetimes. Don't bother trying to break it with force. Your only path is to defeat every single assassin. Count White spread his arms wide and shouted loudly. Now, let's begin. Entering first, the first assassin. The Colosseum gates opened and a swordsman entered. A huge man carrying an enormous sword, wearing thick, heavy armor. He easily swung the massive sword around before turning to bow to the Nightblade spectators. This man is a magical swordsman from the city-state of Sparta. Undefeated in matches at Sparta's Colosseum, said to be the most brutal in the world. With his sturdy sword, he has bisected all who stood against him, earning him the title, Butcher. Butcher swaggered over and looked down at Jack the Ripper. Yo, I heard some nasty dudes were gathered in the waiting room, so I wondered who I'd be up against, and it's just some clown? Butcher grinned and hefted the great sword onto his shoulder. Well then, let the first match begin. The moment the match started, Butcher swung his sword down. A tremendous noise and impact shook the Colosseum. Wah, what a sturdy sword. So this is a Spartan swordsman. More than I expected. But he didn't hit him. That's right, Butcher's strike did not connect. Not because Jack the Ripper dodged, the trajectory simply missed from the start. That miss was on purpose. Ending it in one blow would be no fun for the audience. A master swordsman isn't just about winning, but entertaining the crowd. Butcher confidently lifted the great sword onto his shoulder again. Come on, clown guy. I've got your measure. You couldn't react to that strike at all. No matter how you struggle, you can't beat me. But don't worry, making a decent match against weaklings is a swordsman's job too. Butcher was kicked straight up into the air. Spitting blood from his smashed face, he collided with the barrier ceiling and stuck there like a crushed bug. Blood dripped down, staining the clown. Slowly, he lowered his outstretched leg. The winner, Jack the Ripper. Count White barely managed to say. The Nightblades buzzed noisily. What happened? A kick. An impossibly fast kick. Count Butler, did you see that? Barely. I may boast of my martial skill, but come to think of it, Count Butler is quite the swordsman himself. Don't be stupid. Beaten in one kick? But the first round was meant to be an easy win for him. This is within expectations, right? We should change the next opponent. You agree, Count Butler? No one objected. Count White drank some wine and called for the next opponent. Now entering, the second opponent. The three who appeared were swordsmen. They are the captains of the legendary mercenary troop, White Wolf, renowned in the Vigalta Civil War. However, Their employer Doem Quetzalhat was killed in the Oriana Kingdom's war, leaving them in financial ruin. These hardened veterans who should never be here, each more skilled than Butcher, witnessed their coordination honed on the battlefield and steely spirit forged by their business woes. The three were composed swordsmen in their S&S. They were armed with a sword, axe, and spear. Their sharp gazes were fixed on Jack the Ripper. "What do you think?" the swordsman mercenary said. "Can't tell. His ability is completely unreadable. But that itself is abnormal," the axe mercenary said. "I thought this would be easy work." "Don't take offense at being outnumbered," the spear mercenary said, and the three readied their weapons. Then, let the second match begin. The moment it started, the three fanned out to surround Jack the Ripper. They carefully spaced themselves and watched for any openings. Jack the Ripper stood stock still. The White Wolf captains slowly circled around him. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3. Nothing changed as the boring time passed. "They're just going around in circles," one of the Nightblades said. Dissatisfied voices rose in agreement. Surely the White Wolf could hear it too, yet they did not alter their movements, continuously circling around Jack the Ripper. Outwardly, nothing changed in the battle. But a subtle shift was happening to the White Wolf. Abnormal amounts of sweat streamed down the faces of all three. And gradually, their breathing grew ragged, eyes bloodshot from extreme focus. An eerie tension spread through the Colosseum, and the dissatisfied voices faded away. Dead silence descended on the surroundings. In that moment, Jack the Ripper moved. He took just 1 step forward. It was a casual, harmless step, carelessly taken. But the White Wolf's reaction was abnormal. In an instant, they had jumped back to the edges of the Colosseum. Ragged breathing, strained expressions, and weapons shaking in their hands told of their emotions. A fear beyond any they had felt before had seized them. Before their eyes was only a bizarre clown. Yet the mercenaries' eyes saw it as the end of the world. One of the mercenaries lowered his sword. The spear and axe soon followed, weapons lowered. "Stop, this isn't worth it," the swordsman said in a trembling voice. Stop. Don't tell me you plan to forfeit. That's breach of contract. We're mercenaries. Prepared to die on the battlefield, but no thanks to dying in some dank basement," the spearman said. "You jest. Have you forgotten the penalty fee? If the White Wolf captains are rumored to have fled, your reputation will be ruined. We'll pay any amount, be it or million. Spread whatever rumors you want," the axeman said with a wry smile. "You. What's so funny? How silly you look, thinking you'll live to see tomorrow." The three mercenaries turned their backs and left the Colosseum. Jack the Ripper did not pursue them. He only laughed softly behind his mask. Those uncivilized mercenaries. Count White's face flushed red in anger. Quite the letdown. We should punish those foolish mercenaries. Send out a pursuit team. White Wolf is finished too. To think those idiots were captains. Count Butler's complexion was very pale. "Count, are you feeling unwell? Maybe it's better to crush them with our full force." "What are you talking about, Count Butler?" "I couldn't understand anything about the recent battle." "Well, they were just going in circles, so it's not something we can understand either. But I know the strength of White Wolf as captain. They are undoubtedly the most elite mercenary group on this continent. That they're the best on the continent is quite something." The Nightblades laughed as if they were making fun of them. "They ran away without fighting. It's a dishonorable escape in front of the enemy. There must be a reason." "What's the reason?" "For them, Jack the Ripper might have been a monster beyond their imagination." "That's absurd. Count Butler seems to enjoy scaring us." "Well, here, let's follow the Count's advice and prepare a decent opponent for the next round. How about the Swordmaster from Vigalta?" "All right, that sounds good." "Hey, change the opponent." When the butler conveyed the change, he looked displeased. Well, the sword master from Vigalta has retreated. What? Retreated? He left. Yes, he said, I have a bad feeling, and left. You let him go just like that? Yes, he returned the full reward and disappeared like the wind. No one could catch him. What the? These people are just toying with us. Enough. Summon the demons of the city-states and the legends of lawless cities, the angry Count White shouted. Yes, right away. The butler hurriedly left. Really, it's so annoying. Well, calm down, Count. That rabbit person didn't look strong from the beginning. She's a unique and exotic female swordsman. Maybe rumors have spread. Popular but powerless swordsmen are everywhere. Bringing in random fish would only bring shame. Having the demons of the city-states and the legends of lawless cities should be enough. Even though there are still many swordsmen, to use the top fighters in the beginning and 2 at a time. Well, it's fine. Prolonging it won't make it more enjoyable. Is that okay with you, Count Butler? The Baron nodded, his expression grim. Then the monsters from the city-states and legends from the lawless cities appeared in the Colosseum. Jack the Ripper faced the 2 opponents simultaneously, driving them back effortlessly without breaking a sweat. That's Jack the Ripper. Alexia watched his fight and gasped. The battle was completely one-sided. Against 2 masters, Jack the Ripper merely toyed with them. The monsters from the city-states and legends from the lawless cities turned tail and fled, sliced to ribbons, the blood-soaked Colosseum left behind. It's like he isn't even trying. What shocked Alexia most was how Jack the Ripper didn't seem to be fighting seriously at all. Even in Alexia's eyes, the monsters and legends were fairly skilled swordsmen. They were no mere rumored fighters, but possessed real ability. To one-sidedly torment such opponents was beyond ordinary skill. As far as Alexia knew, only one man was capable of this. Shadow. Jack the Ripper's strength might rival Shadow's. Unbelievable as it seemed, she could think of no other explanation. What bothered Alexia most was how Jack the Ripper's aura faintly resembled Shadow's. But that can't be. Their movement and magic quality are different from Shadow's. Alexia recalled the god of war telling her that masters' movements fundamentally resembled each other. Princess Alexia, what will you do? Christina whispered. Let's wait. But with everyone focused on Jack the Ripper, isn't now an opportune time? No, later will be easier to move. Later? Yes, after everything ends. Alexia focused her gaze on Jack the Ripper in the Colosseum, not missing a single move. She even forgot to blink. The next opponents had already lined up in the Colosseum. Their number, over 100. Ridiculous. Holding back forces to whittle away, the hallmark of a doomed nation. Can Jack the Ripper defeat this many swordsmen? The swordsmen surrounding Jack the Ripper were all top class. Alexia judged this to be their serious fighting force. Higher quality than the Royal Knights, painstakingly gathered by the Night Blades. I've started to understand a little what strength is. The gap between them and me. How does Jack the Ripper appear in Princess Alexia's eyes? Let's see. Alexia paused, carefully considering her words. He's on a different level, she murmured. Different? That much? Gokuri. Kanade swallowed and... My servant Jack the Ripper, kill them. Slaughter the foolish Nightblades, she softly said. In the next moment, over 100 swordsmen attacked Jack the Ripper. What is this? Count White muttered in a daze. The Nightblade spectators fell silent, as if struck speechless. Their mood had changed after the monsters and legends were defeated. The city-state monsters left a scratch on Jack the Ripper's mask, while the legends of the lawless city tore his costume. But that was all they accomplished. Their movements were seen through immediately and helplessly toyed with. Then, someone said, Were there any here stronger than them? No one answered, for the Nightblades had sent out their strongest, the monsters and legends. Fear instantly spread. The arrogance vanished from the Nightblades' faces, and so they sent out every swordsman without hesitation. The battle was still raging, but the outcome was already clear. All the magic swordsmen sent by Nightblades had been killed. In the center of the blood-stained arena, Jack the Ripper silently watched the audience. Sorry, but I must take my leave. Count White, you take responsibility for wrapping this up. As one of the Nightblades stood to leave, the others began to stir as well, as if a dam had burst. Wait for me. I'm not ready yet. The Count White clung desperately to the departing Nightblades. At that moment, a low but dignified voice rang out. Now, why the hurry to leave? Appearing then in the audience was a man of dignified middle age. Duke de Quaken. You came? I came because you lot were so incompetent. At Duke de Quaken's condescending words, some of the Nightblades grimaced, but did not speak. But at this point, what more can be done? I've brought a secret weapon from the cult to help you fools. As he spoke, Duke de Quaken pointed to the arena. There stood a figure cloaked in a hood. No, could that thing even be called human? A weapon from the cult. But what on earth is that? The silhouette hidden beneath the long robes was distorted, more akin to some non-human creature. Kukuka. That is a human weapon the cult created through countless human experiments. Now, reveal your form. At Duke de Quaken's command, the human weapon shed its robe. Its misshapen figure was exposed. This is. There lay a distorted lump of twisted flesh. Even determining its gender was difficult. Man, no, woman? It seemed vaguely feminine, but did gender even hold meaning for this lump of flesh? A monster barely retaining human shape. Its designated name is Experiment Milia. That's what they called her. It's female? She was an experimental subject of the Fenrir faction. Defeated by Shadow Garden, she was disposed of, but researchers from the Loki faction recovered and revived her. Defeated by Shadow Garden. Disappointed sighs escaped the Nightblades. But don't worry. Researchers from the Loki faction improved on an experimental subject of the Fenrir faction. The result of combining the technologies of factions that should never intersect is the ultimate human weapon. Her power is over 10 times what it once was, or so I was told. Duke de Quaken stepped forward and roused them encouragingly. Experiment Milia. By my command, slay Jack the Ripper. And so, the battle began. The misshapen Experiment Milia charged like a beast. In a blur of speed, she circled behind Jack the Ripper. Then her massive right arm swung down. Oh! A tremendous torrent of magical power roared through the arena. The supposedly unbreakable barrier screeched and groaned under the strain. What magical power! The arena was gouged deeply by the aftershocks, altering the very terrain. Where is he? Where did he go? In the arena remained only Milia, right arm still extended from her blow. No trace of Jack the Ripper could be found. He had been obliterated without a trace. In the end, how anticlimactic. In the now silent audience, the Count White murmured. The Nightblades too had something akin to relief on their faces. As expected of the ultimate human weapon created by the cult. I thought for a moment the barrier would shatter. Ha, this barrier cannot be broken by anyone. Yet for an instant I doubted. Such is the cult's might. We should strengthen ties with the cult even more. The murmuring Nightblades. Indeed. Though these incidents cost the Nightblades many lives, we've built a connection to the Loki faction because of our efforts. As Duke de Quaken spoke, applause suddenly rang out from somewhere. Yes, all for the Nightblade's sake. Duke de Quaken looked around. But no one was applauding. Amidst the confused glances, only the dry applause echoed through the audience. Among them, one man sat pale-faced and trembling. It was Count Butler. With shaking fingers, he pointed to an empty seat. "What's wrong, Count Butler?" Duke de Quaken questioned, perplexed. There." He pointed to the empty seat. Or at least, it should have been empty. Yet somehow, a blood-drenched clown now sat there. "Jack the Ripper. Why are you there?" Like spiders scattering, the night blades fled from Jack the Ripper. "The barrier. What about the barrier?" With the barrier intact, Jack the Ripper should not have been able to appear in the audience. "How did you?" Jack the Ripper stopped clapping and slowly stood up, the 7 of spades card in his hand. Calmly, he tossed the card. As if time itself had stopped, no one could halt Jack the Ripper's languid movements. Thunk. With a small sound, the card embedded deeply in one night blade's head. He toppled forward, convulsing violently. No one could move. In the silence, they simply watched the expanding pool of blood. Their lives were in his hands. They all felt it. To move was death, to scream was death, even inaction meant death. Under that extreme tension, Jack the Ripper continued his unhurried motions, drawing out one card after another. The 8 of spades. The 9 of spades. The 10 of spades. The Jack of spades. The Queen of spades. The King of spades. Exactly 6 cards. Jack the Ripper fanned out the same number of cards as night blades here, then plucked out the 8 of spades. Slowly he took aim. The targeted night blade shook his head wildly. "And no. Help me." As if in answer, magical power swelled in the arena. It was Experiment Milia. In an instant she closed the distance and swung her swollen right arm at Jack the Ripper. A tremendous impact resounded. Again and again, deafening blows rang out. Yet Jack the Ripper did not so much as twitch. Experiment Milia continued pounding at the shining barrier that stood between her and Jack. The barrier. Someone cried out in a strangled voice. The barrier was still intact. It obstructed Milia. Yet how was Jack the Ripper here? None could comprehend it. Amidst the booming impacts shaking the atmosphere, Jack the Ripper threw the 8 of spades. One died. He threw the 9 of spades. Another died. He prepared to throw the 10 of spades. One more died. Boom, boom. Milia struck at the barrier. "That's why I said, destroy him completely. He's a monster." The 8 of spades pierced through Count Butler's heart before he could finish speaking. Clutching his chest in despair, Count Butler collapsed. That's it. The barrier. Drop the barrier. Someone, dispel the barrier. The Count White yelled desperately. But no one responded to his plea. Anyone. 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 The Count White screamed as if insane. No, his eyes had completely lost sanity. Anyone. Anyone. Enio. The Queen of Spades lodged deep in his throat. Coughing wetly, the Count White died with an expression of despair. Only Duke de Quaken remained. He sat limply on the ground. Jack the Ripper held the King of Spades, casually spinning it round and round, as if toying with the man's life. "What are you? What kind of monster would come to a place like this?" His voice was thin and unworthy of the leader of the 13 Night Blades. "Save me, I'll do anything, pay any price." Jack the Ripper deftly twirled the King of Spades. "I'll lower my head and apologize as much as needed, so please, just my life." Duke de Quaken prostrated himself and scraped his forehead on the ground in apology. "Just my life. Just my life." Then the King of Spades embedded in the back of Duke de Quaken's bowed head. The 13 Night Blades were annihilated in that moment. Duke de Quaken's death throes were like an apology to the entire world. Milia's futile blows against the barrier echoed hollowly. Jack the Ripper surveyed the dead bodies in the audience once more before turning to face Milia. Milia simply continued pounding at the barrier. Slowly, Jack the Ripper walked forward, toward the barrier, and Jack the Ripper's arm touched the barrier. Blue-purple magical power spread from that point like smoke, and then his body passed into the barrier. Milia immediately lunged to attack. With a joyous roar, her swinging right arm blew the unguarded Jack the Ripper away. He was smashed into the wall with tremendous force. Yet as if nothing had happened, he calmly stood up and fixed his eyes on Milia once more. Voila! Milia charged like a beast. That massive body, physical ability, and magical power blended into utter perfection, the Order's greatest masterpiece. It became overwhelming violence that destroyed the arena and shook even the sturdy barrier. Like a pinball, Jack the Ripper's body bounced around. Over and over, he tumbled across the arena. Yet he did not fall. Though the attacks connected, he skillfully dispersed the impacts and evaded fatal blows. His eyes simply stared steadily at Milia. Jaya! Milia roared. Spilling crimson-black bodily fluids, her flesh warped and transformed. From her back, her chest, and even her face, countless thin tentacles sprouted. Covering the arena in an ominous hue and shape, they spread until countless. Easily surpassing 1,000, the tentacles surrounded Jack the Ripper. Then as one, they stabbed into him. In an instant, the tentacles permeated Jack the Ripper's entire body. Only the squirming tentacles remained. It resembled a mass of earthworms, Christina thought. Jack the Ripper impaled by the tentacles was no longer visible. Seeing only the slimy, sinisterly squirming tentacles, she was reminded of earthworms. Did he die? Alexa beside her spoke, seeming half skeptical. I don't know. I don't understand why he was finished off so anticlimactically. He didn't fight back at all. Yes, Jack the Ripper didn't show any intention to counterattack. As he wished, all 13 Night Blades had died. The ending for those who ruled the criminal underworld of Midgar Kingdom for so long. It was a shameful end for those who had been so vigorous. Christina had to stifle an urge to smile. At any rate, the 13 Night Blades were no more, and Jack the Ripper's objective had been achieved. His battle with Milia was irrelevant to that goal. Maybe he was satisfied with his objective fulfilled. She said it, but somehow it didn't sit right. Surviving within so many tentacles would be difficult. Alexa spoke grimly. Each tentacle was sturdy and imbued with powerful magic. And they were still increasing. It was natural for her to think that way. Just then, blue-purple light leaked through gaps in the tentacles. At first only a faint glow from scattered points, the light soon spilled out everywhere, dyeing the arena blue-purple. This magical power. And astonishingly powerful at that. The swelling magical power blew away all the tentacles. Gwa! Milia screamed. Clawing at the severed tentacles, she cried out in pain. The blue-purple light gradually settled. Standing there was a man wrapped in a jet-black long coat. No way. His boots echoed as he walked. My name is Shadow. One who lurks in the shadows and hunts in the shadows. In a voice resonating from the abyss, he spoke. Shadow. Why is he? Alexa was dumbfounded. Christina was also confused. But she felt his appearance here held some meaning. He had a reason. He said there was something he had to accomplish, even if it meant walking a blood-stained path. Christina wanted to witness that path until the end. The confusion wasn't limited to Christina and her companions. Milia, too, had stopped moving in front of the suddenly appeared shadow. From chaos to hatred. It was her first human-like voice. It sounded like she was screaming, "Shadow! Shadow!" Creaking sounds as new tentacles pierced through her skin. Milia attacked the shadow with those tentacles and her strong right arm. A storm of continuous strikes. Numerous tentacles closed in, but her right arm swept them away with tremendous force. In the midst of the relentless onslaught, the shadow danced, slicing through the tentacles, narrowly avoiding the right arm, like the fluttering petals of a flower in the wind. Gallantly dancing, she would strike with small thorns in between. Blue-purple traces were engraved on Milia's body as her flesh was cut. Milia's blood scattered, and the blue-purple magical marks clung to her wounds. As time passed, more blue-purple scars appeared on Milia's body. "Why, don't you defeat it?" Alexia said. "That monster is undoubtedly strong. But Shadow still has room. This is like he's testing it." Christina agreed with that view. Why not kill it in one fell swoop? She knew the shadow had that much power. There must be a reason. A reason? He has a mission. Let's see it through. This blood-soaked path. Huh? Alexia tilted her head, and at that moment. "Show a duo, wow." Milia's scream echoed. It was clear. Without a doubt, she was screaming, "Shadow." Her voice, is it returning? Milia's voice was becoming closer to that of a human girl. Milia's relentless barrage. A trail of shining indigo amongst the gaps. The indigo magic clung to Milia's body, eventually covering her entirely. This is. Milia's body had shrunk down a size. The swollen flesh of the monster was shaved away, revealing the mottled white skin of a girl underneath. She was reverting from monster back to human. The indigo magic is healing her. Christina realized that she was recovering in places where the indigo magic was concentrated. Soft white skin, grotesque monster flesh, thread-like tendrils. Those mixed together let out a sorrowful wail. "Shadow." She noticed the voice was crying. Half of her face had reverted to a girl's, with tears of blood flowing from her eyes. "Shadow." The girl was crying. Crying, with the form of a mix between human and monster, she manipulated the tendrils and her right arm. Her movements gradually shifted from the vigor of a monster to the agility of a human. And then, tendrils enough to fill the entire arena burst out from the girl's white skin. "Shadow." She let out a painful moan. Blood was flowing from where the tendrils were sprouting. She manipulated the countless tendrils and finally restrained Shadow's limbs. She swung down her right arm. But Shadow severed the tendrils and sliced off Milia's right arm. The severed monster arm danced through the air. That right arm would not revert back to a human form. However, her left arm remained human. In that left hand was gripped a dagger. Where had she been hiding it? Until now, she had only swung her right arm. That left arm was always clutching something, gripping the dagger preciously. "Shadow, oh. A dagger thrust to pierce the Shadow's heart. "Impressive," Shadow said. At the same time, a torrent of blue-purple magic enveloped Milia. Her dagger came to a halt just before the Shadow's heart. Intelligence returned to Milia's eyes. The tentacles disappeared. With a clatter, the dagger fell to the floor. It was a dagger with a red gem. Engraved on the hilt were the words, "To my dearest daughter Milia." Pa. She murmured that and collapsed. Had it been Shadow who stopped the dagger, or had it been her? Shadow picked up the unconscious Milia and waved his arm. Then, women wrapped in jet-black bodysuits appeared around Shadow. Where had they been hiding without being noticed? They were kneeling, awaiting their master's command. "Clean up." Saying that, Shadow handed Milia over to a woman who seemed to be the group's leader, then disappeared just like that. After confirming Shadow's departure, the women dispersed and began working. The leader recovered Milia, her right arm, and the dagger, then looked in the direction where Christina and the others were hiding. Then she jerked her chin towards the exit. "I'll let you go, so get out." Her face said that. "We've been found out," Alexia said with a cold sweat. Eek. Kanade was super freaked out. "What should we do?" Christina asked. "Let's pretend to leave for now. Don't worry, we'll slip away soon." Alexia sighed and exited the hidden passage. Kanade hurriedly followed after her. Christina glanced back just once. "Is this the path you have chosen?" The one who spoke of walking a blood-soaked path had saved that monster. Just as he had saved Christina from crisis before, he would save many along his destined path. To Christina, that blood-soaked path seemed to shine. Jack the Ripper, who shook the royal capital, disappeared after slaying the 13 Nightblades. Many speculations about his true identity arose, calling him an assassin from Vigalta, the vengeful spirit of a legendary swordsman, and other baseless rumors. Voices proclaiming Jack the Ripper to be Shadow were denied by the Knight's Order. In the end, Jack the Ripper's identity remained unknown. With many knights and swordsmen reinforcing security, the night where he slayed 7 of the 13 Nightblades became legendary, and due to the overwhelming strength beyond common sense, the prevailing theory leaned towards him being a vengeful spirit or demon. In about 100 years there will probably be a movie titled Jack the Ripper's Shocking True Identity, broadcast worldwide. In any case, it was perfect. My objective has been achieved. Jack the Ripper became a legend, carved into history. Did something good happen? The man sitting across from me said that, the head of the Knight's Order's Investigation Division, Gray, I believe. I'm currently being questioned as a witness in relation to the incident. With such an excellent person as yourself in the Knight's Order, Jack the Ripper would have been arrested immediately. That's what I thought. I said something I didn't really believe. Of course that's right. You're quite perspective for your age. Gray nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. So, just to confirm one last time, you didn't enter the White Estate, correct? Yes, of course. That would be trespassing. I was too scared to follow. Princess Alexia is quite troublesome. To recklessly trespass on the White Estate, her testimony is questionable now. The rumor that Jack the Ripper is Shadow. That's clearly just a rumor. Since Shadow is freely rampaging in the capital, they want to slander that the Knight's Order has been outwitted by him. But Princess Alexia saw. It was dark. She must have mistaken what she saw. No other witnesses, and Princess Alexia is at that attention-seeking age. Is that so? That's right. Now then, it's about time. Thanks for all your cooperation. I think this will be the last time we question you. Thank you very much. Take care now. I bowed to Gray and exited the windowless interrogation room. That person, his deductive ability is terrible, but his swordsmanship isn't bad. He should be swinging a sword in the field rather than investigating, I thought. Now then, I wonder if Kanade will be questioned next. She had been called in with me. I head down the hallway towards the waiting room. Along the way, I passed a man who caught my attention. I stopped and looked back at the man I had passed. Something wrong. The man also stopped and looked at me. A tall man with thread-like eyes. He had a soft demeanor and a faint smile. No, it's nothing. I see, you are. No, it's nothing. He started to say something but cut himself off mid-sentence. Then walked off still wearing that faint smile. I started walking again too, sensing his presence behind me. And he entered Gray's interrogation room. He seemed pretty strong. I muttered softly. Entering the interrogation room, he took a seat in front of Gray. Why you came? Gray hastily bowed in greeting. You're late. He sighed and said. Late? Slow to notice me. Sorry, when you erase your presence, I can't notice you until you're right before me. The boy earlier did notice. The boy. You mean Sid Kajanu? I don't know his name. The black-haired boy I passed in the hallway. He's a swordsman of rather poor grades. Just coincidence. Perhaps so. Coincidence can happen anywhere, anytime. Saying that, he smiled. To him this was merely trivial chatter, and he would likely forget about the boy by tomorrow. It was that insignificant. The downfall of the 13 Nightblades is regrettable. Why yes, apologies. We were moving on our end as well, but the forces we can mobilize freely in the Midgar Kingdom are lacking. It can't be helped. Because of Fenrir's foolishness, our influence over the Midgar Kingdom has declined. The Shadow Garden didn't miss that opening. Does this impact the plan? No issues. Jaw that slays the Shadow will definitely succeed. Shadow's ability exceeds expectations. According to reports, experimental subject #Milia was thoroughly defeated. Within anticipated parameters. Everything is. Saying that, he laughed derisively. With the 13 Nightblades destroyed, the pawns we can move in the Midgar Kingdom have decreased. I may need to make use of you, so be ready. Yes, Lord Loki. I'm counting on you. He disappeared. The windowless interrogation room was left with only Gray inside. Supplement the inherited monster. For Eliza, it had been a nightmarish week. 13 Nightblades had been slaughtered one by one, and finally, her father had become one of the missing. The assets of the Daquacan family were seized one after another under the pretext of an investigation, and eventually, they were even evicted from their mansion. Eliza felt the people and money around her were leaving her with each passing day. You've got to be kidding me. Eliza shouted at her temporary residence. She slammed the half-empty glass against the wall, glaring with anger. All those years of flattery and servility, and now, why did she have to go through this? If things continued this way, they would likely lose the trial as well. Many nobles had already distanced themselves from the Daquacan family. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. But not all the nobles had abandoned them. The other house members of the Nightblades were like their sworn family, and their bond was unbreakable. Even though they were also in a difficult time, having lost their head and facing an investigation. Let's gather the next generation of Nightblades. This isn't over, not at all. It would be fine. They held the Knight's weaknesses and the Judge's weaknesses. If the next generation of Nightblades united and applied pressure, the situation would easily reverse. Eliza believed in that. Let's gather the 13 Nightblades and hold a meeting. Get people to assemble. Eliza called out to her subordinates who should have been waiting in the adjacent room. However, no one appeared despite the time passing. Is anyone there? Is there no one? She opened the door to the adjacent room with a puzzled expression. There was no one there. Only the window was wide open, letting in the cold night air. Did everyone went to the bathroom? I'll punish them later, she said with a cruel smile. At that moment, there was a strange sound of footsteps behind her. You're here, aren't you? Eliza's voice stopped as she turned around. There stood a blood-soaked clown. Jack the Ripper. Dumbfounded, Eliza retreated. The blood-soaked clown closed the distance with a clattering sound. Hi. Don't come. She threw whatever she could find in her vicinity, but it was futile. Eliza was cornered against the wall. I'm sorry. I apologize, so what are your demands? Eliza groveled with a twisted smile. Hey, what are your demands? I'll listen to anything. With an upward glance, she spoke with a sweet voice. Casually, she loosened her thin negligee, revealing her white skin. Jack the Ripper gazed at her. Seeing his reaction, Eliza further loosened her negligee. Hee. Her gaze dropped to her white cleavage. There, a knife was embedded. Red blood dripped from her pure skin. Yaha! How dare you do this? Eliza punched Jack the Ripper with all her strength and then fell to the ground, clutching her chest wound. How could you? She spat blood while glaring at Jack the Ripper. Then, Eliza swallowed hard. Oh, it's you. Why? Jack the Ripper's mask had come off. It must have come off when Eliza struck him. The mask lay on the nearby floor. Why are you? Jack the Ripper's face was that of a student Eliza knew. Why, Christina. It was Christina Hope. She looked down at Eliza with a cruel gaze. Ugh. You, Jack the Ripper. I can't believe it, Eliza said in surprise. Her blood dripped from her chest and spread on the floor, swallowing the mask. Wrong. She picked up the mask and said, Why, what do you mean? I just inherited his role. Role inherited. Yes. He appeared before me. I finally understood the meaning. Huh. He showed me his mission, the blood-soaked path. What are you talking about? This country is rotten. Blade of justice are useless. To cut down evil, more evil is needed. He asked if I had the resolve for it. And with a twisted smile, Christina put on the clown's mask. That's what I've been waiting for. Saying that, she gripped the knife embedded in Eliza's chest. Stop. Eliza gasped for breath. With a twist, Christina twisted the knife and then pulled it out in one go. A large spray of blood danced. Gah. Gah. Looking down at Eliza, who was growing cold, Christina pulled out a single playing card. She twisted it into Eliza's chest wound. My name is Jack the Ripper, the one who cuts evil with the blade of evil. Quiet talks, oath on the digression's grasslands. Delta was in a good mood. Today she hunted a lot of thieves with Shadow. Power is strength. Strength is justice. Hunting is not only a means to obtain food, but also a place to demonstrate one's power. Boss, how was Delta's hunt today? It was good, I guess. Shadow, draped in a jet black long coat, said while collecting wallets from the thieves' corpses. I did it. The boss recognized me. Hunting with Shadow was the greatest stage for Delta. Being recognized by one of higher status was an honor for a beastman and necessary to strengthen one's position in the pack. That was the beastman's values. Oh, what should we do with this corpse? Shadow pointed at the corpse of a beastman. Who is it? It's Delta's brother. Don't you remember? Delta tilted her head, trying to remember. Come to think of it, there was some unpleasant fellow who talked to her. I guess we should bury him or something. I don't know Beastman customs, though. I don't need it. If you say so, Shadow said and resumed looting the wallets. Looking at the Beastman's corpse, Delta somehow recalled unpleasant memories for some reason. It was a very old memory back when she was called Sarah. What's wrong? It's nothing. She was in such a good mood just a moment ago. Delta leapt onto Shadow's back and started marking him. Hey, get off. No. Wait. You're making me smell like a dog. It doesn't smell. As Delta covered herself in Shadow scent, the old memories faded little by little. She felt that way. Somewhere inside a small dark hut. Sarah, are you awake? Hearing her mother call, Sarah jumped up. Sarah is here. At the back of the hut her sick mother lay. Cough, please fetch, cough, some water. Her mother said with difficulty, coughing. Got it. I'll go get it. Sarah rushed out of the hut towards the watering hole to get water. For her mother. Outside, the morning sun was dazzling and the grasslands stretched to the horizon. By the time she reached the watering hole, Sarah's feet were wet with the morning dew. The clear water sparkled at the watering hole. As Sarah crouched down to draw water, she suddenly realized something. Oh no! I forgot the water bucket. She dashed back to get it. Just then, someone tripped her feet. Kaya! Sarah tumbled to the ground. Hey, idiot Sarah, why'd you suddenly fall over? Ha ha, did you forget the water bucket again? The two boys there were a little older than Sarah. Brother Raoul and Brother Run. Sarah's ears drooped. You really are useless. Can't even do any housework? Good for nothing if you don't even hunt. But someone has to take care of Mother. So I can't go hunting. Don't talk back to me. Raoul's fist struck Sarah's cheek. Despite her young age, it was a beastman's fist. Sarah bounced several times on the grasslands. You. Blood seeped from the corner of Sarah's lips. The two boys looked surprised as they slowly got up. I actually hit her seriously. Think you hit a weird spot? She's acting strange. Saying that, the two approached Sarah. Listen up, Sarah. Taking care of that woman is pointless. She can't even hunt anymore. Despite only birthing 3 kids, she's useless. She's just dead weight for the pack. That's why Dad abandoned her too. Why do you say such horrible things? Brother Raoul and Brother Rin are one and only mother, Sarah said with a trembling voice, gritting her teeth. You really are an idiot. The cold words came back. The weak have no value. It's the pack's law, right? The weak. The pack's law. Don't tell me you forgot. To think this is our little sister. But she's our mom. She's not our mother anymore. Oh, right, we didn't mention it. We got adopted into the number family in the pack, the Pitt family. That's right. Now we are the esteemed Raoul of the Pitt family and the esteemed Run of the Pitt family. No way, but Mother is. We don't know any weak woman like that. Call us brother so casually next time and we'll kill you. Remember that. Laughing mockingly, the two left. Sarah stood dumbfounded for a while. That's right, the water bucket. Wiping her tears, Sarah wobbled back to the hut. Sarah opened the hut's door smiling. Mother, I forgot the water bucket. Oh, you child. Her mother waited with a kind smile. Teehee. It's right there, see? Yup. Sarah picked up the water bucket at the back of the hut. Sarah, what happened to your face? Sarah's cheek was red and swollen from being hit. I fell. Teehee. Her mother gazed intently at Sarah's face as she awkwardly laughed it off. Did Raoul and Ren do that to you? No, it's not like that. I see. Those two. It's not true. It's not, but you're a kind child. Come here, Sarah. With her tail drooping, Sarah headed to her mother's bed, and her mother smiled as she stroked her head. Ugh, Mom is smart. She can see through all of Sarah's lies. Sarah's lies are easy to see through. Sarah is not smart. Sarah gets called Stupid Sarah. How can Sarah become as smart as Mom? Well, it's difficult. Sarah takes after her father. Sarah wanted to take after Mom. You mustn't say such things. Especially outside. Her mother spoke with a stern voice. Okay, you're a good girl, Sarah. Her mother gently stroked Sarah's head. Oh, right. Sarah might want to speak a bit more politely. Politely? Yes, politely. If you speak politely, you might appear smarter. Maybe. Sarah can become smarter too. You might appear smarter, maybe. Understood. How should Sarah speak? So, politely. Yes, adding disu at the end of sentences. Like this disu. Well, a bit different. Like this disu. So, like that. That's fine. Will I appear smarter like this? Well, maybe. Who knows? From now on, Sarah will speak politely like Mom Nano Disu. T\n. Delta will start using disu at the end of her sentence. But I won't include disu because it reads wrong in English. Come here, Sarah. Saying that, Mother embraced Sarah's face. You're a cute child. So cute, my child. Mom, it's because of me. I don't want to make you suffer. I'm not suffering. Mother shook her head and touched Sarah's red, swollen cheek. Her fingers were terribly thin. Sarah, listen calmly. Won't you go to the Doble family as an adoptee? Adoptee. We've already discussed it with the Doble family. Because Sarah is a girl, she couldn't enter the Pitt family like Raul and Run. But the Doble family is large enough. Did Mom also, with Raul and Ren? It's a secret. If they knew I was the one who arranged it, those children would be hurt. Why? The Pitt and Doble families owe us. I used to be quite something back in the day. Saying that, Mother smiled proudly. That's not true. Why? Why? Even though we're a family, we're all together. Sarah, Raul and Ren are cruel too. They say terrible things to Mom. Mom is sick and doesn't come home. Sarah shouted in a tearful voice. Sarah, listen. There's no other way. It's not inevitable. It's the law of the pack. I can't go hunting anymore. Besides, Raul, Run, and Sarah are still children. Going hunting would just make us burdens. What about Dad? He's the pack leader. There are many other families that need his care. If I could have more children, he might have helped us. But I can't have children anymore. That's why there's no one to bring back prey to this house. Right now, we're receiving help from other families, but we can't continue that forever. Sarah is Mom's child, Nanadas. Sarah will always be my child. But, think about it. I don't want to. Sarah clung tightly to her mother. Sarah is Mom's child. Raul and Ren are terrible. Thank you, Sarah. But, don't speak ill of Raul and Ren. Why? Those children are also my precious children. Are Raul and Ren more precious than Sarah? No, Sarah is the most precious. Mother smiled softly. I did it. Raul and Ren are still young and don't have a position in the pack. It's embarrassing for those children to have a weak parent. So, is that why they say bad things about Mom? Those children are desperate too. Besides, they're stronger than me now. It's okay as long as they're strong, Dasuka? That's the law of the pack. I see. So please, Sarah, don't speak ill of Raul and Ren. It's my greatest happiness for everyone to get along and be healthy. Get along, understood. That's right. You're a good girl, Sarah. Saying that, Mother wiped away Sarah's tears with her thin fingers. Mom, what should I do? What should you do? What should I do to live like before? Well, what should I do so I won't be made fun of? What should I do so Mom doesn't have to suffer? Sarah, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I don't know either. But if Raul, Ren, and Sarah grow up and can bring back prey on their own. If we can bring back prey, it'll be okay? Yes, that's right. And, if you become stronger. If I become stronger, it'll be okay. Then, will Raul and Ren come back? I hope they come back. Her voice was small. Will Mom's illness also get better? Yes, it might get better. Saying that, Mother smiled sadly. I got it. Sarah will become strong and be able to bring back prey. Now, don't rush it, Sarah. When you grow up, cough, cough. Mother, I am fine. Sarah desperately rubbed her mother's back as she coughed. Her protruding ribs made Sarah uneasy. I have to hurry. Sarah, and nothing. Are you okay now? Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you. I'm glad. Then, Sarah is going now. Sarah darted off. Wait, Sarah. Her mother called out to stop her leaving the hut. What is it? Where are you going? Asked that. Sarah's ears drooped as she hung her head. I'm going to fetch water. You forgot the water bucket again. Oh, I forgot. In a panic, Sarah grabbed the water bucket. Then, I'm going to fetch water. Have a safe trip, Sarah. Her mother watched Sarah's back worriedly. Night. After her mother fell asleep, Sarah secretly slipped out of the hut. The grasslands that should have stretched to the horizon were just painted over in dark ink. But still, Sarah's eyes could see far into the distance. Over there. Sniff, sniff with her nose. Some over there too. Twitch twitch with her ears. Some over that way too. There's a lot. Eyes, nose, ears. Sarah's senses were sharper than anyone in her family. I wish I allowed to hunt prey. But Sarah was still too young to be taken hunting. Especially for girls, it was customary to start hunting much later than boys. But there was no time to wait. Sarah stepped onto the dark grasslands. Her feet were trembling. She was far more scared than when her brothers hit her. Her brothers had already received some hunting training, but Sarah hadn't received any training yet. She didn't have a single bit of hunting knowledge. I have to get stronger. Sarah walked into the grasslands with shaking feet. After a while, she stopped and surveyed her surroundings with eyes, nose, and ears. Then, after walking some more, she would stop and survey again. Repeating this, Sarah went much farther than the pack's settlement. Even when a pack of monsters passed right nearby, she held her breath and slipped past them unnoticed. I'm good at hide and seek. None of the pack's children could find Sarah. Even the adults had trouble finding Sarah. That skill worked on the monsters too. Her feet had stopped shaking. There was nothing in these grasslands that could detect her presence. That confidence gave her composure. I can't hunt big groups. With eyes, nose, and ears, she selected her prey. If she focused her eyes, she could see far into the darkness. If she twitched her nose, faint scents would be carried on the wind. If she perked her ears, she could hear footsteps and breathing. She understood it all. Somehow she could understand. That one. It was a lone great leopard hiding in the grass. A strong creature of the grasslands, high risk and normally avoided. But Sarah understood. That leopard was weak, it was weak. She slowly approached from downwind. As she got closer, the stench of death grew thicker. There was no mistaking it. It had the same smell as Mother. In that moment, Sarah's concentration broke. She realized what she had just been thinking. Understanding, she was astonished. No, it's different. It was nothing alike. She had superimposed the leopard's death with her mother's weakness. It's not the same. Forgetting herself, she shouted. Gur 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 gur. Before she knew it, the leopard was before her. Its sharp fangs and wide-open jaws approached Sarah. Sarah thought. How weak it must be. When she came to, Sarah was standing on the grasslands at dawn. The morning sun dyed the distant sky. At her feet lay the lifeless great leopard. Sarah was crying. Drenched in blood all over, she cried quietly. Her body didn't have a single wound. All this blood was splatter. She understood. She understood it. Just what a sin weakness was on these grasslands. Sarah secretly carried the lifeless body of the leopard back to her hut. She quietly placed it in front of the hut, then sneakily crawled into her mother's bed. Her mother was still sleeping. Sarah loved her mother's warmth. Sarah decided to keep her killing of the leopard a secret. According to the herd's rules, she was still too young to go hunting, and she didn't want to worry her mother. But the real reason was something else. Sarah had come to understand the sin of weakness in this grassland. The weak get robbed, the weak get abused, the weak die. Mother isn't weak. Yet she was afraid to be stronger than her mother. If she remained weaker than her mother, she felt she could stay wrapped in her mother's warmth forever. And with that, she quickly fell asleep. She was awakened by her mother's panicked voice. Oh my, I can't handle such a big catch. Mother, what's wrong? Sarah rubbed her eyes and went over to her mother. When I woke up, there was a leopard lying in front of the hut. Amazing! It's huge. She pretended to be surprised, trying not to overdo it. She was sure she had done a good job. Did someone leave it for us? Sarah, do you know anything about this? And no, I don't. Oh dear, cough cough. Her mother, who had been leaning on a pillar, suddenly started coughing. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm all right." "Mother, get back into bed." "Don't worry, I'll take care of the leopard. I'll eat lots of meat and cure your sickness." Sarah helped her mother lie back down on the bed. "Thank you, Sarah. But can you really handle it?" I'll try my best. You just rest, Mother." With that, Sarah took the leopard and a knife and headed to the watering hole. But she had never dressed prey before. She had watched her mother do it, but unfortunately she wasn't good at learning by observation and barely remembered the process. Let's see. First, she cooled the prey in the water. She was supposed to bleed it while removing the entrails, but Sarah's knife hand hesitated. Do I start from the top or the bottom? She didn't know the order to insert the knife. She didn't know how deep to insert it without damaging the organs. Cutting the intestines or bladder would ruin the meat. Just then, she sensed someone approaching from behind. After killing the leopard last night, her senses had been honed razor sharp. In a split second, Sarah slid her body to the side. Immediately after, a fist-sized rock whizzed past where she had just been standing. "Damn, missed." "What are you doing, Brother Raoul?" "Shut up, my aim just slipped a little." The two figures approaching were beastmen. "Brother Raoul, brother run." Sarah's ears drooped down. Whoa, isn't that a leopard?" "Damn, my first time seeing one." The two shamelessly touched the leopard. That's my and my mother's prey." "Huh? This is your and that useless woman's catch. Don't talk crap. There's no way she could take down a leopard." Someone left it at my house." "Yeah, right. They must have had the wrong house. Why would anyone leave a leopard at your house?" But it's true." Whatever. Don't really care." Ignoring Sarah, the two men started to drag the leopard away. "This catch is too good for you useless people. So we're confiscating it. We'll split it between us pit family men. Better for us strong pit men to eat it than useless weaklings like you. That's the law of the grasslands. That's so unfair." "What's that, Sarah? Got a complaint? Want us to teach you what happens when you cross the strong?" As Sarah tried to take back the leopard, Raoul and Ren glared at her. "But is it okay if the strong can do whatever they want?" Sarah lowered her ears, tucked her tail between her legs, and yielded the path to the two men dragging away her leopard. "What's with that weird way of talking? Ending sentences with Disu, so lame. Mother taught me. This makes me sound smarter." Sarah clenched her fists tightly. "Jaya haha. As if ending with Disu makes you sound smarter. No way. Just the kind of stupid thing that useless woman would think of. Mother and daughter both idiots. Don't insult my mother." From deep in her throat, Sarah uttered in a low growl. It was too soft for the men to hear. But that was fortunate for them. If they had heard, there would have been no turning back for her. "You say something, Sarah?" "Aye. What's with that look in your eyes?" With that, the two punched Sarah and sent her tumbling into the grassland. She offered no resistance as she rolled across the ground. "TCH, creepy kid. We're pit family now. Don't compare us to an idiot like you." Complaining, the two left. Sarah gazed up at the blue sky over the grassland. She didn't feel the pain at all from their blows. She felt she could take 100 hits and be just fine. But her heart ached. Mother said, "That's why I sound smart." She clenched her teeth tightly. Mother said, "Family should all get along, so I should get along with everyone." Clenching her fists tightly, she repeated this to herself like a mantra. The leopard had been stolen. But that was all right. She could just hunt again. "It's okay, because I'm good at hunting." With a quick smile, she returned home where her mother awaited. From that day onward, Sarah would sometimes sneak out and hunt small prey on the grasslands. Careful not to stand out, catching only what her mother could handle, she hunted discreetly. Though her catches were stolen by her brothers at times, she didn't care. After all, Sarah could now hunt whenever she pleased. Learning from her mother, Sarah gradually picked up how to dress prey. She was clumsy, but she persevered and learned. Because before long, even dressing small prey was beyond her ailing mother. And the scent of her mother's impending death grew stronger. Sarah sensed the end of her life approaching by instinct. Mother. Sarah held her mother's withered arm like a dried branch. Sarah, you are a kind child. Her mother spoke in a hoarse voice. Mother, I want to be with you forever and ever. Sarah, you're the kindest child. I'm proud to have given birth to you. You. Sarah wept into her mother's chest. Truly, a kind child. Even after eating lots of meat, your sickness didn't get better. It's all right. This is my time. Thank you, Sarah. As she spoke, her mother stroked Sarah's hair. Sarah silently felt her mother's warmth. The two spent a time together this way. Her mother's breathing grew shallower. And with her final breaths, she uttered with effort, "Your meat was delicious. Thank you." And with that, she passed away. Sarah spent the entire night weeping on her late mother's chest, then buried her on the grasslands the next morning. Without anyone knowing, she made a grave for her and her mother alone. On her way back from the burial, Ral and Ren blocked her path. Yo, Sarah, why you all covered in mud? Jaya, haha, look, she's been crying. My mother died, Sarah said with her head lowered. Oh, so she finally kicked it. The weak die. That's the law of the grasslands. The two laughed blithely. Don't insult my mother. It happened in an instant. Huh. Sarah's knife hand pierced Ren's chest. Go bae, guh. As he spit up blood and collapsed, Sarah looked down on him as if he were garbage. Mother will laugh no more and cry no more, so I don't have to hold back anymore. And with that, she stomped on Ren. There were crunching and squelching sounds as bones snapped and organs ruptured. What are you doing? How dare you kill Ren? The weak mustn't be. Well, what do you mean? If you do this, my dad won't let you off. Ral backpedaled, his face twisted in terror. The weak get robbed, the weak get abused, the weak die. That is the law. After hunting countless beasts, Sarah understood the law of the grasslands well. But the strong are permitted anything. That too is law. And with that, she casually slit Ral's throat. Mama, guh. I will become the strongest on this grassland. Then surely, drenched in splattered blood, she smiled. On her neck was a tiny black bruise. Welcome to Shadow Garden. Akane Nishino awoke in a completely white room and looked around. Where is this place? Fortunately, she wasn't restrained. She got out of bed and her bare feet touched the cold floor. Akane had been changed into some thin, hospital gown-like clothes. It looks familiar, but also unfamiliar. The floor resembled marble, but was slightly different. The hospital gown was also a familiar design, but made of silk-like material rather than synthetic fibers. A foreign country maybe, but I've never seen these character letters before. As her eyes followed the letters scattered around the room, she couldn't recall any language that matched her memories. In any case, she needed to quickly assess her situation. Most likely, I was brought to a research facility by an organization that wants to use my powers. But why didn't they restrain me? If they knew about her powers, they should have restrained her. And right now, she had regained her memories and original powers as the first night. It was a terribly sloppy kidnapping plan. They're looking down on me. Akane stood in front of the door to the room. She sensed two people outside. At least there were guards. But with her current abilities, she could easily overpower them. However, it wasn't certain they were bad people. There was a slight chance this was a well-meaning organization that had helped her. As she debated with herself, she felt the presences outside the door move away. An opening. Akane decided quickly. As if to say she'd think about it later, she punched the door with all her might. Bang! An impossibly hard sound echoed. What the? Crouching and gripping her fist, Akane was dumbfounded. There wasn't a single scratch on the door she had punched. Why? I infused that with my full power. She noticed some of her black hair had turned golden. Just what is this door made of? Glancing up, Akane noticed something. The letters written on the walls and door were faintly glowing. This light is magic power. She distinctly sensed the flow of magical energy. Could they be utilizing magic separate from people? My brother said that was impossible. Many researchers around the world had studied utilizing magic as a new energy separate from people. Of course, all those attempts had supposedly failed. That can't be true. If they had succeeded in practical application, it would explain why they didn't restrain Akane. This organization possessed such technology. Well, nothing's been decided yet. One failed attempt could just be a coincidence. Akane concentrated her full power into her fist and swung with all her might once more. In the next moment, the door suddenly opened. Oh no! Her fist couldn't stop its momentum. Akane's punch flew straight towards the face of a beautiful silver-haired girl on the other side of the door. Swish! A light sound rang as Akane's fist stopped. Huh! Dumbfounded, Akane blinked. The silver-haired girl had casually caught Akane's full-powered punch with one hand. Akane couldn't believe what she was seeing. Door, not locked. Call and can come out anytime. The silver-haired girl spoke broken Japanese. Akane recognized her. Oh, you're MS. Natsume, why are you here? She was Minoru's sister and should have been in his lab. It's okay. Not understanding what was okay, Akane just stared at her. Sit. Following her prompt, Akane sat in a chair in the room. For now, she decided to listen since a familiar person had appeared. A mess. Natsume, you can speak now? Who are you? Where's this place? The silver-haired girl Akane questioned tilted her head as if thinking about something. Yes. I not Natsume. I Beta. Somehow the communication was off, Akane thought. I see. Your real name isn't Natsume, but Beta? I take care you. Don't worry. Huh. Something seems worrying, Akane thought. I Beta of Shadow Garden. I brought you here. So a Beta of the Shadow Garden organization kidnapped me? Yes. The criminal cheerfully admitted to the crime. So you were a spy called Natsume who infiltrated Messiah? Not spy, research. Research life forms from another world. Life forms from another world? Akane tilted her head, not understanding what she meant. Life forms from another world. Saying that, Beta pointed at Akane. Huh, I'm a life form from another world? Yes. She didn't understand the meaning. I show you. Then, led by Beta's hand, Akane was taken out. What is this place? Being shown around the base by Beta, Akane was dumbfounded. The imbalance between the magic progress, far more advanced than Japan's, and the science technology, far more primitive than Japan's. The women here all spoke languages Akane had never heard before, and most had distinctive ears. Rather than aftereffects of the awakening, they seemed to be elven and beast folk races. What surprised her most was their high combat abilities. Touring the training facility with Beta, Akane shuddered at sheer scale of their abilities. Want to try? Beta arrogantly crossed her arms and said that. Unbelievably, she seemed to hold quite a high position here. Everyone showed her respect and was careful not to be rude. Try what, me fighting? Akane had meant to ask a question, but Beta seemed to take it as agreement. As expected, communication was off. The weakest one here, come out. Yeah, Beta exclaimed with a smug look on her face. That seemed to be one of the ace phrases Beta had learned in Japan. But no one understood it since it was Japanese. Because she really wants to fight, let the weakest one here be her opponent. Make sure not to hurt her, okay? Looking a little embarrassed, Beta said that, but Akane didn't understand the otherworld language. After a while, a small girl appeared, led by a one-eyed dark elf. She looked about 13 years old. Her beautiful white hair and charming eyes made her serious expression somewhat amusing. Number, you'll be her partner. You know what happens if you shame Shadow Garden's reputation, right? Warned by the dark elf, the girl tensed her already taut face and glared at Akane. Nice to meet you. Since it seemed a fight was unavoidable, Akane politely extended her hand for a handshake. No way I'll lose to the likes of you. I can't stumble here. Akane's hand was slapped away as she was glared at even more sharply. Oh, sorry. Akane learned that handshakes were bad manners in this other world. Then, Akane took up practice swords and headed to the center of the training grounds. Beta and Lambda watched as the two's battle began from the edge of the training grounds. Who do you think will win? The brown elf Lambda, in charge of training the new recruits at Shadow Garden, said that. Well, I don't know very well. Beta narrowed her blue eyes and smiled ambiguously. Has been here half a month. She's still the weakest, but her talent is top class. It's rare to hear you praise someone like that. She's a prodigy. But she is a bit rebellious. She's still a child. With your guidance, it shouldn't be a problem. Of course. Lambda, who do you think will win? I also don't know much about that black-haired girl, but her magic power seems unusual. Is she the girl from another world rumored to have been brought back by Lady Beta? Yes. Her name is Akane Nishino, but Shadow-sama called her Akane Nishimura, I think. Then Akane Nishimura must be correct since Shadow-sama said so. You're right. No mistake, it's Akane Nishimura. While Akane Nishimura has interesting magic power, should win. I think so too. Lambda readily agreed with Beta's answer. In the training grounds, Akane had readied their swords, facing each other. Once Lambda gave the signal, the match would start immediately. Just then, the door to the training grounds opened. A small elven girl emerged, tiredly rubbing her eyes and stumbling over still half asleep as she headed towards Beta and the others. Ada, what are you doing here? Beta called out to her somewhat warily. The small elf was Ada, the seventh seat of the seven shadows, mainly researching the shadow's wisdom. Observing the test subject. She spoke in a sleepy voice. Her long dark hair was sticking up from bedhead. You mean observing Akane Nishimura? Did you get permission from Alpha? Of course. Ada looked away as she answered. I'll confirm with Alpha later. Don't touch anything until then. No need to confirm. Just a hassle. I said don't touch anything until confirmed. Beta repeated the same words like chanting a spell. TCH, need to research that unusual magic power, quickly. Ada complained in a displeased tone. Shall we begin? Once Lambda confirmed with Beta and Ada, the two nodded. Then, match start. Following Lambda's signal, Akane swung their swords. She's strong. While blocking a strike, Akane shuddered. The sharply heavy blow from that small body numbed her arm. I won't lose. Infused her sword with magic power, blowing Akane away forcefully. Kaya. For Akane, who had remained strong in Japan, this was an unknown experience. She never imagined she would lose in a simple magic power match. Somehow cushioning her landing, Akane readied her sword. She had completely underestimated this child. She never thought someone so young could possess such power. At this rate, she would lose. This is troubling. Akane's black hair gradually turned golden. There was no need to win this unnecessary fight. Perhaps there was no need to fight at all. But Akane felt the need to display her power here. Proof of her own worth. Surely this young girl was a strong fighter, even within this organization. But unlikely the strongest. The three watching from the edge were probably higher ranked, and there were surely other strong fighters. In other words, with Akane's ability, escaping this organization alone would be extremely difficult. She needed to also investigate ways of returning to Japan from within the organization. So better to raise her standing and position here. An opportunity to escape would eventually come. Akane judged this and released her power. Her lovely black hair then dyed a beautiful gold. Sorry, but I'm going to get serious now. Holding her sword, Akane slowly closed the distance. Perhaps wary, made a displeased face, carefully watching the situation. Step by step, the distance between them shrank. Then the instant Akane stepped forward, she moved. Tremendous speed slashed out golden magical power. Wah! Reflexively crossed swords, eyes opening wide in surprise at the momentum. Her blocking sword creaked and her arm numbed. She would be pushed back. Judging that, leapt back to redirect the power. Even so, she couldn't completely redirect it. TCH. Wincing, she felt sharp pain in her right arm. She had been injured, but immediately erased her expression and readied her sword. With tranquil eyes, she fixed her gaze on Akane. At this point, had finally regained her calm. Forgetting Lambda and Beta's pressure, she truly faced Akane. Breathing out lightly, she adjusted her magic power. Her composed aura became like a flowing stream. She seemed to have some sword training from before, but had only been handling magic power for half a month. This was S' true power, why Lambda had recognized her as a prodigy. I won't lose, murmured as if convincing herself. What's with this kid? Faced with the little girl enveloped in a veteran's air, Akane shuddered. It should have been a good chance to press the attack. Akane sensed had been injured somewhere in the earlier clash. Without pause, pressing the attack then should have ended the match. But she couldn't do it, because of S' eyes that seemed to see through everything. An opponent with such eyes was dangerous. I can't lose either. Though the words didn't get through, Akane felt had some burden in this fight. But Akane couldn't lose either, since she had decided to see him again. Hadia. Their fighting spirits overlapped as their swords collided. First blow, second blow, third blow. At first, Akane's sword pushed through. The difference in their magic power directly influenced the result. Sixth blow, seventh blow, eighth blow. But as the fight continued, S' sword sharpened. No, she was expertly redirecting Akane's magic power. S' sword began grazing Akane more and more. Kujino-kun, give me strength. Around the 20th blow, Akane stepped into dangerous range. She sensed she would lose at this rate. However, had been eagerly awaiting it. She had been waiting it all along. The moment when Akane stepped in, if this continued, would be the one to lose after all. At the best timing, S' sword swung down. At that moment, S' right arm crackled. Her bones shattered right then. S' sword dulled just slightly. And Akane's strike landed squarely. Kujino-kun. Father. The match was decided. A double knockdown. Unexpected. My prediction was off. Looking down at the two collapsed in the center of the training grounds, Beta and Lambda spoke. As you said, is talented. Deductions for losing her initial calm, but still. That was my insufficient guidance. I will retrain her immediately. On her own, number was superior. But Akane Nishimura's magic quality that brought it to a draw is abnormal. It's not just the quantity of magic, but something seems mutated. Could it be magic from a different world than ours? Or is she somehow special? I don't know. In any case, we'll have to ask her more once she calms down. And investigating that will be— Wait. Beta cut off her words and grabbed Ada by the scruff of her neck. This anomalous magical power, how interesting. Ada was scuttling over to Akane like a cockroach. Hey Ada. Don't go near her without permission from Alpha. If we wait for permission, she may be dead by then. She won't die that easily. Time is money. It's my duty to prevent lost opportunities due to foolish choices. Yes, yes, no matter what you say, I absolutely won't allow it. I'll make Beta the subject of my next research experiment. Eep, if you do that I'll report to Alpha. Grr, my budget being cut, but succumbing to threats would hinder the progress of Shadow Wisdom. Muttering to herself, Ada pondered. Now, hurry and take those two to the infirmary. I'll explain the situation when they wake up. What will happen going forward? For now, Lambda will be in charge until Nishimura Akane calms down. After she settles, we intend to get her cooperation in various ways. Understood. Lambda gave orders to her subordinates to carry Akane and Number to the infirmary. Where is this? When Akane woke up, she was lying in a soft, fluffy bed. It looked like an infirmary. It seems I lost? No, my sword should have reached. At the end of that battle, Akane's surprise attack was completely predicted. Normally, she would have definitely lost. However, for some reason the enemy's attack slowed, and she landed her strike at almost the same time. That's when Akane lost consciousness. Akane sat up and looked around the room. There, she noticed a white-haired girl sleeping in the bed next to hers. It looks like it was a draw. Seeing the girl had no external injuries, Akane breathed a sigh of relief. She still had an innocent, cute sleeping face. But this small girl had completely overpowered Akane in skill. Having actually fought her, Akane knew if they battled again, she would certainly lose. Father, mother. The white-haired girl frowned and murmured something. Having a nightmare? Are you okay? Akane went to her side and stroked her head. It's all right, it's all right. That such a small girl has to fight. The environment in this other world may be just as harsh as Japan. When Akane gently stroked her head, the girl's expression gradually softened. Then slowly opened her eyes and looked at Akane. You're awake. Are you okay? Mother. The white-haired girl looked at Akane sleepily and smiled kindly. Mother, where is father? Reaching out to Akane with an angelic smile, she jerked awake. Oh, you are. The girl jumped up in surprise and took distance from Akane. W8, calm down. Don't come near me. I won't lose to you. If you move around so vigorously, it could be dangerous. I lost to you. I lost. The girl looked around and seemed to grasp the situation. Settle down, it's all right. Losing, I can't lose here. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. What's wrong? Did something sad happen? When Akane held out her hand, the girl slapped it away. Akane learned that in this world, holding out your hand is taboo. Do not touch me, Yu. I promised myself I wouldn't cry anymore. The girl wiped away her falling tears and jumped down from the bed. Yu. Biting back sobs, she ran off. I hope she's okay. Akane watched her worriedly. But with the language barrier, there was nothing she could do for the girl. You're awake. At that time, Beta, the elf with silver hair, entered the room. That girl just ran out crying. It's all right. Not understanding how it could be all right, Akane was told so by Beta. No point saying anything to this one, Akane realized. So what happens to me now? What are your objectives? Can I return to Japan? Understand very well. Beta took Akane's hand with an obsequious smile. Oh, I see. Your ally. Someday, I send you back Japan. I can return to Japan? Can return probably, but cooperate, no return. Huh, a threat. No, extremely advanced technical problem. I see. So cooperate, please. Well, if there's anything I can do. She didn't trust them much, but Akane sensed there was no point running off here. Either way, investigating this organization seems the only path back to Japan for now. Rather than seem rebellious, it's better they see her as cooperative. That would make it easier for her to maneuver later. Thank you very much. Akane, good person. Yes. For now, you join this organization's members. Organization name, Shadow Garden. I'm to become a member of Shadow Garden then. What kind of organization is it? Those who lurk in shadows and hunt shadows. Sounds cool. What kind of organization is it? Those who lurk in shadows and hunt shadows. Sounds cool. She didn't really understand their activities, but Akane thought it sounded very otherworldly. Come to think of it, he used to love things like this too, she remembered with some nostalgia, smiling. You now be number. You number, no longer Nishimura Akane. I'll be called by a number, she paused. Nishimura Akane? Being called that name stopped Akane's thoughts. You Nishimura Akane. Right. Nishimura Akane. Why do you call me by that name? The only person who ever called Akane that was a certain someone. Nishimura Akane wrong? No, you're right, it's fine. I was just curious how you knew my name. I see. Heard from someone. Heard it from someone, I see. It would be nice if it was just her imagination. But if it wasn't her imagination, Akane's heart beat faster. Calm down, it's too soon to be found out. Oh, is that so? Are you curious? It was surprising to me that someone knows about me. You're from Japan, right? To avoid suspicion, Akane asked in a conversational tone. Hehehe, it's a secret, you know. But everyone in that base knew Akane's name. It's not surprising. Beta was right. If it's Nishino Akane's name, everyone at the base knows. But calling her Nishimura Akane is something only he does. If he's here, Akane's purpose will change completely. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I was careless about that. Akane scratched her cheek awkwardly. Beta smiled and watched her intently. Starting today, you number. Now live in Shadow Garden. Got it. I show you where lives now. Follow me. Led by the hand by Beta, Akane left the infirmary. Outside the infirmary was a stone corridor. Beautiful stonework and high-arched ceilings were softly lit by indirect lighting. Looking just at this, it certainly seems a fantasy otherworld. However, that just makes the room Akane woke up in all the stranger. For some reason, she sensed a modern Japanese feel in that room. As if Japanese technology had been recreated in another world. Something on mind? Beta walking ahead spoke. No, I just feel it's really a different world. Refreshing. Good to hear. Place from before infirmary. Go there if injured. And here toilet. The bathroom. Toilet. The toilet. She's a toilet enthusiast. Peering inside, individual stalls with large tile floors line the area. Big mirrors, hand-washing stations, and surprisingly the toilets were flush. Flush toilets. Cutting-edge technology. Beta said proudly. Akane's doubts deepened. These toilets looked exactly like Japanese toilets no matter how she looked at them. I wonder who made them. Ada made. Ada? Watched match with us, little elf in lab coat. That girl. Akane remembered the elf in the lab coat appearing right before the match. But Ada not original knowledge. That person. Secret. Beta smiled meaningfully. Again with that person. There's no mistake, that person is connecting Japan and this world's technology. However, she still can't conclude that person is him, she knows. Next is cafeteria. Led by Beta, they arrived at a large open ceiling space. It was after mealtime, so calm, but it could easily seat hundreds. Amazing. Akane was overwhelmed by the large area and decorative walls and ceiling. Hungry? A little. I'll get something. Beta sat Akane at a table and went to fetch food. The table and chairs Akane sat at were also high class. A huge 10-meter table made of a single glossy plank. The chairs had delicate carvings and were comfortable to sit in. No way could this design be by that famous interior designer. It's similar. The famous chair she knew didn't have carvings, but the overall shaping matched the masterful design. That made her look at all the interiors with suspicion. Could that lighting be? The tableware isn't. She searched for traces of him in everything. No good. She was just taking in the convenient information. They're tools made for humanoid creatures, so similarities by coincidence are plenty possible. Akane calmed herself down. Looking around, something up? Oh, I'm just curious about a lot of unusual things. When she noticed, Beta was sitting across from her at the table. Elf and beast men who seemed her subordinates set down food in front of Beta and Akane. This is. What's wrong? The meal placed before Akane was unmistakably Japanese food. Why, Japanese food? Ate same stuff in Japan. I guess you did. Certainly, Beta had acted in Japan as Natsum. Recreating that food culture in this world isn't odd at all, but the miso soup and soy sauce too. Recreating these seasonings in such a short time is doubtful. Of course, Beta may have brought them from the other world. Delicious. The miso soup had a refined flavor with bonito dashi. Glad it suits your taste. Beta skillfully used chopsticks to eat. Akane also finished her meal without seeming suspicious. That was delicious. While drinking coffee after the meal, the girl Akane recognized popped up mischievously from behind Beta. Got permission from Alpha-sama. The sleepy-eyed girl in the lab coat spoke to Beta in this world's language. Oh, really now? Beta looked at her doubtfully as she took the documents from Ada. It's certainly Alpha-sama's permission. It leaves Akane Nishimura's handling to Ada. At the words, Akane Nishimura, Akane's ears perked up. Well, if that's how it is. Ada tried to swiftly retrieve Akane from under the table. Wait a second. While it does say that, there are two suspicious points. What? Grabbed by the scruff of her neck by Beta, Ada's eyes darted around. Even assuming Alpha-sama gave permission, absolutely no way would she leave it to you alone. She'd definitely attach a supervisor. Well, it's the result of my daily conduct and accumulated trust. And another thing. The handwriting lacks vigor. It's like someone imitated Alpha-sama's writing slowly. Well, what are you saying? Ada broke out in a cold sweat. Ada, you forged these documents, didn't you? Ada made an awkward smile, being glared at by Beta. Give it up. Now we're going to Alpha-sama and... That's enough. Ada tonelessly cut Beta off. Since it's come to this, I'll use force. The next instant, Akane's vision flipped. Hu-hu-hu-oa. Akane was restrained by a black slime and suspended upside down. She struggled desperately, but the strong, flexible black slime didn't budge an inch. She felt her magical power get absorbed even when she tried to use it. Ada, what are you trying to do? Beta and her subordinates were restrained the same way. Using force. Words are useless against fools. Ada curtly replied and tried to take the upside-down Akane away. Wait a second. Beta ripped through the black slime and generated an obsidian sword, slashing at Ada in a flowing motion. Humph. Ada narrowed her eyes slightly and manipulated the slime. What she created was a huge shield. Beta's sword and Ada's shield collided. A dull thud echoed out. Well, what is this shield? Beta's sword couldn't inflict a single wound on Ada's shield. Rather, it steadily absorbed the sword. Beta hastily pulled back her sword and took distance. New technology. Absorbs magical power. I haven't heard about this. We promise to immediately report any useful technologies. Enhanced with magical power, swords are stronger than shields. It's simply an issue of area. Swords only need to enhance the blade, while shields must enhance the entire surface. To achieve the same durability, shields consume over double the magical power of swords. That's why few magic sword users equip shields. Well, safety testing isn't done yet, so I thought I'd report it later. You never intended to report it. Even as they talked, Beta slashed at Ada with amazingly smooth motions. It was difficult for Akane to even follow those movements with her eyes. She was simply overwhelmed. Amazing. Now Akane understood why this questionable girl was respected in this organization. Compared to her, even number S movements seemed like those of an infant. Don't interfere. And Beta faces off against Ada, whose skill is beyond imagination. She freely manipulates the slime, creating shields, swords, spears, and lances to counterattack. Her movements are far removed from martial arts, yet reveal one who has honed her skills in another direction. Her magical power manipulation and parallel thinking are extraordinary. The two are roughly evenly matched. No, both have yet to reveal their full strength. They're fighting within the limits of not injuring each other. Plus, neither has shown their trump card yet. Akane's intuition tells her so. Stop it already. A blow from Beta knocks back Ada. Guarding with a shield, Ada skillfully manipulates the slime in midair to cushion her landing. But Ada makes a difficult face. Beta's subordinates have surrounded Ada, weapons at the ready. This is now surrender. Beta says triumphantly. Lady Ada, I'll have to restrain you. Please forgive me. Nu, Lambda, Chi, Omega, and other numbers gather one after another. Even the unflappable Ada clouds her face at this. Grr. It'll go easier on you if you surrender now. Throw down your weapons and apologize sincerely. Beta closes in, applying pressure. What's with all the noise? What's going on? A beauty with hair the color of a clear lake appears. She is Epsilon, the fifth seat of the 7 shadows. 2 7 shadows in force, plus many more. This looks bad. Ada mutters softly. Some of the many more frown at being treated so trivially. But that's to be expected. Every single one here has unbelievable strength. Their terrifying power is evident from their battle-ready poses, weapons in hand and magic at the ready. Amazingly, they are all far stronger than Akane. They must have pride in their own ability, confidence from their cultivation. It's only natural they'd feel irritated at being lumped in as many more. But while they feel irritated, not one voices complaint. They also understand it to be the truth. Perfect timing, Epsilon. Help me restrain this fool. Sure, since you asked, Beta. The two communicate instantly. Epsilon understands Ada is in the wrong. With Beta and Epsilon hemming her in, the others close ranks around Ada. Fine, that's enough. Ada seems to give up, raising both hands. You'll surrender? Beta asks, but no one relaxes their guard. Ada hasn't discarded her weapons yet, and surrendering doesn't fit her personality. I hereby inform you all to surrender immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Completely surrounded with hands raised, Ada utters something outrageous. You think I'll surrender to you? Epsilon says with maximum wariness. No one will surrender. Ada looks around as if to confirm. Everyone remains on guard, but not one will surrender. I see. Negotiations have broken down. Yes, negotiations have broken down. Ada and Beta say at the same time. Everyone, restrain Ada with full force. And at once, everyone moves. In the next moment, it melts. Wah! Their magic fluctuates and their clothes and weapons begin to melt. Way odd is this. Beta barely keeps her gear intact, but the others are stripped to near nudity, unable to continue fighting. An anti-magic disruption barrier that utilizes the seventh shadow's wisdom interference waves, excluding myself. Report such developments before creating them. The conditional settings make practical use limited to. Enough. With things like this, it's up to us too, Epsilon. Beta calls out to her reliable ally. But Epsilon is nowhere to be seen. Just a note left on the table. Remembered urgent business. Sorry, Epsilon. That woman. Beta bellows furiously. An opening. Taking advantage of Beta's fury, Ada strikes her. Stunned, Beta topples forward, losing consciousness. And so Akane was abducted by Ada. Where is this? When Akane wakes, she's in a dim basement. Restrained by black slime, she's laid on a bed. The area is crammed with experimental equipment and unidentifiable clutter. Lately, she had been getting kidnapped quite frequently, and she let out a small sigh. She tried to break free, but the restraints didn't budge. This black slime alone had surprisingly remarkable capabilities. Is someone there? Akane called out. The mountain of junk and the dim light made it hard to see, but she had been feeling the presence of someone moving around for a while. The presence turns toward Akane. From behind the clutter, the white-coated girl Ada appears. You're Ada, right? What are you going to do with me? You're awake. More resilient than expected. Should have used a stronger tranquilizer. Ada mutters in the otherworld language. Akane has no idea what she said, but Ada's eyes make her shudder. That's no way to look at a person. She doesn't see Akane as human. Her gaze is inorganic, like looking at a lab animal. No, just Ada. Ada approaches the bedside and looks down at Akane. Still with that inorganic gaze. Breathing normal, pulse slightly elevated, mild anxiety. She matter-of-factly examines Akane's condition, touching her indiscriminately. All normal. No need to alter the plan. Just confirming, Ada says tonelessly. Not addressing Akane at all. What are you saying? What are you going to do with me? Akane speaks up, but Ada only returns an inorganic gaze. Whether there's consciousness or not, there's no change in the plan. But the vocal cords might be a hindrance. Distracting. Should I consider vocal cord removal or maybe sedative administration? Well, I'm going to dissect it anyway, so why not remove the vocal cords and study them? No, before that, I should verify the conversation in the other world. She seemed to be organizing her thoughts by talking to herself. She appeared to be speaking to Akane, but she wasn't aware of Akane at all. Since a while ago, what have you been saying? When Akane asked, Ada looked at Akane for the first time. Oh. Is the pronunciation right? Ada says softly. Oh, you can speak my language. The spoken language of sapient beings all have similar rules. He said so too, and it's true. Akane is surprised at Ada's fluent Japanese. Her pronunciation and grasp of the language are leagues beyond Beta's. What's your goal? What are you planning to do with me? Experiments. Satisfying intellectual curiosity. Specifically, first, conversation. To understand the rules of communication and flow of thought. After that, physical examination, magic testing, then extracting the knowledge from your brain. Extracting knowledge from my brain. Knowledge of another world is valuable, but lies and noise mix in with conversation. A waste of time. So, I'll just go zappy-zap with this. What Ada points to is a massive cluttered device. Pipes, cords, and more are coiled around something like a coffin. It shudders occasionally, spewing steam. Clearly suspicious. Well, what is that thing? Brain Slurper Kuin MK. My masterpiece that extracts a person's knowledge completely. After countless failures, it seems finally complete. Seems complete. Well, it's based on Professor Sherry Barnett of the Magical Academy Rowegus paper, The Relationship Between Brains and Magic. The possibility of destroying or healing brains by interfering with magic, and a plan for practical application. If it fails, it's her fault, but it should work fine. I thought everyone at Laugas were stubborn old goats, but some researchers like her are excellent. Oh, right, Sherry Barnett is giving a lecture at Laugas next week. Maybe I'll go. Ada rambles irresponsibly with not a shred of credibility. Hold on. What do you think I am? A fairly valuable life form. Maybe the fourth or fifth after him. A valuable life form? And who's him? Him is him. Much more valuable than you. I learned the basics of your language thanks to him. The Japanese language. Thanks to him, don't tell me you. Akane has a bad feeling. If the him who taught Ada Japanese is who she thinks. If he's been captured by this girl who doesn't see people as people, you're worried about him. He helped test Brain Slurper Koen MK, but he was fine. MK? Should definitely be okay too. You used that incomprehensible machine on him. Did he consent? Consent. I don't need such a thing, just trick him and shove him in. He's sturdy, he'll be fine. By force, you force experiments on him. Calm down. There's no proof yet this is the person she's imagining. Akane takes a deep breath to restrain her anger. Well, more than experiments. I tried dragon-slaying poisons on him, tried dissecting his brain, tried extracting his magic circuits, that level of thing. Ada says it casually. Akane's molars grind. Tell me. Just who is he? Voice shaking with anger, Akane asks. He's him. Describing people is hard. He wrote this. Ada shows Akane a note written in Japanese. Nothing important is written, but Akane recognizes the handwriting. It can't be. Minoru Kajinu's. Tears well up in Akane's eyes. No mistaking it, the handwriting definitely belongs to Minoru Kajinu. In that moment, all Akane's questions connect. Minoru Kajinu is in this world. In that truck accident, he was taken to another world and became the experimental subject of this girl Ada, his Japanese knowledge stolen. Which means the accident victim was a fake corpse, or even the accident itself fabricated through the power of this world. Considering him suddenly robbed of home and separated from family and friends, brought against his will to an unfamiliar other world and forced into a harsh life dripping with blood, Akane trembles with rage. How could you? Is he all right? He's fine, for now. For now. What are you planning to do? Experiments and dissection. How could you? Where is he? Now then. I think I've gotten enough from conversation, roughly understood. Ada seems disinterested in answering further. Turning her back on Akane, she prepares something. Answer me. Where is he? Akane struggles against her restraints to no avail. If anything, it makes her bones creak more. Preparations complete. Ada holds some collar-like object covered in viscous, foul-smelling slime. What is that? Vocal cord remover Koen MK. It was gathering dust in storage since applications were too limited, but should still work fine. STO stop. Ada moves to fit the mysterious color on Akane. Don't worry, it's painless. Okay. The moment Ada reaches to flip the color switch. Stop that. Ada's head sways with a dull thud. Ow, my head. Clutching her head, Ada crouches. Settle down. I won't permit this today. Behind Ada stands a beautiful elven woman, a hammer made from transmuted slime in hand. She'd struck Ada with it. What are you? Brain cells don't regenerate once damaged. My intellect. Ada glowers up at her. And what was that look for? I won't forgive this, even if it's you, Lady Alpha. Oh! Take this. Anti-magic disruption barrier, excluding myself. But nothing happens. Why didn't it work? That anti-magic disruption barrier utilizes the 7th Shadow's interference wave technology, doesn't it? Don't tell me. Sorry, but I've blocked those interference waves. Saying that, Alpha removes her clothes, revealing a silver slime suit underneath. Alu, Minum foil. As you know, the legends of the Seventh Shadow's wisdom include techniques to block waves using aluminum foil. You don't mean that legend was true. This is your answer. Saying that, Alpha brings the hammer down on Ada's head. Stunned by this shocking truth, Ada can't move. Oof. She lets out a small cry and loses consciousness. Take her. Detention and severe research budget cuts until she reflects. She is restricted to only research I authorize for some time. Why yes. Girls appearing from behind Alpha pick up the passed-out Ada and drag her away. Sorry for the trouble. She speaks to Akane and releases her restraints. Oh, who are you? Overwhelmed by the beautiful elf, Akane can't find any more words. I don't understand your language. I'll leave the rest to Beta. Saying that, she leaves. Unfathomably strong. And beautiful. Akane intuitively grasps she is this organization's mightiest warrior. Are you okay? Soon after, the silver-haired girl Beta appears and Akane is rescued. This is your room starting today. Beta leads her to a door of inorganic material. This is my room? Yes. I explained a lot. Did you understand everything? More or less. Then this is a language textbook. Study up quickly. Beta hands over a book titled, This World's Language for Otherworld Life Forms. Is there someone who will teach me? Experience is the only teacher. Even I'm busy. Well, bye-bye. Avoiding eye contact, Beta hurriedly walks off. Oh boy. It's far from ideal, but after everything that happened today, Akane is exhausted. She sighs and opens the room door. It's cleaner than I expected. The room has 3 beds. One is occupied by a girl lying down. Noticing Akane, the white-haired petite girl sits up. It's the one Akane fought before. You. Akane and the girl cry out almost simultaneously. No way, you're the newbie. Oh, we're roommates. Nice to meet you. Akane smiles and greets her. TCH. Like I could stay with you. I'm sleeping outside. The girl leaps off the bed, glares at Akane and runs off. While not understanding her words, Akane grasps her attitude is unfriendly. Watching the girls retreating back, Akane sighs again. So many issues. Another world, an incomprehensible language, an organization of powerful warriors, an unfriendly roommate, not a single true ally. But there is one ray of hope. Don't worry, Minoru. This time I'll be the one to save you. With determination in her heart, Akane clenches her fist. Epilogue. The scent of trees lingered. Among the rays of light filtering through the window, Alpha was tidying up documents. Getting up and going over to the window, a large roadside tree towered outside, and beyond it the cityscape of the capital spread out. It was the end of autumn. The roadside tree was brightly turning red, carrying the scent of trees along with the wind. Back then, she was always wrapped in the warm scent of trees. Alpha closed her eyes, reminiscing about the past. About those days they all lived together. That nostalgic scent of trees. When Shadow Garden consisted only of Shadow and Alpha, Alpha lived in the forest. Alone in the small cabin he built during the day. The cabin was always filled with the scent of trees. He built it from scratch with timber he cut himself. Back then, Alpha learned the 2x4 construction method. At first she could only watch, but gradually she helped out and did most of the finishing work herself. That cabin built with memories of the two of them. It was simple and a bit shabby, but Alpha loved that cabin filled with the scent of trees. He could only come here at night. So Alpha looked forward to the arrival of night every day. During the day she trained in magic and swordsmanship, and foraged for mountain vegetables and hunted small animals with traps. At night he would bring bread and meat, which Alpha would cook. Just the two of them sharing a meal, he would always tell her all kinds of stories. Steam has the power to move huge chunks of iron, he suddenly said one day while eating the stew Alpha made. Alpha stared at the steam rising from the stew for a while. She could hardly believe such weak steam contained such great power within. But any seemingly preposterous story he had told her so far turned out to be fact. That the world was not flat but a sphere, that it was not the sun revolving around the world, but the world revolving around the sun. Alpha had initially rejected such notions as impossible, but in the end his words were proven right. So this steam must also contain tremendous power hidden within. I wonder how to draw out such power from steam? He was silent for a while, seemingly pondering what he should and should not say while heartily eating Alpha's delicious stew. He always carefully considered what he ought to say and what he ought not. Heating water turns it into steam. And that generates great power. Hints are, piston motion and turbines, I think. Saying that, he smiled meaningfully. He never divulged everything, only giving hints as if teasing to make Alpha think. That alone isn't enough to understand. It was harder than usual. She had planned to immediately start researching steam tomorrow, but with only this meager hint it would take far too long to arrive at the answer. With the power of steam, you can drive huge iron vehicles and ships, he said, but it was not a hint. It was an example of steam engine applications. If steam could really move iron cars and ships, it would be an astounding feat. And if he said it was possible, then it surely was. In other words, steam engines are worth investing that much time into, I see. He simply smiled meaningfully. He always made Alpha think. And so, imparting knowledge to her, honing her ability to think and solve problems. Her abilities grew exponentially, granting her many times more knowledge than her elite education in the country. Strength was great power. However, intellect was an even more precious power. She thought herself a clever child. No one in her hometown could match her. But even so, he, her peer, stood far above Alpha. There was always someone higher. Alpha gazed at his profile, dazzled. HM? What's the matter? Nothing. Sharing stew together, then receiving his magical and swordsmanship tutelage, seeing him off before dawn. She waved until his figure disappeared. She was happy. As seasons changed, their time alone came to an end. A girl with silver hair and beauty marks, Beta, joined them. Shy around strangers, she was frightened of him and always hid behind Alpha. Alpha knew of Beta since their time in the country, and Beta knew of Alpha too. They weren't exactly friends, only exchanging greetings at social gatherings, but sharing similar circumstances, the two quickly opened up. Soon after, Gamma and Delta joined, and the once lonely cabin livened up considerably. Using the techniques he taught them, Alpha and the others expanded the cabin into a proper house. A warm house filled with the scent of trees. One day, he cut Gamma and Delta's lessons short and gathered everyone. Delta looked smugly down on Gamma, while Gamma glared at Delta with a sullen face. A common occurrence. Delta is stronger after all. But I'm older. I'm your senior. Pout. Gamma sure is cheeky. See, come on, stop it already. Delta pushed Gamma down and loomed over her from behind. Also an everyday scene. Apparently dogs pile on top to establish their hierarchy. That's enough, you two. Stop it already. Alpha pried the two apart. Delta obediently listened to Alpha. For better or worse, she was loyal to hierarchies. That's why having the weaker Gamma above her aggravated her to no end. Gamma also couldn't stand a musclehead like Delta. The two were like monkey and dogs. Power isn't the only force. Intellect has always ruled over mankind, he said, gathering everyone. Boss. Lord Shadow. Delta and Gamma looked up at him. Delta had a confused expression, while Gamma seemed to seek salvation in his words. The scent of trees blew in with the wind. Let me teach you the power of knowledge to exponentially multiply a single gold coin. The art of manipulating money and dominating the world's economy. He then spoke of the unthinkable plan of banking and credit creation. Amazing. What slipped from Alpha's mouth was a reaction befitting a young child. She trembled at the scale, the dreadful intellect. Beta cowered behind Alpha, shaking in fear of Shadow. Delta shivered from the cold night wind as she slept. And Gamma shook with emotion. Strength returned to her once dim eyes. Lord Shadow, I have found my path forward. He simply nodded. From that day, Gamma changed. She thirstily sought his knowledge, sacrificing even sleep to devote herself to research. Opportunities for Alpha to discuss with Gamma increased, and Beta joined in at times. Together they mapped out the future shape of their organization. Eventually Epsilon joined them, then Zeta, and lastly Eta. Epsilon was a confident girl brimming with self-assurance. And fittingly, she was talented too. I'll become #1 in no time. Though competitive at first, she quickly settled in and blended into the group. She still competed with Beta, but that was a good relationship in its own way, she decided. Zeta was a beast-skin girl with a somewhat shaded aura. She talked little and kept some distance from the others. Knowing her circumstances, Alpha took Zeta's hand and mediated her relationships with the other children. Bit by bit she opened up her heart. She still didn't get along well with Delta, but that's the way it is with beastkins supposedly. There are moments when they instantly perceive, this one is incompatible with me. Eta was a strange child from the start. She would often cause trouble with her eccentric actions, but conversely, her inventions had helped them numerous times. With Epsilon looking after the hapless Eta, and somehow Beta and Gamma becoming her guinea pigs, Delta and Zeta playing chase, before she realized it, they had all become an irreplaceable family. In the house filled with the scent of trees, they were happy. Since that day, Alpha ran continuously. Too busy to notice the scent of trees. Vermilion rays beautifully dyed the room. Lady Alpha, it's time. Hearing a knock, Gamma entered. Remember? Talking together amidst the scent of trees. Scent of trees. Gamma stood by Alpha's side, gazing up at the large roadside tree, and breathed in the scent of trees carried by the wind, narrowing her eyes. How nostalgic. The dreams we envisioned that day are taking shape, but still midway through. Yes, you're right. We will stay the course of the path we believe in. Show no mercy to those who bar the way. Shall we go? Yes, ma'am. Their alone time may have decreased, but the scent of trees from that day lingers deep in her heart. Alpha's Organization. Management Diary. Written by Alpha. Organization. Shadow Garden. Book number P. Organizational Management Journal. It's been a while since I last wrote in my diary. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about writing diary. According to him, consistently writing in a diary leads to mental stability. If he says so, then it must be true. Let me try restarting my diary today. The main cause of my busy schedule has been the Oriana Kingdom affair. As a result of eliminating Doem Quetzalhat and Madrid, associates of the Diabolos cult have been purged from the country. The remnants should be dealt with by the end of this year. However, the roots of corruption in the Oriana Kingdom run deep. Reforming the distorted politics and organizations after years of Diabolos cult interference will take time. No, though I'm working in tandem with Queen Rose Oriana, there's no end in sight. More than anything, the national character ingrained here, the culture of disdaining magic swordsmen, may be the biggest challenge to change. Epsilon implemented a new play called Magical Swordsman Sailor Sun, based on his ideas, and it has garnered unanticipated support from the artistic nation's populace. Dressing new recruits from Shadow Garden in slime suits styled like sailor uniform combat outfits, and having them perform high-impact magical girl action, I prefer Shadow Mask to the sailor soldiers. I hope this will be the impetus for changing the national character, because the national character itself is the greatest barrier to reform. Gamma and Ada's plan to construct a large Shadow Garden base within the Oriana Kingdom is going smoothly. Thanks to Gamma's arrangements and Ada's research results, it looks like we'll finish ahead of schedule. The construction of massive underground bases using high-output mining machines will greatly inform future base building. I also intend to partially move production facilities underground. There will be less concern about information leakage, and security costs can be reduced. This should allow substantial support for the Oriana Kingdom. Oh right, I sent Delta to go find Zeta, and for the first time in a while, I got a report from Zeta. She must have gotten tired of being chased around by Delta. I hope this teaches her to report regularly from now on. According to Zeta's report, there are ominous movements in the Vigalta Empire as well. Full-scale war may resume once the snow melts. I hope the Oriana Kingdom's preparations are complete by then. Oh my, how unusual for someone to visit at this hour. It seems there is an urgent report. This is terrible news. Civil war seems to have broken out in the elf country. I had the numbers investigate before, but never imagined things would come to this. There are high-ranked rounds there too. It may be too much for numbers alone to handle. I must hurry and send 7 shadows. And I should also inform him. Knowing him, he's already obtained accurate information before us. Let's see if he makes a move. It's been a while I joined him in a battle. Hello listener, as we are limited on what we can upload on YouTube, you can always check our Patreon for a lot more books, or you can support this channel through PayPal or Ko-fi. Thank you for your support and for listening.